Well, good morning, everyone. I want to go ahead and get this started. I want to thank you all. What a tremendous showing and outpouring of concern in our community. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Cindy Gustafson. I'm the county supervisor for District 5. I've been a 42-year resident of North Lake Tahoe in Tahoe City. My first home was actually right here on Olympic Valley Drive. So glad to be representing you. I wanted to make sure you're aware of what a MAC is, what you're attending today, who these folks are, and how much volunteer service they give to our region. Our MAC members, Municipal Advisory Committee members, advise the Board of Supervisors on issues relevant to their individual communities. There are 13 different municipal advisory committees throughout Placer County. 8 of those are in my district because I have a big geographical district with lots of small individual communities. So our members up here serve as volunteers. They come together almost every month to hear issues of county resources, planning issues, other community issues. They're hugely valuable, and they're all incredible volunteers, and I'm proud to get to serve with all of them. How many of you already have your minds made up about this project? I kind of thought so. I saw the shirts and hats and signs. I would ask that you try to be curious and not judgmental. Let's hear the information today. The MACs are going to try to consolidate the information they hear from you, because whatever happens as this goes through a decision-making process, and we'll talk about that process, every step of the way, valuable input is gained for the board when it ultimately gets before me as a board member to make the best decision on the circumstances in which we would either approve or deny the project, okay? And so it is important that we hear from you the concerns and the issues and any recommendations you have to make a better project. And I would say the MAC members feel the same way. So thank you for being here, and I want to turn it over to our chair for today, David Stepner. David was here on this MAC, and maybe others were, when this project first came before the MACs and the Board of Supervisors. 4 of your Board of Supervisors in Placer County were not in service on the board when this project was approved in 2016, including myself. So you have a fresh Board of Supervisors, many new planning commissioners as well. So I urge you to remember that as we go through this process. Nothing has been determined as a final outcome of this process, and so your input is hugely valuable today and through the next months as we go through the process. So again, David, I'll let you take it from here and ask that we all be respectful, and as we all do, we all are passionate about this community. All of us care, so let's remember that. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm only a year younger than Joe Biden, so I'm going to look at my notes. I want to welcome everybody to today's joint meeting of the Olympic Valley Municipal Advisory Council and the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council. So this is the MAC, this is the OVMAC, and they are the NITRAC. Today's meeting is open to both in-person participation and online viewing through the Placer County website. So in addition, as Cindy mentioned, as addition to our meeting space here, there's also space in Alpenglow, so anybody who wants to be anonymous can go there, and also online. So the first order of business is the MAC member introductions and roll call. I will clarify that at the end, there will be a vote by the Olympic Valley MAC on the project. But the NITRAC is being included in this joint MAC meeting because the project is of regional interest, and hence here to hear your comments. So MAC member introductions, please.
Gerald Herrick, I represent, well, the region, but I live in Truckee side of Placer County.
Don Folda, I represent Alpine Meadows. And I found out this morning, we are under contract with Palisades for a small design project currently getting built. and as such, I have to recuse myself from the proceedings today.
That's how to do it.
Gene Roeder, North Star.
Rebecca McFadden, Taos City.
Nicole Miller, Taos City.
Megan Chalimi, Kings Beach. I've been a MAC member since 2009.
Catherine Hill, Tahoe Vista.
Russ Hanson, West Shore.
Maggie Stakely, Kings Beach.
David Stepner, Olympic Valley.
Andrew Lange, Olympic Valley.
Mark Calhoun, Truckee River Corridor, and also I have been advised by Placer County Council that I have to recuse myself as a result of owning the grocery store here in the village.
Elisa Adriani, Olympic Valley.
Mark Nemeth, Olympic Valley.
Barbara Basung, Olympic Valley. I also have to recuse myself as a result of working for the mountain.
So the people that recuse themselves, would you please take chairs in the front of the room? The next item, the next item of business is to designate a vice chair for this meeting, and I've appointed Maggie, who is the chair of the NITRAC. So next item of business is approval of today's special joint meeting agenda. Any additions, deletions, comments anybody wants to make? Anybody? Can I have a motion to accept the agenda, please?
Motion to accept the agenda.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Approval of the February 15th special joint meeting minutes, if anybody can remember. Any additions, deletions? No? Can I have a motion then? So moved. Second?
Second.
Vote? All in favor? Aye. So moved. We now go to public comment. This is not public comment for the agenda item, which is the Village Palisades Tahoe Village, but for any other subject that people want to say anything about. And please hold your comments to less than 3 minutes and identify yourself.
Hello. Is this on? Is it good? Okay. Hi, I'm Rochelle Latimer, and I am a member of the Alpine Meadows Fire Safe Council, and I want to take this opportunity to remind everyone that today we are under a red flag warning. And as such, in your roles and being able to help advocate for our region, I'd like to encourage you to think about ways that we can encourage the county and others to promote notification that today's and other days like this are red flag warnings, because there are we have so many visitors that don't get any type of alerts. You know, can we use community warning systems? Can we use Nixle? Can we force the rental agencies to push out to renters that today's a red flag warning? And what does that mean? You can't use a propane barbecue. So I just encourage everyone to take advantage of this opportunity to be able to advocate for how we can try to encourage to make our community safer, because most fires are human started and the most dangerous days are like today, red flag days. And I do want to just say thank you to Dee for getting the signs at the base of both valleys working that say it's a red flag day. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody want anything to say for something that is not on the agenda? Okay, so we're going to move on to action item, but I have some things to say before that. So first, let me lay out how we're going to proceed today, because it could be a very, very long meeting, and we will take some breaks, so be prepared. So first, the county staff will present first. They estimate it will take about an hour. Unlike other MAC meetings, we will not go to the MAC members next, but rather we will go to public comment. If you are attending in person and wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card, which were available as we came in. And if you want to indicate that you want to speak at any time, Stephanie's got cards. And we will be asking people to talk in the order in which the cards came in. We will, depending on the total number, we will limit the comments to either 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Most likely it will be 2, and that will be strictly enforced. By the way, if you're watching the meeting virtually, please raise the hand on your screen and keep it raised, because it'll have to be raised for quite a while. With regard to comments, we will be asking people for comments in this room for comments first, and then depending on the number of people, the county will respond to those. Then the people in Alpenglow and the county will respond to those. This all depends how that sequence goes, depending on the total number who want to speak, and I don't know that number yet. As I mentioned, each commentator will have, person who comments will have 2 minutes to ask questions or make comments. If someone before you raises a point that you agree with, would you please consider just referencing them instead of taking the entire 2 or 3 minutes? Otherwise, this is going to take a very long time. Staff will respond to the comments of each group in turn, again, depending on the number of people who want to talk. So it may go in 3 groups. Everybody should know that this is not the only opportunity to present comments. There will be other opportunities to comment as well at the Planning Commission meeting on September 5th and at the Board of Supervisors meeting in November, although we don't have a date for that. You can also send in any written comments to the county, and the address I have is boardclerk@placer.ca.gov, but there are probably other ones as well. And just note that you'd like these to be included in the package for that meeting. We want to emphasize strongly that everybody be respectful, as Cindy said, courteous, and use appropriate language. If you disrupt the meeting, there are armed people here. And you will be escorted out. How, I have no idea. Depending on the number of people who want to comment, we will take breaks. I guarantee we will take a break. There may be breaks, but I can't guarantee, there probably will not be a lunch break because we cannot break for that long. I also want to point out that the issue at hand is not just a vote by the MAC, which is a recommendation to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors on the items that were objected to by the Court of Appeals, but rather on all the entitlements. So all the entitlements were rescinded, and now the applicant is going for those complete entitlements again. Okay, so I'll make one more comment, and then we'll have the county present. The public comment period ended on January 30th, 2023, more than 18 months ago. The county posted a very long and detailed set of responses to the comment letters, which I am sure took more than 1 week to write. So why are you giving us only 1 week to read and digest them all? Why the rush? Okay, so the action item then is the Village at Placer Tahoe specific plan will be presented first by Crystal Jacobson.
Thank you very much. Oh, I don't know, is that on? Thank you, Chairman and MAC members, and good morning. Thank you very much for having us here today. We've got a team of county folks here to present on this. But before I turn it over to them, I wanted just to acknowledge that there's a lot of history on this project. which we are going to cover today. So we're going to go into the background of kind of why we're here. It is a major redevelopment project. It's been around for several years, as most of you know. It was once approved by the County Board of Supervisors, then litigated, and as a result rescinded, and now back again. We're going to kind of talk through that history and why we're here today. So I do know there's significant interest in this project and just wanted to acknowledge that I understand the community sentiment around it and a lot of confusion about why it's here. So again, we want to provide you with the background on that and information on the project, and just really thank you for having us here today. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Pahuli, our planning director, and then we'll move on with the presentation. So thank you.
Could people also turn off their cell phones so that doesn't interrupt the meeting?
Okay, good morning, Chair Stepner, MAC members. I'm Chris Pahuli, Placer County's Planning Director. Before we dive into the staff presentation, I'd like to make a few introductory remarks and then turn it over to our lead planner, Patrick Dobbs, for the detailed staff presentation. First, I want to extend a thank you to all the community members joining us today, both in person and via Zoom. I also appreciate those that participated in our virtual community meeting on Thursday evening, and hope that those that did participate found it informative. For those that missed it, the meeting video will be available soon on our website. During that meeting, we addressed many questions about the project's environmental document and mentioned the next steps as it relates to public meetings that were going to be taking place. And our presentation today will answer many of the questions that we were not able to respond to during that community meeting. But the one I'd like to start with is why we're here today and why the county is bringing back this project for reconsideration. And continuing on some of the themes that Ms. Jacobson mentioned during her opening remarks. As you likely already know and will hear more about during today's staff presentation, the project was originally approved by the Board of Supervisors in 2016, faced litigation, and the courts found certain aspects of the project's Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, inadequate. This led to the court directing the county to rescind the project approvals until the inadequacies were addressed. The applicant indicated to the county that they wanted to move forward with addressing those inadequacies, and it's the county's responsibility to process, evaluate, and present an applicant's request before an appropriate hearing body, in this case, the Board of Supervisors for this project. On November 8th, 2022, the board officially rescinded the project's entitlements for the and also decertified the EIR. At that time, staff clearly indicated that the applicant team would address the court's concerns by revising the EIR and filed the necessary paperwork with the county to undertake that process. During that board hearing, we outlined that a draft partially revised EIR would be prepared and made available for public review. We also stated that 4 hearings would occur. One before the Planning Commission to review the draft partially revised EIR, one before the MAC to receive a recommendation on the project, one before the Planning Commission to make a recommendation to the board on the project entitlements and EIR certification. And then finally, as was mentioned earlier, the ultimate decision on this project lies with the Board of Supervisors. Now that was back in 2022, and since that time, the draft partially revised EIR was released. The public hearing before the Planning Commission occurred in January 2023. Preparation of the final partially revised EIR was completed, released last week on August 9th. So that brings us to today's meeting, where staff will present the Village at Palisades Tahoe project to the MAC. For those unfamiliar with the county's processes, it is standard for the MAC to review and recommend projects to the Planning Commission once the environmental analysis for the project has been complete. At these meetings, staff does not present a recommendation to the MAC for consideration. Instead, today's staff presentation will provide information on the project, its environmental impacts, and will address questions from the community and the MAC members to assist in the decision-making process of the Olympic Valley MAC. The MAC's recommendation today, as was mentioned, along with public feedback, will be forwarded to the Planning Commission, who will then review all of the project materials, including staff's analysis and staff's recommendation, and in making an informed recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. As was already mentioned, that meeting is scheduled for September 5th at the North Tahoe Event Center in Kings Beach. I should note that the board hearing for the project has not been set, but will occur later on this fall. So today's staff presentation will be delivered by Mr. Dobbs, as I mentioned, Senior Planner with the county's Planning Division. Alongside Mr. Dobbs, we do have a robust team of county staff here to assist with answering specific questions that might come up from the community and from MAC members. That includes Alex Fish, Principal Planner, Lee Chavez, the county's Environmental Coordinator. We have Rich Moorhead, Deputy Director, and Katie Jackson, Engineering Manager, both with our Department of Public Works. And we also have Lieutenant Ty Connors from the Sheriff's Office. So with that introduction, I'd like to bring to the podium Mr. Dobbs to deliver the staff presentation.
Good morning. I'm Patrick Dobbs from the Planning Services Division. I'd like to thank you all for being here. This project is the Village at Palisades Tahoe Specific Plan, formerly the Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan. The purpose of today's meeting is to conduct a public meeting to consider the specific plan, kind of an overview of my presentation. I'm going to discuss some of the background, description of the project, get into some of the details on water supply as well as transportation and transit, emergency preparedness and evacuation. I'm going to discuss the 2016 and 2024 EIRs, and then they touch on the development agreement and finish off with general plan and community plan consistency. At the end, we ask that you open it for public comment, and ultimately we are requesting a recommendation from the Olympic Valley MAC. Just a quick orientation in terms of where the project is and what are the required entitlements. The project is located in eastern Placer County in the community of Olympic Valley. It is within the 4,700-acre Squaw Valley General Plan, which is a community plan with policies and zoning. The specific plan area itself encompasses 93.3 acres. The project is an all-season mixed-use mountain village. It includes resort residential lodging and commercial uses. There's workforce housing and recreational uses as well as stream restoration. The entitlements, that is the approvals that the applicant is requesting from the county, includes certification of the final EIR, approval of the Village at Palisades Tahoe Specific Plan and the associated development standards and design guidelines. There's a general plan amendment, which is a community plan amendment to the Squaw Valley General Plan and Land Use Ordinance. There's a rezone of the project area, a large lot vesting tentative subdivision map, there's a development agreement, and a water supply assessment. So just starting with some background here, in 2011, Squaw Valley Real Estate proposed a specific plan located near the base area of the resort. The initial proposal included development of 1,275 units with up to 3,187 hotel condominium bedrooms. There were commercial and recreational land uses. Following that first draft and based on feedback from the county and the community and other agencies, the proposal underwent several revisions. And in 2014, the applicant submitted a reduced density proposal. This included 850 units with up to 1,493 bedrooms. There's approximately 298,000 square feet of new and replacement commercial land uses, workforce housing, as well as on-site and off-site recreational amenities. An environmental impact report was prepared that assessed the potential environmental impacts of the project as required by the California Environmental Quality Act. And in November of 2016, the county's Board of Supervisors certified the EIR and approved the Village at Squaw Valley specific plan, now called the Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan. The following month, a lawsuit was filed challenging the county's certification of the EIR. The plaintiff asserted that the specific plan in EIR's analysis was inadequate for numerous reasons. In August of 2018, the Placer County Superior Court issued its ruling and upheld the county's EIR analysis and denied the lawsuit in its entirety. The trial court ruling was appealed. And 3 years later, so in August of 2021, that's a long time for it to be with the court, the Third District Court of Appeal issued their ruling and upheld the majority of the county's EIR analysis. However, the appeals court partially reversed the Superior Court's decision and identified deficiencies in the 2016 EIR analysis in 4 areas: public transit, construction noise, hydrology, water quality, and air quality in the Lake Tahoe Basin, and wildfire evacuation. In July of 2022, the Superior Court entered a new judgment against the county and required that the county rescind and vacate the 2016 approvals as a result of the CEQA lawsuit. On November 8th, 2022, the board took action and rescinded the project and decertified the EIR and rescinded the project. But the project merits weren't overturned. The ruling didn't say the project was too big or something similar. The decision of whether or not this is the right project lies with the county's Board of Supervisors. The court order directed that the county not readopt or certify a revised EIR unless and until the county complies with CEQA by correcting the EIR deficiencies identified by the Court of Appeal. So the county has prepared a partially revised EIR that I'll discuss later that specifically addresses the potential impacts on those 4 resource areas where the discussion and analysis was inadequate in 2016. So that's kind of a quick overview of the history of the application, the previous 2016 approval, the subsequent litigation, and now I'm going to transition into the project components. The project area is outlined in that dashed yellow line. The main village is approximately 85 acres. It is at the existing resort base area. We're sitting here now at the west end of the valley. The area is primarily surface parking lots today. Surrounding development includes other village resort development to the west, including the Intra-West Village, the Red Wolf Lodge, Plump Jacks. There's primarily single-family residential to the north. There's a golf course and meadow to the east, and ski resort and related operations to the south. Washishu Creek bisects the plan area of the main village. On the inset of the slide is the east parcel. The east parcel is 8.8 acres. It's about 1.3 miles east of us here near the intersection of State Route 89 and Olympic Valley Road. It is across the street from the Olympic Valley Public Service District and Lake Tahoe Prep School and the Tavern Inn. It is bounded by Olympic Valley Road on the south and Washishu Creek on the north, and surrounding development is primarily single-family residential. I don't know where to point this thing. Just some photos of the main village, giving you a sense of where some of that building area is and where the parking lot areas are that are slated for redevelopment. Similarly, just to orient you with the east parcel again exhibits a large area of disturbance, primarily from construction staging activities over the years. But there is an existing encroachment onto Olympic Valley Road at the east parcel. These are the existing Squaw Valley General Plan land use designations. So the main village, what jumps out at you here is the village commercial. All this red area that was designated, these really are the opportunity areas. On the west end of the plan area, in orange is, struggling with this clicker here, is high-density residential. The heavy commercial, the mountain operations area is down in the southern portion in that purple area. I don't know if I should. I'm not sure if I should be pointing towards something else. The purple area is the mountain operation, heavy commercial, and the green areas are kind of a fragmented segments of conservation, preserve, and forest recreation zoning. So that is the mosaic of the zoning that exists today. It does allow most of the specific plan uses. Again, this area was zoned, this area was designated to allow creation of a destination resort. The east parcel in the inset there, the westernmost 3/4 is entrance commercial. And if you could go back a slide. And the easternmost portion of the east parcel is high density residential. Sorry, Vasily, sorry, bear with us here. Do you want me to just go on? What? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. The last point I want to make on this slide, if I can advance it some here, is that the county was optimistic in 1983, and those of you that were here and participating in that community plan were ambitious in terms of the scope of development that was planned for and designated for here in Olympic Valley. Okay, I think it'll be a little, okay. So compare the previous slide with the existing zoning to the proposed Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan land use designations. The commercial areas are concentrated into 2 nodes. That is the red area, which is the Village Commercial Core, and the yellow area, which is the Village Commercial Neighborhood. The mountain or the heavy commercial area, the mountain operations area, is moved to the west end of the plan area that are shown in purple. The blue is remaining day skier parking. There will be a new fire station constructed in the blue areas. And there is an increase in area and better connectivity and alignment of the conservation and preserve shown in green on the slide. Sorry, I'm just kind of catching up to those. Seem to be struggling a little bit with some of the presentation here. Down on the east parcel, the remaining frontage and the developable portion will remain entrance commercial, and then it would be surrounded by conservation preserve to buffer it from that surrounding residential development. Development potential under the proposed specific plan is reduced. I know there is the perception that it is a huge project, but compared to those initial numbers that I just had on the screen in terms of the development potential that is allowed today, this project represents a reduction in that development potential. And those numbers here are at the end. Oh my goodness. So again, this is the proposed project, 850 units, 1,493 bedrooms of lodging. If you include the 50 units and 150 bedrooms of employee housing on the east parcel, you can see the numbers circled down below. Again, nearly 298,000 square feet of commercial. That includes skier services, the Mountain Adventure Camp, which I'll mention. About 91,000 square feet of that commercial is replacement that would be replaced with the project. So I just had some illustrations that I just wanted to go through as I described the project. This is the zoom in on the Village Commercial Core and Village Neighborhood areas. The Commercial Core is the more active portion of the plan area. This is a mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented location. It's got timeshare, hotel, and condominiums above retail, recreation, restaurant. It's in close proximity to the ski slopes. The commercial core does include the Mountain Adventure Camp. The Mountain Adventure Camp is a 90,000 square foot indoor recreation and activity facility. It includes pools, climbing walls, arcades, movie theater, bowling. So it's geared to be oriented towards family-oriented activities. The village neighborhood in the northwestern portion of the main village is a lesser intensity setting. It's going to have a similar range of accommodations in terms of hotels, condominiums, and fractional ownership cabins. There's going to be fewer retail offerings in that area. So all of this is intended to create a mixed-use mountain resort village with interconnected pedestrian walkways and bike paths throughout the village. There are lot-specific development standards and guidelines, design guidelines that implement the specific plan goals and policies. This is, again, to develop a pedestrian-scale village with attractive and varied built environment and architecture. Much of the project does include redevelopment of existing ski resort surface parking lots. So to address this and demonstrate how the project complies with parking master plan was prepared. There is, like I said, the designated locations on lots 11 and 12. There's still the preferred parking area. The lodging buildings will have podium parking, similar to the building that we're in. So there is adequate parking, and the number of day skier parking called for in the community plan will be maintained throughout all phases of construction. There is a comprehensive plan for stream restoration of Washishu Creek, particularly the trapezoidal channel and the Olympic channels, in an attempt to restore the functionality of the creek that was previously channelized and disturbed for development of the resort and later construction of the Olympics. Again, this is an effort to basically create meanders, slow the flow, improve or reduce sediment loading, improve wetland recharge, and reduce flooding. And finally here, there are a mix of active and passive on-site and off-site recreation improvements, including this pedestrian network and bike paths throughout the village. There's improvements to the Granite Chief and Shirley Canyon trailheads, and significant enhancements to the existing network of hiking, biking, and horseback trails that are on ski resort and Forest Service property in the area. This is a look at the proposed east parcel. The project requires workforce housing for 386 employees. That housing, or up to 300 of those employees, would be located on the east parcel. It does include construction of a fitness center. There's a 5,000 square foot retail market and a 15,000 square foot shipping and receiving facility that would intercept large delivery vehicles and deliver to the resort and clean air vehicles in non-peak hours. That is an overview of the east parcel. There is a new Class 1 bicycle connector or bicycle trail on the front part, or the frontage of the parcel. So again, that's kind of an overview of the project components. Now I'm going to transition into water supply. We did receive a number of comments on water supply, suggesting that primarily due to climate change, but also other factors, that the impacts to water supply would be more severe now than they were in 2016. We have the partially revised final EIR master response titled Water Supply as a Changed Condition. That's where you'd want to look for the county's formal response. But the project did require preparation of a water supply assessment, WSA, or that's a planning tool that is used to ensure that there's a 20-year supply of water available for the project. We determined that a 25-year water supply assessment was appropriate to align with the anticipated 25-year build-out of the project. The purpose of WSA is to document existing water and future water demands. It's a comparison of available water supply versus demand and a technical assessment of the sufficiency of the supply. There were 2 WSAs completed during preparation of the 2016 EIR. The first was completed in 2014, and the second was completed in 2015 to update the period of analysis to include the then drought year. The WSA conservatively analyzes and quantifies not only the project, but also reasonably foreseeable non-project water demands in Olympic Valley, and documents water supply sources, assesses the sufficiency of supply to meet the demands, evaluates drought impacts, and provides a comparison of water supply and demand in normal, dry, and multiple dry year scenarios through a 25-year period based on using historical climate data from Olympic Valley. The WSA was prepared at the direction of the Olympic Valley Public Service District, and their consultant, Far West Engineering, and a team of hydrogeologists prepared the WSA. It was peer-reviewed by an independent third party and reviewed by the PSD staff and presented to the PSD board in a public meeting before the board, PSD board reviewed and accepted the WSA, and it was sent to the county for incorporation in the EIR. There are two sources of groundwater in Olympic Valley. The alluvial groundwater basin on the valley floor is the primary water source. The more productive, cleaner water comes from the western portion of the valley where the existing wells are located. The basin is recharged from precipitation and snowmelt runoff. It is a dynamic basin. It is a small basin that fills up quickly when recharge is available. There is also fractured bedrock wells that are above the valley floor and the surrounding mountains, and they provide a smaller but continuous supply of water. There are 4 major groundwater pumpers in Olympic Valley. The basin has been a reliable source of water supply for decades. The primary municipal suppliers are the Olympic Valley Public Service District and the Olympic Valley Mutual Water Company. The other 2, Everline Resort and Palisades Tahoe Resort, the latter 2 mostly pump for irrigation and snowmaking. But the PSD supplies the majority of the total treated water supply, including supplies to properties located within the project boundary. The volume of groundwater to be produced from the basin in any year is dependent on 4 factors. That includes the volume and timing of the recharge of the basin, the timing of that demand to draw upon that basin, the location and production volume of the pumping wells, as well as acceptable groundwater elevation response to pumping for long-term sustainability. In general terms, the basin experiences surplus conditions in the winter and spring when more runoff is available than can be stored in the aquifer. Following the spring snowmelt, groundwater production begins to draw down the aquifer. The volume of groundwater pumped after the snow melt and before that first significant flow of precipitation in the fall or winter determines how far that groundwater level will decrease in the basin. And again, because of the basin's small size compared to the large volume of water flowing through it, it fills and sufficiently recharges every year, even when precipitation is below average. Neither the water resources, DWR, or any other previous studies have ever found the basin to be in overdraft. Historically, pumping has been limited to a few wells in the western portion of the basin. These existing wells are capable of producing more water than is currently used in Olympic Valley, but not enough to meet the proposed or projected demands at build-out. Therefore, an expanded well field would be provided here. Let me just make sure I'm on my right slide here. The water supply assessment modeled 9 additional wells to serve the project and other projected growth in Olympic Valley. The Olympic Valley groundwater model was the tool used to determine adequate supply, whether the supply would meet existing and future demands, again, in normal water years and single dry years, and as well as multi-dry year scenarios. And so there have been numerous updates to this model. There's really decades of calibration to keep the model up to date with water demand and climate data to increase its reliability. So there is a high level of confidence when using the groundwater model as a tool for projects such as this specific plan. All of the potential wells were modeled in conjunction with the existing wells to assess the water supply. And to evaluate the sufficiency of supply, there was criteria developed and to test against the modeled groundwater conditions. And that criteria there in the middle is the average saturated thickness in the western municipal well-filled wells both existing and proposed, may not fall below 65% of the highest water level for more than 3 consecutive months or more than 4 times total over the model simulation period. So that is the criteria that was developed to assess the sufficiency and supply of the new wells. The assessment of water supply for the project and other future development indicates an increase in water demand within Olympic Valley of 383 acre-feet per year at build-out. That is approximately 63% of that increase would stem from development associated with a specific plan, and the remainder of the increase would be attributable to other development projects. The water supply assessment demonstrated sufficient water supply with a margin of safety if the new well field were present and built in accordance with several project mitigation measures. Mitigation measure 14-1A requires the new well field configuration and operation to be consistent with the parameters of the water supply assessment and applicable groundwater plan so that adequate water supply is available to serve the project and projected growth even in dry and multiple dry years. Mitigation measure 14-1B requires that the project applicant obtain and provide written verification of the availability of a sufficient water supply from the OVPSD to identify whether that project component would trigger any construction of any additional water supply improvements, such as a new well. And finally, mitigation measure 14-1C requires that prior to improvement plan approval, the applicant submit to the county a will serve letter or letter of availability from the PSD that the domestic water service is available. There, as part of the ongoing management of the groundwater conditions, the PSD routinely tracks groundwater conditions in the basin. They recently released their 6-year review and report of the groundwater basin covering years 2016 through 2021. And the report found that over that period, conditions remained similar to previous years. There was one difference that was positive in that there was a decrease in basin-wide pumping that was really a result of some pumping system rehabilitation and conservation efforts undergone by the PSD and Mutual Water Company regarding leak detection programs, pipeline replacement, additional water meters, and all of those have contributed to decreases in annual water demand. 2001 remains the dry year on record. The period of 2000 to 2002 remains the driest multiple year period. So the dry years selected in the water supply assessment still reflect the driest years on record. In December of 2023, the PSD's board completed an independent assessment of potential future groundwater conditions with climate change, to supplement and compare the sufficiency of supply evaluation in the 2015 WSA. And this report provides substantial evidence in support of the county's determination that the analysis and conclusions in the WSA from 2016 don't need to be updated. The water supply assessment in Chapter 13 of the EIR recognized and addressed potential impacts of climate change to the project's proposed water supply and determined that there is sufficient supply to meet project and non-project water demands. The trial court rejected challenges to the 2016 EIR water analysis, and so the issue was not raised on appeal, so the Court of Appeals ruling does not address it. But again, for more information regarding water supply, please review the partially revised final EIR master response titled Water Supply as a Change Condition, and again, Chapter 13 of the 2016 EIR. The water supply in the EIR have demonstrated that sufficient and sustainable water supply is available to serve the project and reasonably foreseeable future development during dry, normal, dry, and multiple dry years. And there has been no new information presented that changes those conclusions. And transitioning into transportation and transit here. There's a lot to discuss on transportation and transit, but I do have traffic engineers with me here, so I'm just going to kind of brush over it. But we do have information regarding the project's trip generation, the level of service and traffic queuing, the bike and pedestrian network and transit, construction impacts. There's analysis on vehicle mile traveled, or VMT, discussion on impacts and mitigation measures, as well as the project components related to transit and changes since 2016. The partially revised EIR updated the transit analysis, ridership, and queuing. We've collected current traffic volume data, and so again, I'm just going to touch on a few of these. As far as the transportation analysis, this was primarily related to Impact-97 and the need to contribute, for the project to contribute their fair share or create a community service area or community facilities district to cover the increased transit service cost. And the court ruling identified that this basically improperly relied on deferred mitigation. It left a lot of the details out. It didn't identify how the amount of funding would be, left that unresolved. It didn't clearly explain how the funding would be used, and it wasn't really part of an enforceable plan and program sufficiently tied to the actual mitigation. So in the partially revised draft EIR, we have updated that analysis and revised mitigation measure 9-7 to provide those details that were previously lacking. The applicant is going to provide ongoing funding for increased TART service and establishment of 30-way headways in an effort to ensure that the TART capacity isn't exceeded by the ridership. So with the implementation of that revised mitigation measure 9-7, it would reduce that impact to less than significant. We did look at the VMT analysis, and again, on a peak summer day, it was estimated, it was analyzed that 41% of the guests would enter the basin. About 35% of the employee trips would enter the basin. The total summer day, peak day in basin vehicle mile traveled is 23,842 VMT. That is a 1.2% increase in VMT in the basin on that peak summer day. That VMT is below the threshold or the carrying capacity identified by TRPA. Again, those previous numbers were the peak numbers. The average annual VMT would be 12,406. These are just some of the traffic mitigation measures here that, just to give you a sense of what the project is doing to address some of the traffic challenges. Those top three involve traffic management at various intersections along Olympic Valley Road. There is real-time information regarding the village area parking and travel speeds in terms of how long it'll take you to get there. There's restrictions in terms of which way traffic can go in terms of northbound movements on Far East Road. There's a requirement to lengthen the left turn lane that's coming from Tahoe City out on Highway 89 and modify that traffic signal timing at that intersection. There's improvements to segments of 89 and Highway 28. Again, establishment of this community facilities district to fund transit capacity. There's development of a construction management plan, and there are similar mitigation measures for the cumulative impacts associated with that. So again, the transportation professionals, I think, can speak more to that, but there have been some changes since 2016 as it relates to public changes. That traffic signal at State Route 89 and Olympic Valley Road was installed in 2016. The additional westbound lane on Olympic Valley Road was constructed in 2019. The TART Free Fare Pilot Project began in 2019. Some roundabouts have been constructed out by the Truckee River in 2020, and the microtransit pilot project started then from TART. Also some changes in terms of transportation on the private side, including the Mountaineer Shuttle Service, which started in 2018 and continues. The gondola opened in December of 2022, reducing some of the trips between Alpine and Palisades during the winter. The parking reservation system is in place this last year, and there were some benefits of that, as well as some incentivized park and ride. So again, just kind of touching on some of that transit. Again, we did collect current data, and I'll let the experts speak to that. This is the data for the winter AM peak. This is the winter PM peak. This is the summer PM peak and the winter day. And overall, what you see is these solid lines representing the new counts, and the dashed lines representing the previous counts. And so what you have here is a higher peak in the AM, that peak period when people are all coming in here to try and, the employees, the guests are all trying to get that parking spot. That peak is higher, but it drops off more quickly, and it doesn't have some of the staggered peaks that it did before. And similarly, you see that the PM peak is lower. And so that's, generally similar traffic volumes. The AM peak is slightly higher, the PM peak is slightly lower. And so I'm sure there will be a number of questions about transportation, and Katie and Rich can help with some of those. I'm going to now just transition to emergency preparedness and evacuation. The county received numerous comments stating that the partially revised draft EIR's analysis and mitigation for emergency evacuation was inadequate, that there had been changes to CEQA related to addressing wildfire impacts, and suggested a need for a revised evacuation analysis. That the presence of additional employees and guests within the valley would create increased fire risk, and they questioned the adequacy and effectiveness of shelter in place in Olympic Valley rather than evacuation, as well as the evacuation, as well as the analysis of the evacuation during project construction. And generally, that wildfire risk had increased primarily due to climate change since the 2016 EIR was certified, and all of that constituted significant new information. There are two master responses that the county has provided in the partially revised final EIR. Those are titled Wildfire Evacuation and Wildfire Risk as a Change Condition. You can also refer to Chapter 15 of the 2016 EIR titled Hazardous Materials and Hazards. But for background, the 2016 EIR addressed evacuation and wildfire, particularly for impact 15-4. This is titled Interference with an Adopted Emergency Evacuation Plan. And the county's analysis concluded that the project development itself and its operation would not have a significant effect on the implementation of emergency evacuation. That conclusion was based in part on the fact that existing emergency evacuation plans call for Olympic Valley residents to shelter in place in the Palisades parking lot if evacuation on Olympic Valley Road is not an option. And that continued shelter in place capacity would be provided by the proposed project. However, during construction, temporary lane closures and other disruptions from construction activity, those could impede roadway capacity compared with existing conditions and have a significant adverse effect in implementing emergency evacuation plans. This impact was reduced to a less than significant level with development of the construction traffic management plan that will preserve emergency vehicle access during construction, and the ability to remove construction-related traffic obstacles during emergency evacuation events. The project is also required that with each application for a tentative map to provide information confirming that the design and location of each lot meets current fire code requirements and fuel defensible space requirements for fire protection, fire resilience, and emergency vehicle ingress and egress. Additionally, the specific plan requires the provision of a new fire station at the west end of the valley, as well as staffing and equipment and resources that would be provided from the developer to the Olympic Valley Fire Department to increase the fire department's capacity to serve the project site in the west end of the valley. And for these reasons, the 2016 EIR concluded that the project would not make a substantial contribution to wildfire risk. The appellate court ruling identified one item related to the analysis of wildfire and evacuation in the 2016 EIR as requiring further discussion and analysis. This is part of the analysis of impact 15-4 regarding the traffic modeling that was used to estimate the time needed to evacuate Olympic Valley in response to a wildfire. And this really centers around which emergency responders would be providing traffic control at key intersections during an evacuation. The plaintiff in the lawsuit claimed that the EIR underestimated the evacuation times because it wrongly assumed emergency responders would be providing traffic control at these key intersections. And there was it was discussion of whether it would be the fire department or whether it would be law enforcement. And so the county knew that traffic control at these intersections would occur during an emergency. The 2016 EIR just identified the wrong agency that would be providing it. So the inadequacy identified in the ruling with respect to emergency evacuation was corrected in the draft EIR with an updated discussion of Impact 15-4. This incorporates information from the Placer Operational Area East Side Evacuation Plan. This is the plan that identifies and the process for directing organizations and individuals to provide traffic control at key intersections during an evacuation. Traffic control would be provided primarily by the CHP and Placer County Sheriff's Office. CHP would have responsibility on state highways, and the Sheriff's Office operating on local roadways. There is additional assistance potential from the county's Department of Public Works as well as Caltrans and other agencies consistent with those roles and responsibilities described in the East Side Emergency Evacuation Plan. There is some room for adjustments to potentially be made regarding for each individual incident at the direction of Incident Command. So this information updates and validates the 2016 evacuation traffic modeling that personnel would in fact be available to provide traffic control at key intersections during an emergency evacuation. And it corrects the information by identifying the proper agencies and entities that would provide that traffic control at intersections during evacuation, and validates the assumption of intersection traffic control in the evacuation analysis. State law does require that projects in the state responsibility area or very high fire hazard severity area zone, like this is, have provisions to ensure structural fire protection and suppression services are developed, that ingress and egress meet standards for fire equipment and emergency responder access, and that dead-end road limits are not exceeded. In order to comply with these requirements, the county worked with the Olympic Valley Fire Department to prepare an emergency preparedness and evacuation plan that was included as part of the 2016 approval. That plan, the plan areas within the service area of the Olympic Valley Fire Department. The focus of the emergency preparedness and evacuation plan is really on fire. That's the biggest existential threat to the community, but the emergency preparedness plan also addresses avalanche, seismic, and flood events. The purpose of the emergency preparedness and evacuation plan is really just an assessment of risks and vulnerabilities, programs that respond to those risks and vulnerabilities, and details to implement emergency preparedness and evacuation procedures. For this reconsideration, the county did work with the consultant Deer Creek Resources to update the specific plan's emergency preparedness plan. It does include updated information regarding topography, vegetation, climate, and wildfire. It describes additional fire history within Olympic Valley and outside of Olympic Valley, so both local and regional events. It includes information about more recent large wildfires in the Northern Sierra, like the Caldor, Dixie, Beckworth, and Mosquito fires, and discusses potential fire threat scenarios with wildfire approaching from different locations or different directions. The updated emergency preparedness plan uses LIDAR data to anticipate wildfire behavior modeling and areas of high concentration of low-hanging ladder fuels. The updated emergency preparedness plan includes a discussion of how public safety information is disseminated, as well as resort employee and guest communication protocols to make sure that they are all apprised of the emergency preparedness and evacuation procedures. Just a couple slides. This area is blessed in terms of the coordinated effort between first responders. I've been to unified command trainings here in this parking lot. We have the Placer First Alert. Again, there are some emergency responders here today if you have questions about their plans and how they go about orchestrating an evacuation. But it is a multi-agency coordination. So that kind of wrapped up the emergency preparedness and evacuation. Now I'm transitioning into the environmental impact analysis. The 2016 EIR analysis and impact inclusions, this was a comprehensive evaluation of the environmental resource areas that covered the summation of the impacts that the project can contribute to. The EIR analyzed all those resource areas shown on the screen in the top. There were 79 total project-specific impacts and 44 total cumulative impacts evaluated. You can see in the lower boxes how those broke down in terms of less than significant, and unavoidable. But the project, the 2016 EIR did result in a comprehensive and feasible list of mitigation measures that still apply and reduce the majority of the impacts to less than significant. So there are 63 unique mitigation measures for the project. There's 81 total, so some of those mitigation measures are referring to other mitigation measures. In 2016, there was an alternatives analysis for the EIR. There were 6 project alternatives evaluated: the no project, no development, the Squaw Valley General Plan and Land Use Ordinance development alternatives, so basically existing conditions or existing regulations. There's a reduced density alternative. There's an alternative that include widening of Olympic Valley Road, as well as preservation of historical and wetland resource alternative, and finally an alternative water tank location. The reduced density alternative was determined to be the environmentally superior alternative. It would reduce or avoid impacts in many of the resource areas shown on the screen. I do think this graphic can be a little misleading. The role of CEQA is to focus on reducing the project's significant impacts. However, the reduced density alternative was the environmentally superior alternative. It doesn't meet some of the project objectives, and it has some real questions in terms of financial feasibility. But those were the alternatives evaluated in 2016. And so now transitioning to the 2022 partially revised draft EIR, the county has worked with the environmental consultant. Ascent Environmental also worked with Alterra Mountain Company. They are the owner and developer of Palisades Tahoe Resort, to prepare this partially revised EIR to, again, specifically address the potential impacts identified by the court ruling. The draft revised EIR was published on November 30th, 2022. There was a 60-day comment period that ran through the end of January in 2023. The partially revised draft EIR has consistent chapter and section numbering along with the 2016 EIR. This includes supplemental analysis in the areas that the court said were previously inadequate. So the revisions in Chapter 9, Transportation and Circulation, those really focus on that transit mitigation measure and providing those details to reduce impacts related to transit. The changes to Chapter 10 includes an analysis of the potential effects of vehicle mile traveled on the Lake Tahoe Basin's air quality. Revisions in Chapter 11 include an expanded discussion of thresholds of significance used for assessing noise impacts, potential construction noise impacts, and the totality of the sensitive noise receptors that may be affected by construction activities. Chapter 13 revisions focus on potential effects of increased VMT, vehicle mile traveled, on Lake Tahoe water quality and water clarity. And finally, revisions to Chapter 15, hazardous materials and hazards. It's an expanded analysis of the project's potential impacts related to emergency evacuation, including estimated times, availability of emergency responders to provide traffic control at key intersections. So the partially revised, as the name implies, it's not a complete reprinting of the 2016 EIR. It does include sufficient information and addresses the issue as identified in the court ruling, and provides enough background and context for the lay reader to understand the analysis. The Planning Commission held a public hearing for the to receive comments on the partially revised draft on January 19th, 2023. 2,718 comments were received during the public comment period. Responses to all the comments received on the partially revised draft EIR have been prepared and included in the partially revised final EIR that was published and is available on the county's website. It was published last Friday, August 9th. There are a couple things I want to discuss in terms of anticipated questions, and one of these is a legal principle called res judicata. This is a Latin term. It translates to a matter judged. And so based on CEQA and legal requirements, the county does not need to address comments on issues that were covered in the 2016 draft and final EIR and that were not overturned by the court. An exception to that is if there is a significant effect. And so this other term that I'm mentioning, or that I'd like to just kind of highlight because it's mentioned commonly throughout and have a common understanding, is again this significant effect. And as CEQA defines it, this is a substantial or potentially substantial adverse change in the area of physical conditions within the area affected by the project. So those are just a couple of terms that I wanted to go over. Let's see. Chapter 2 of the partially revised final EIR includes modifications to mitigation measures. Modifications to mitigation measures 9-4 and 18-22. This involves that lengthening of that turn pocket on Highway 89. The mitigation measure 7-3 is to ensure that all biological species and such, any unsurveyed areas along that where that roadway needs to be improved, get surveyed. Revisions to mitigation measure 10-2, there's more stringent air quality standards, and so this incorporates the more stringent air quality standards. Revisions to mitigation measures 11-1A and B. This incorporates some suggested comments that we received from the public on the draft. It includes some supplemental information and exhibits that graphically depict areas greater than distances at 50 feet that would be impacted by construction noise. And mitigation measure 11-1C is a new mitigation measure that would allow the applicant to prepare a pre-construction acoustical study, a noise study, to demonstrate compliance. Chapter 3 of the partially revised final EIR includes comments and those responses to comments. Where the county has received numerous similar comments in the draft partially revised EIR, we've prepared master responses. You've heard me mention that term master responses several times in this presentation. So these master responses address really the variety of issues raised in the comments. There are 16 master responses. So if you have questions on these specific areas, I'd encourage you to look at those. That is the formal response on the county on these issues. But there's master responses on air quality, changes in residential patterns, change conditions, climate change, construction noise, cumulative impacts, impacts to the Tahoe Basin, document recirculation, res judicata, traffic congestion, transit, TRPA thresholds, VMT analysis, water supply as a change condition, wildfire evacuation, wildfire risk as a change condition. So again, as you know, many of those topics can include a variety of issues. For the comprehensive response, the county's master responses, as well as all the individual responses to individuals, as well as agencies and organizations, are included in Chapter 3 of the partially revised final. To strengthen the planning process, there is a development agreement. This does provide some benefits to the applicant in terms of an extended time frame of approval. The development agreement is a 20-year term with 2 5-year extensions, so it allows basically a 30-year approval. But there are a number of benefits in terms of the county. The county can, in fact, request things that are maybe beyond the impact, so things that are above and beyond. And so this is the same project as it was in 2016, except for the name change to Palisades Tahoe. The building locations, the density, the development standards, the design guidelines haven't changed. Implementation is still estimated to take 25 years to build out. The capacity, the specific plan is still the same as in 2016. So, there have been some changes in circumstances, like I'm sure you're going to discuss. And so while it is the same project, there are some differences in the terms and the conditions of the development agreement. And I apologize, I know you don't have the final development agreement in front of you today. It will be part of the Planning Commission staff report packet, but they are basically finalizing the negotiations at this point. But these are the key provisions in the development agreement. This is kind of, I think some of those change conditions are reflected in this, but it does really focus on workforce housing and housing contributions. There's other funding for environmentally beneficial projects in the Placer County portion of the basin, as well as in Olympic Valley. Again, there's focus on the new West Valley Fire Station, all the components involved in the Washoe Creek restoration, the timing and triggers, all these things for the park and recreation improvements, as well as some incentives for Mountain Adventure Camp, and pretty substantial transportation and transit funding that is, again, intended to reduce vehicle mile travel impacts within Placer County. And so, I again apologize that you don't have the final DA. Where we could benefit from your feedback is if there are things that you would like to see addressed in the DA that maybe aren't shown on that screen. You can tell us what are those important things that you want to see looked at. But again, it's close to being wrapped up. It will be available for the Planning Commission, but it is not in a complete state today. I'm just going to conclude with the general plan and Squaw Valley general plan and land use ordinance consistency. The Squaw Valley general plan and land use ordinance from 1983. It does serve as the guiding land use document. Its vision and purpose is to ensure that Squaw Valley is developed into a top-tier year-round destination resort without adversely affecting or impacting the unique aesthetic and environmental. I think I missed this letter there. Assets. I think it's assets or something along those lines of Squaw Valley. That wasn't intentional. Similarly, the county-wide general plan and housing element also includes a number of land use, infrastructure, workforce housing, recreation and conservation goals and policies that support compact, transit-oriented environmental redevelopment and efficient use of land and protection of natural resources. A core concept in the Squaw Valley General Plan is this village at the west end of the valley, and really an effort to concentrate these commercial activities and overnight guest lodging and resort land uses in an active resort atmosphere to draw year-round visitors. This would be a logical expansion of the existing village, and it would reduce pressure on areas' existing residential neighborhoods that are frequently used for short-term rentals. The Squaw Valley General Plan and Land Use Ordinance encourages further ski resort development. There's a goal of developing, again, this destination resort with a range and mix of resort residential unit types and expanded all-season recreation facilities. Again, the project will either construct or convert workforce housing for 386 employees concurrent with the first phase of development. There's additional commercial development that will facilitate economic activity to stay within Olympic Valley and provide a more sustainable recreation-based economy. The project will affect arrival patterns to try and spread out that concentration of arrival and departures at peak times. Again, as it relates to the transportation challenges, there are capital improvements, there's transit, there's significant funding to reduce VMT within the Placer County portion of the basin, and it includes enforceable and adaptive transportation and parking management. It will exceed the resort day skier parking capacity called for in the Squaw Valley General Plan throughout all phases of development. It does include construction of the West Valley Fire Station, including, again, 24-hour staffing and equipment. as well as comprehensive stream evaluation. So this is a focused and achievable plan. It does include catalyst elements, implementation of all mitigation measures to lessen the short-term and long-term impacts to enable creation of a destination resort consistent with the Placer County General Plan and the Squaw Valley General Plan. I don't have a slide on public engagement, but it's worth mentioning there's been extensive public engagement. I know that there's probably many here that feel that your voices aren't being heard, but you know, for the past dozen years or more, this project has been before the MACs, has been before the communities. There's been significant engagement with the service providers. Admittedly, much more of that somewhat in the 2016 timeframe leading up to the initial approval. But there has been significant public engagement and agency coordination. That concludes staff's presentation. This is an action item. We request the Olympic Valley MAC make a recommendation to the Planning Commission on the proposed Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan. Others have mentioned that this isn't the last opportunity for comment. There are upcoming meetings with the Planning Commission on September 5th at 10 a.m. at the North Lake Tahoe Event Center, and the Board of Supervisors will be later that year. Again, the project website is up on the screen there. Maybe just easiest to Google Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, MAC members. Thank you, members of the public. That's our presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, Stephanie, how many people want to talk?
So, I have about 19 cards so far, and we're just going to call names. I'm going to walk around and you can get your name on a card and you'd like to speak. You know, raise your hand and I'll pass you the card.
So we're going to start right in with public comment. Your names will be read by someone. Huh? Yeah. I indicated that you will go first. And if you have not signed a card, please raise your hand and Stephanie will come by and give you a card and you'll be slotted in at the end.
Oh.
Okay.
Pass that now.
Nicole?
I think so.
Nicole Miller,
Speak from the floor?
you're going to go first as a member of the public.
Oh, yeah.
And then getting in line behind Nicole will be Kathleen.
Hold on one moment, everyone. Okay, Nicole's going to go first, and we're going to read 3 names at a time so we help you get prepared when you're going to go.
After Nicole will be Kathleen Cohen, and then Ed Hendenveld.
Are we? Me. Are we good to go?
Yes.
Okay.
Hang on, Nicole.
Oh.
This is going to go fast.
Does everyone understand the process? We're going to call 3 names at a time. Okay, Nicole, it's all you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nicole Miller. I'm speaking as a member of the public because unfortunately I have to leave the meeting before I'll get a chance to speak as a NITRAC member. So just wanted to bring up a couple of points related to the issues that were identified in the rescinded EIR. The first one relating to wildfire risk and evacuation. There's no recognition in the updated EIR or any response to comments about CAL FIRE's subdivision review program, which was started in 2018. So it wouldn't have existed when the original EIR was put out. But this subdivision review program was established in 2018, and CAL FIRE reviews all subdivisions that are in high fire risk areas in California. In their review of Olympic Valley, the report is available online on the CAL FIRE Subdivision Review Program. The report was completed in 2022 for Olympic Valley, and it states that there is insufficient evacuation for the Olympic Valley subdivision, and then it makes recommendations for how to improve wildfire evacuation options, and the number one recommendation is to create a secondary access route to the subdivision, and this is coming from CAL FIRE. None of this is acknowledged in any of the EIR documents or by the county, and so I would request that that report be reviewed and additional response and solution added for that report from CAL FIRE. And then the other pieces that I wanted to touch on related to transportation. I know that a lot of the mitigation measures point out increased funding or increased services as a solution to transportation issues. Unfortunately, what we're seeing today is that it doesn't matter how much money you have available if you can't hire drivers. We can't hire drivers. The county continues to have open bus driver positions available, so despite there being funding to pay bus drivers, we're not able to hire those positions. Oftentimes, the lack of ability to hire positions is due to a lack of affordable housing. So we can throw money at a problem all day, but if we can't actually fill the staffing positions to create the, or to mitigate the problem and to actually address and come up with a solution, money is not going to solve the issue. Same thing with fire mitigation. So you can create a new fire station on the west end of the valley, but you need to be able to staff it. So you can put funding available for staffing positions, but if you aren't able to fill those staffing positions, it's not going to solve the problem. In this area, we all know that staffing shortages are often related to affordable housing shortages. Same problem exists there. We can throw money into an affordable housing fund, but we aren't building enough affordable housing. So this project is building less workforce housing than it is creating new jobs just for the actual village-specific plan. That's not including all of these other ancillary increased staffing pieces that are also gonna need additional funding. So I would just ask the committee to, the OVMAC, Planning Commission, and Board of Supervisors to recognize that throwing money at the problem doesn't solve it. We need to actually build housing somehow, which isn't happening right now. Thank you.
Next person?
Hi, my name is Kathleen. 1,500 bedrooms. Just like this room, this valley is full. I've lived in this valley for 29 years, and I literally cannot leave my home on a weekend before 1 p.m. because I can't get back. You're allowing this one business, Palisades Tahoe, to completely obstruct the region and other businesses and residents, and this development exacerbates that impact. Surely you're aware, all of you, that there are 3 water parks within an hour of here, two in Reno and 1 in Rockland. If you want to go to a water park so bad, it's there. There are climbing gyms in Truckee. You're making a multi-generational decision that can't be undone to obscure a natural environment and beautiful mountain for people who don't live here by building a water park. This isn't about not having enough to do. This is about making more money for a business based in Denver. I don't go to the ballpark and ask them to build me a ski mountain or a ski hill to ski on. If you want to go to a water park, don't come to a ski resort. There are several nearby. My home is near the east parcel. I'm an RN. The Placer County noise ordinance says that for commercial purposes, i.e. the shipping and receiving, you must give 200 feet for daytime noise abatement and 300 feet for nighttime noise abatement. And yet you approved 100 feet. These are my rights you're trampling on. So I get to listen to trucks 24/7 from my house. That's a significant effect. You're going to ruin my livelihood. You wrote these for all citizens, not just the big business. We who own homes here want the 300 feet that you wrote to protect all of us. enforce it. The next time you need a nurse, and I guarantee every single one of you will, I hope you think about me and the other regular people who are trying to live and work in this community. We deserve better.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ed. Ed, you're next. Sarah Lois, please line up behind Ed. Wayne Nader, please line up behind Sarah.
Speaker, can you see the lights on the?
Yes.
So when that turns red, that's 2 minutes, okay?
It goes automatically?
I'm going to start it right now.
My 2 cents in 2 minutes. I'm Ed Henneveld. I'm a full-time resident of the Valley for over 45 years. The municipal advisory councils are meant to reflect community opinion on proposed projects. So what does this proposal offer the community? After reviewing 2,600 negative comment letters, I contend there's very little benefit and a lot of unacceptable risk. I contend that this VSP was too big and too impactful in 2016, and it's even more dangerous now. Reducing the size of the project reduces all impacts almost completely. I agree with this suggestion that you'll hear later about the Friends of Olympic Valley finding and creating a document that shows a financially viable reduced size alternative. So I ask you to consider smaller options than what's being presented. Our previous supervisor, Jennifer Montgomery, advised me not to say just no, but to share what is acceptable. I would advocate for building in phases, which include benchmarks along the way. There needs to be a more robust mitigation and monitoring beyond build-out, including citizen oversight. Most importantly, and to me personally, and arguably the biggest threat is that this developer hasn't provided more specificity on what is planned for their water park, which pretends to threaten the very ethos of the valley. There's a big difference between a recreational facility accommodating their village guests, as they say, who need something to do, and a huge water park hoping for international appeal. Our community deserves to have this uncertainty and this undeclared intent clarified before granting any entitlements. I have no confidence in the subsequent approval process to somehow find the right balance with this developer's overreach. Years ago, famed attorney for the environment, Michael Remy, who now actually his company, his office is representing the village folks. He said, once the camel's nose is in the tent, you know what will follow. This particular proposal needs to be denied as it has too many impacts and threatens what I call the essence of, pardon my use of this word, the essence of squaw. Keep it true, please vote no.
After Sarah will be Wayne Nader, Bob Barnett, and Tom Morse.
Testing. Hi. Real short, so I'm not sure this is going to reach. For reference, hi, my name is Sarah Lawis. I'm a longtime local here. I moved here from Chamonix, France. Before that, in my youth, lived just outside Aspen, Colorado, where I went to school. And back then, you could ski as a student at Aspen Highlands for $5, to give you a reference of my age. Point being is that I have lived in all kinds of high-end Destiny resorts, and none of them have anything like water parks. Everywhere I've lived my entire life, I grew up actually in Vermont. And all the resorts I've ever lived in my life have managed to maintain the beauty and the nature while still accommodating tourism. One thing that strikes me about this particular plan, as much as all the studies are very detailed, it never seems to consider all the impact from all the neighborhood plans that are going on or in different phases, one of which just across the street from here is Granite View Condominium Complex. I don't know if people have been following that, but that impact, added to the impact we're discussing here, is cumulative, as well as the boat works in Tahoe City, the EVO campus coming up, Tahoe City Lodge, Dollar Creek Crossing. There's all kinds of developments in the local area, which they ski here. So all of the impacts don't seem to be put together cumulatively as far as I ever see on discussions of things like traffic and so forth. More importantly, I'm also a nurse. I am a trauma nurse in Renown, the local regional trauma hospital in Reno. All of these projects that I just mentioned never seem to address the infrastructure of our healthcare system. All of that funnels to Reno. We get Mammoth, Bishop, Susanville, halfway to Utah, all funnels into Reno, which is also growing. So again, the water park, this indoor skydiving, what? When they crash from that, they're going to end up in our beds in Reno, and we can't even accommodate the Nevada residents. Thank you, I got to wrap up.
MAC members, I am Wayne Nader. I'm a candidate for Placer County Supervisor. But in 2016, I was on the Planning Commission. At the time, I spent a significant amount of time with the staff on this project, also reading the reports and the EIR. I met with the applicant multiple times, as well as those who were against the project. I ultimately ended up voting against the project because I felt at the time that the evidence was very clear that it was wrong for the valley. The issues I had 8 years ago are still here. The structural mass is out of scale for the valley. The water park would be nearly 10 stories high, an edifice that would leave a visual scar on the valley. My biggest concern was fire risk. Thursday's presentation, I lost count how many times shelter in place was mentioned. I have a fire background, and shelter in place is considered the last option during a fire event because it holds the greatest risk due to the unknown implications of fire behavior in an incident. Olympic Valley is a bowl, so a major fire event would likely have a significant amount of smoke settling in the valley, creating a respiratory challenge for those who remain. Building codes require multiple egress points in a home so that escape from a fire is probable. In the Olympic Valley, there is only one viable exit point, which is counter to emergency protocols. In 2016, the numbers for the reduced density alternative were manipulated in such a way to make the preferred project appeal more viable. A fair, independent evaluation showed that that was actually not the case. For multiple reasons, the RSA is notably better on the valley, and I'll wrap that up quickly. Conditions have changed dramatically in 2016. Excessive population growth in both Reno and Sacramento have allowed more day trippers to access the Tahoe region, resulting in notable increase in traffic on very limited roadways. There are now 3,400 short-term rentals in the area that generate more more visits to the area. Fire behavior has gotten much more extreme, as seen in the Camp Dixie and recent campfires. This calls out rather loudly that a complete rewrite of the EIR is warranted. It was wrong in 2016, and it is wrong in 2024. Thank you.
Okay, Bob Barnett, Tom Moores, and Fred Ilfeld.
Thank you. My name is Bob Barnett. I'm a resident of this gloriously beautiful valley long-term, and I'm a member of a group called Friends of Olympic Valley. I'm going to give you the big picture because we only have a short time. So we've studied the EIR, the REIR, the impacts, the mitigation of the unavoidable impacts, and concluded that the full specific plan proposed and those impacts overpower our natural environment here. And we recommend that that plan be rejected, and instead we advocate for a reduced density alternative plan. We have submitted that as a white paper. I won't go into the details on that right now. What am I talking about? To give you the big picture, it's like 600 beds versus 1,500 beds. And that doesn't include employee housing, which we think should be increased. The emphasis needs to be on sustainability. There is historic precedent for our reduced density alternative proposal. IntraWest, the first developer of this land, had a development land which was approved for this existing village, but it was never built out. That unbuilt portion is similar in size to our reduced density alternative. So that size project, which was approved by the community and the Board of Supervisors at that time, I believe fits our vision for the balance between the natural and the built environment. In summary, I want to say that a reduced density alternative gives Alterra a world-class resort, but compatible with a world-class natural environment. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tom Moores. I am with Sierra Watch and the campaign to keep Tahoe Truckee true. I want to thank you for being here today, and thanks to all the people who have turned out for Tahoe, because I'm sure we'd rather spend a beautiful day like this at an indoor water park, scratch that, in the great outdoors. So thanks for coming today. And some of us were here 8 years ago when this body recommended that Placer County deny the project as submitted and stated that you would seriously consider a proposal at around 50% of the current size if the county redid their analysis to address the council's concerns. Well, since then, some things have changed, others haven't. Place names have changed. County leadership has changed. Private equity ownership and leadership on the mountain has changed. Some things have gotten worse. Traffic on a powder day, the availability of workforce housing every day. Lake Tahoe has lost clarity, fire danger, and our understanding of fire danger has increased. And this valley has lost some true heroes. I cannot stand here today and not think about, not be inspired by the memory of stalwarts like Dave Brew and Rob Gaffney. Our shared commitment to this place, which they gave voice to, that's grown. And it's reflected in the thousands of comment letters that the county received last year, and you can see it in the faces here today. Of course, the one thing that has remained unchanged, fixed in place, is Alterra's proposed development. Their 10-year-old plan to remake this region with development of a size, scale, and scope that does not fit in this valley and that this valley cannot hold and that North Tahoe has never seen. The same reasons that applied 8 years ago when you made your decision apply now. Those reasons remain. So we ask you, once again, to please recommend that the county deny this proposal and instead pursue a collaborative planning process that is worthy of this place, honors mountain culture, and keeps Tahoe Truckee true. Thank you.
Okay. Fred Ilfeld, Jerry Reeson, I'm sorry if I say your name incorrectly, and Joe Smith after that.
Hello, my name is Fred Ilfeld. I'm a full-time resident and a member of the Friends of Olympic Valley. Hopefully you on the MAC have reviewed the materials we gave you about the need for the applicant to redo the CEQA reduced density alternative plan for the village, which was incorrectly constructed and burdened with excessive costs, causing it to not be financially viable. CEQA required the applicant to submit an economic analysis of a smaller alternative village, but their plan did not achieve the desired 12 to 15% internal rate of return to make it economically feasible. Their CEQA plan of a smaller expansion was badly envisioned because the infrastructure costs were almost the same as if the entire village were built. It simply eliminated buildings while maintaining the geographic footprint of the larger village. Also, it included the $94 million cost of the parking structure, which we can show is unnecessary. A smaller village plan, including the east parcel with employee housing, loading dock, and market, can have a much lower cost structure and achieve the applicant's desired rate of return by first eliminating expensive parking structures and using surface parking to meet the required capacity, and second, repositioning all buildings to be within the village core to conserve space for more surface parking. We ask you, the MAC, to deny the village plan and recommend the supervisors require the applicant to redo the CEQA alternative economic analysis, including a carefully thought out, cost-efficient, reduced size alternative that is supplied by the community.
Jerry Riesse, thanks, Jerry. Behind you is Joe Smith and Howland Rudolph.
Good morning. I'm Jerry Reeson. I have a home here in Olympic Valley, and I would echo Mr. Stepner's comment. I don't get the rush. I don't understand it at all. A week to provide comments is silly, and it doesn't allow us an opportunity to truly participate. I would note that which has already been said, the water park is a joke and should be dramatically downsized and at least put somewhere where it's not obstructing our use of this and enjoyment of this valley. I would also note that I noted a number of years ago that a shadow study, which is easily done with Google Earth, would note that the buildings proposed are going to cast a frigid shadow on much of the village, which is supposedly not allowed. So I completely echo the comments of a reduced size village, and I believe that's the way forward. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joe Smith. I'm a 20-year resident of Truckee. In my career, I was a clinician for 40 years. I also developed 14 hospitals in 7 states, working as a senior developer in a corporation much larger than Altera. I had to go to planning commissions just like this. I had to go to local community groups just like this. I would have never recommended to my board of directors proceeding forward with this much resistance. You really have to think about, there seems to be a complete lack of integrity. You have a corporation that doesn't live here, doesn't represent the voice of this valley and the environment here. If you look at the nature of disease, it's caused by stress. If you're not able to adapt to the stress, the patient, the body dies. We're at a time right now, a tipping point with our species. This is a microcosm of that. Just think about it. Where are we going to be in 10 or 15, 20 years if something like this goes through here? I think everybody knows the answer to that. Anybody can Google also. My son's the captain of the fire department. Ask him, he's been on all these big fires in California, where basically it burns, the wildland fires, 1 acre per second, because the embers are cascaded because of the fire tornado. You cannot outdrive them. You have to have early evacuation. Sheltering in place is a death sentence. Reject this project.
Okay, Holland Rudolph, Chris Baker, Jeannie Henderson.
My name is Holland Rudolph, and my background is in aquatic ecology. I was born and raised in Truckee and have lived here most of my life. I worked for Alpine Meadows just shy of a decade before the merger with Squaw Valley and after. I've watched the Tahoe Basin change substantially, but this project promotes irresponsible growth. I urge Placer County to reject Altera's EIR. When this EIR was written, California had not been in a 3-year drought, no Icon passes were sold, COVID hadn't changed how many people worked remote. This plan is unchanged from when it had been rejected earlier this year and in 2016, and it is irresponsible to accept this plan. I urge Placer County to reject this plan due to its overuse of out-of-date models and data from 2016. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on a project that will impact generations.
Hello, I'm Chris Baker. I've been skiing here since the 83-84 season, and I've seen a significant impact from the Icon Pass. And like, they don't have a weekday Icon Pass. Like, I think if there's a weekday Icon Pass about $200-300 lower than the price of the base pass, that it would solve a lot of the traffic issues that we have on Saturday and Sunday if it was just like a Monday through Friday pass. Because like Altera, also, they haven't maintained the valley very well. Like, you can see like the parking lot outside's crumbling. High camp that I used to go to as a kid, like that area, like the ice skating ring, like is like completely in crumbles and shatters. Like, Altera just hasn't done a great job of maintenance. So maintenance would be like a really big concern of mine with like this project, given their history of not maintaining the valley very well. Like, I would like to see like the pickleball courts like resurfaced and like put some money into areas and projects into the valley that like that a lot of people here would really like to see and hear. I would like. All right, that's my done.
Hi, my name is Jenny Henderson. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have been an employee of Palisades Tahoe for 4 years, and I went to the employee meeting on Thursday that they sent us all an email to have with Dee and the other senior leadership team. And I went, I said, let me back up. I've been an employee for 4 years, but I've for much longer been a supporter of Sierra Watch. But I went to this employee meeting to hear what they had to say with an open mind and an open heart, because I'm a firm believer that if I get new information that contradicts what I previously thought, I'm allowed to change what I think if it makes sense. And I went in, and their first thing out of the gate was talking about this workforce housing. We're going to build 300 new beds for employees, which we all know is a huge crisis in this area. People constantly struggle to find secure housing. And so I left there slightly softened and thinking, okay, this is cool. So instead of looking at the website that Palisades Tahoe neatly packages the information and spoon feeds it to you with a little bow on it, I went and got into the weeds of the document myself. And in the section 3.1.4 of the master response on residential patterns as a changed condition, it talks in there about these new 300 beds that will be built. But in order for that to be done, 99 existing beds that are already currently here are going to be removed and not replaced. And the 300 beds that are being built are not actually for existing employees that are already here struggling with housing insecurity. They're actually to meet the requirement by Placer County to house 50% of their project workforce. So if you take those 300 new beds that are going to be built and subtract the 99 existing that they're going to take, that leaves 201 when they're required to provide at least 287 is the number that is 50% of the 574 full-time project employees they project to have. So that doesn't even cover, they're actually, there's less beds than there would be before. So I feel misled is the nicest way I can put it. And you don't mislead or lie to people unless you have something to hide. Please deny this.
Okay. Chase Schweitzer, Chase, sorry if I'm getting your name incorrect, Sophia Heinrichser, and Gavin Feiger are all up next. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Chase Schweitzer. Thank you, OVMAC. Thank you, NITRAC. Some 10 plus years ago, I stood in front of the MAC as a private citizen to remind everyone of the scope of this project in terms of timeline specifically. It was stated that this proposal was for then 25, 30 years of development in the valley. As a much younger man, I said I would be in my 60s when this project was allegedly finished. Now, as a private citizen, and to come to remind you that I'll be in my 70s, possibly 80s, when this project would be completed. I don't know where all of you will be in 30 years, 25 years, but it's a good reminder. Obviously, this begs the question on the appropriateness of the size of the proposal with ever-changing uncertainty around water supply, fire danger, traffic, Lake Tahoe's health. But my biggest concern is more specific. Where will the accountability be in 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years from now? Someone mentioned maintenance. Where will the accountability be when Alterra and their parent company sell off the entitled parcels piecemeal to the highest bidder, as has been admitted in the past? Perhaps this project is too large for us to consider in good faith for future generations. 30 plus years of real estate transactions, surveying, construction, noise, and development. I ask the MAC to recommend denial and direct the county to tell the project proponent to go back to the drawing board, sit down with community partners, including Sierra Watch, to hash out a project that benefits more than just private equity partners in Denver. Thank you.
Sophia, Gavin, and then Toby Tyler.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sophia Heydrich, and I am the Advocacy Director for Mountain Area Preservation. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and speak with you about this project. We did submit a comment letter yesterday. I hope you have been able to review it. We are living in the reality of hotter, more intense, less predictable wildfires. Earlier this week, I read an article in the Reno Gazette-Journal about the couple who lost their home in Verdi less than a week ago due to fire. The article said that the home was built with the latest and very best in materials to defend against fire, including concrete walls and a fire-resistant roof. The owner of the home thought that it would be a refuge for firefighters battling the blaze. The house even had a reinforced concrete wine cave that would serve as a shelter. The owner almost stayed and sheltered in place, but fortunately her son convinced her to leave, and thank God that he did. That fire-safe wine cave burned and collapsed. I tell you this story to highlight the fact that, as Wayne Nader mentioned, sheltering in place is a last resort. It is not a relied upon strategy. With this massive proposal and potential evacuation times, I get it, worst case scenario, but potential evacuation times in excess of 11 hours to travel 3 miles to Highway 89, sheltering in place could be a death sentence. It certainly is a game of chance. When I was thinking about what to comment on today, I kept coming back to the fact that there was a huge opportunity here. When the courts ruled against the environmental document and Placer County rescinded the project, Alterra and Placer County had the opportunity to go back to the community, to work with community members, to work with neighbors, to come up with a plan that does meet Alterra's goals, but also meets the community needs and respects the environment. Instead, they opted to move forward with the same stale proposal that relies on the same stale data. And I also think that this was a missed opportunity for Placer County. I understand that it's the county's job to process applications, but it is also the county's job to guide developers in the right direction. Indeed, it would save everyone a lot of time and money if this happened. This project is too big, its impacts are too great, it will worsen impacts on the housing crisis, as has already been talked about. I'm not saying that there's no opportunity for redevelopment, but this is not the right approach. Please recommend denial.
Good morning. Good morning. Gavin Feiger. I work at the League of Save Lake Tahoe as our policy director. I'd like to start, well, thank you for your service. I really do appreciate it. I know you guys are in a tough position. Thank you. I'd like to start out by saying me too to Ed, Bob, Tom, others that have spoken on alternatives. The League of Save Lake Tahoe, better known as Keep Tahoe Blue, we've met with Alterra many times. We offered many solutions, and here we are. Supervisor Gustafson started off this meeting by saying to keep an open mind, to be curious. I'm super curious. I'm curious why we're here again today. I'm curious why we're here for the 3rd time in a decade looking at this same project. There have been some changes. The name has changed, Palisades Tahoe. They say there's no impacts to Tahoe. They're clearly trying to bring people to Tahoe. There's no question about that. Their environmental analysis says the same thing. They're dumping their problems on the lake. They're dumping their problems on us, on you, and they're asking us to provide the solutions. They're asking their guests to pay for extra fees. They're asking their guests to pay TOT, an overnight fee. They're asking Caltrans to build a new highway. All of this to mitigate impacts that they don't admit are even happening. So there's an opportunity here. The opportunity is to say no, is to direct Alterra to go back to the drawing board. I'd love to be proven wrong. I'd love to hear that Alterra is going to come back with a real proposal that's not just throwing money at something with no perceived or declared outcomes. What's $2 million going to do? It's a drop in the bucket. It won't even start to cover our current needs, our current issues, let alone the future needs 10 years, 20 years ahead of time. And these are permanent impacts we're talking about. In 25 years, once it's built, that's not the end of it. That's the start of it. So I'm going to ask you guys today to deny this, the OVMAC. We'll be in front of the Planning Commission doing the exact same thing. You have an opportunity to stand up for what you've been hearing. You stand up to support the lake, to support Tahoe, Truckee, and Keep Tahoe Blue. And I hope you take that opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna have, next is Toby Tyler, Bill Hudson, and Nick Mitchell.
Hello, my name is Toby Tyler, and I'm the vice chair of the Tahoe Area Group of the Sierra Club. We agree with all the opposition comments here. We are all fighting the pressure from those that see only dollar signs when they see these mountain vistas and environments we cherish, instead of the beauty and fragility of this special valley. This is an oversized, out-of-character development. Please deny this project. Asking the residents to shelter in place during a fire is morally corrupt. If it's not illegal, it should be. A roadway by roadway capacity study must be completed before this project is approved. Proposing a water park while climate change rages forward is a plan that borders on insanity. Please consider a rezoning plan that preserves more land in the valley so these development projects don't keep destroying this valley. Thank you.
5
Good day. My name's Bill Hudson. I'm a employee of Palisades Tahoe. I'm a board member of the Olympic Valley Public Service District. I won't be speaking for those entities today. I will say that this valley is so unbelievable. I believe that someone could be here for, I'm going to take a little bird walk here, 2-minute bird walk. Don't worry, Dave. It's so amazing. Someone can come here for 10 minutes and have the love for it that all of us have that live and recreate here. I think that is, it's an incredibly unique component of this valley, and I've been all over the world. This valley made me an environmentalist. I've been a resident here for 56 years. Wayne and Sandy Polson, I think, were our first environmentalists. People like Joan and Peter Clausen followed them up, and my mother, Sally Hudson. She was so pissed at Alex Cushing for the things that he did. Not necessarily the things he did the way he did them, but they had a conversation about it. There was thoughtful arguments. And there are many, many thoughtful arguments happening. And I'm really happy to see what's happened in the last 10 years. We've come to a better place. But the reason I'm speaking now and what really ticked me off was some of the comments and some of the rhetoric that's out there that there's going to be the highest water slide in the world, that there's going to be Las Vegas high-rise buildings. That's just not true. Make an argument, get the facts right, and let's have a conversation about it. This community deserves more than that parking lot out there. There's been a lot that's been done to get this plan in the right place. It's going to reduce traffic on those peak days. It is. It's going to help us to make trails, improve our environment, and it's going to support our workers and our economy. Thanks.
Okay, next up is Nick Mitchell, David Hopp, Kelly Shanley Thomas.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name's Nick Mitchell. I live in Tahoe City, and you can probably tell from my accent that I didn't grow up here. But I've lived here for 23 years, and I'm grateful and proud to call Tahoe my home. My comment is really a reflection on the gentleman's presentation. Who he represents, I still really don't know. I assume he's employed by some anonymous people who stand to make a lot of money from this development but have no connection to Tahoe. I think their absence speaks volumes. He didn't tell us how long the project would take, 15, 20, 25, 30 years. That's a whole generation of local children who will grow up with Olympic Valley being a construction site. And we have to question how more condos for tourists will benefit them. I think his presentation mainly highlighted that the project will put massive pressure on Olympic Valley and the Tahoe area, whether it's environmental impact, water use, fire evacuation times, or traffic. It seems to me that everything proposed is designed to fall just within whatever threshold the powers that be deem acceptable. But you don't have to live here to know that Tahoe Truckee is already at maximum pressure, even without this project. I ask you to consider whether more pressure on Tahoe Truckee is what we need. Thank you.
David Hopp, Kelly Shanley Thomas, and then Mark Calhoun.
Hi, my name is David Hopp, and there's one word for this project: greed. That's all it is. I don't see it serving anybody in a positive manner. The only people that are going to benefit are the corporation who's it's just, I look at things from a common sense perspective. You know, the vast amount of people that are going to use this are going to be from out of the area. I don't come to Squaw Valley once in the summertime. There's no reason to. It's a world-class ski area, but the crowds here and the drive to get here in the winter is ridiculous. The gentleman who made this presentation even said the traffic is going to get worse. We had that same discussion in Kings Beach, and we have worse traffic problems. Instead of leaving 1,500 vehicles per hour, we chose an option that had 850. Now we have to have people directing pedestrians to be able to cross the street, and we have traffic jams. We're going to have the same thing here. And I don't know about anybody else, but if the house is on fire, I'm getting the hell out. It's the same thing in the valley. You can't put that many people on the road. If you don't live here, you don't see the traffic issue in the wintertime. You can't get anywhere. It takes hours to get from here to Truckee. I've been coming opposite traffic, and it's backed up for miles. Not just a few miles, half a mile on Highway 80 going westbound. You can't get in here, you can't get out here. It's just not feasible. That we're even having a discussion about this is ludicrous. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Shanley Thomas. Good. Thanks so much. I was born at Tahoe Forest Hospital. I grew up on the river just outside of Olympic Valley. I was a Mighty Mite. I was a freestyle team member, graduated from North Tahoe. My mom, Barb Shanley, has lived here for 47 years. She married my dad at the top of High Camp in 1982 for about $2,000, $1,500, something like that. And we had my dad's memorial service at OVI in 2012. Suffice it to say, we are an Olympic Valley family, okay? I don't recognize this place anymore, and it really breaks my heart. And, you know, the gentleman pointed out that the zoning was approved in 1983. What did this place look like in 1983? I did a little Googling because I wasn't born yet. But a ticket price in 1979, at least, was $16 to go skiing here. And a ticket price now, even 2017, it was $124. And this season, it's $229 to $269. It's doubled in 7 years, okay? When I was a kid, if you were under 12, you could ski for $5. And if you were short and, you know, had your goggles on and a little older, you could get away with it. We all did it. Now, kids 12 and under, $160 to $188, okay? Minimum wage, 1983, $3.35. Minimum wage now, $16. I did inquire. I got married this summer. I inquired with High Camp about getting married. It was $40K just for the site, food, and beverage, nothing else, okay? The inflation of this place is pricing locals out. We can't play here anymore. Like, we live here too. It's not just about tourists and rich people with second homes. Like, we live here because we love it here and we want to stay here. And the water plan projects 25 years. How many people have lived here more than 25 years? How many people plan to live here for more than 25 years? Okay? Then what? Okay? Please deny this motion. Thank you for your time.
Okay. All right, next up, Mark Calhoun, Sid Cronin, Ellie Hyatt, and Rena I'm sorry, Rena.
My name is Mark Calhoun. I own Alice's Mountain Market here in the village, and I've owned grocery stores up here in Truckee, Tahoe City, and Tahoe Vista for 42 years. And I grew up here, 1956. My family came here and we owned River Ranch when it was called Deer Park Lodge. So Squaw Valley is precious to me. Every day I drive into the valley and I almost cry. I look at the colors in the meadow and I look at the mountain, and I just feel so privileged to be here. But I need to give you another perspective of what it is to work and live here in the valley. We need to have a viable economy, and the economy in the village is marginal, to say the least. We have a difficult time. That's why most of the businesses have been taken over by Palisades themselves, because individuals can't run those businesses because of the seasonality of the business. And 30 years ago, I sat on the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council for many years. I was a founding member of the Resort Association Board, and now I sit on the Squaw Valley MAC and on the Design and Review. And so I have a lot of impacts in the valley, and it's not an easy place to make a living. And 30 years ago, we decided we wanted to have, and it was a big argument at that time, to turn Squaw into a destination resort where people would come, because previous to that, if you think traffic's bad now, coming from the West Shore, where I lived in Tahoma at that time, and it would back up to Homewood. I mean, it was horrible. And the village got built, and it's gotten better as a result of having people live here in the valley. There's 300 rooms up here, and they all have kitchens, and they support my business during the season. But the off-season, it's very, very difficult to make ends meet, and it's the same for many other people that work and live here in the valley. So I want you to consider these other options, these other ideas too. I don't know the size of the village expansion, but I don't see anything honorable or great about 13.5 acres of asphalt. And so if we can do parking structures, if we can do something and make the valley a more beautiful place, I think we should consider it. Thank you for your time.
Sid?
Hello, my name is Sid Cronin. I've lived on Donner Summit for 25 years. I just returned from a 7-day backpack trip on the John Muir Trail, topped out on Mount Whitney. If anybody's having trouble in their lives, I highly recommend that. It cracked my heart right open. So coming back, I stopped at Mammoth Village to grab a cup of coffee. And at the head of that village, there's a huge development happening. Massive concrete buildings, big giant red cranes, flags, dust. And I said, oh my word, that's a microcosm of what they're planning for Palisades, Squaw Valley. And it broke my heart. And all I have to say is, this magnificent valley deserves better. This wonderful lake environment deserves better, and our magnificent Sierra Nevada deserves better. Thank you very much.
Ellie Hyatt. Ellie Hyatt. Here she comes. While we're waiting for her, Rena is next, and Mr. Chair, that's the conclusion. We have 2 more in the other room that we'll bring in here to give comment, and we have 10 online. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Ellie Hyatt. I lived in the valley from 1965 to 72, then moved to Truckee. I've been in Truckee 50 years. When I think about shelter in place as a last resort, I'd like to know what data has been used that people will survive if they shelter in place and the fire actually reaches them. Because this is the last resort that they're recommending. Also, if they do survive, the smoke inhalation, that will probably kill them. Because we have the mountains, with the valley in between and the mountains on both sides. We're talking about a water park. Obviously, children, lots of children, using a water park in a forest fire, trying to organize children. It would be total chaos to evacuate a water park filled with children. So please, I'm going to make it quick. I'd like to recommend a denial on this project. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Renya, and I'm joining you here today with a background of more than 15 years in urban planning, urban design, and master plans. So one thing that stood out to me in this presentation was that this plan is essentially designed today to resemble more of a Disneyland one-stop shop. But Tahoe region, as you all know, is neither a Disneyland nor a European ski town with excellent public transportation by train. People come here with their cars, and they roam around to enjoy some of the nature's attractions around the region. A plan with some more than 2,000 beds and a water park facility is going to cause far more trips than what is seen here generated today, which is taking the average 1 to 2 trips per person of a mixed-use development within a city. Altera's own employers in the past have quit their jobs here because the 3-hour trip to get to their work and come back from work has seemed more costly to them than their income. These are just some of the externalities I wanted to point out with a scale and project of this size. And of course, to talk a little bit about the water park facility, we are talking about a type of construction and infrastructure that is not retrofitted easily. With today's climate volatility, these water facilities will be ghost structures before this project is even complete in 25 to 30 years. Essentially, the mitigation of this project and its externalities are going to be subsidized by local residents of Tahoe and Truckee. Please deny this proposal until it's rethought and redesigned with respect to the local community and the landscape around us.
Okay, next up is Hiko Mueller and Greg Horvath.
Thank you. 2017, I moved from Germany to Glenshire. And I heard a lot of people that lived here for way longer, and I only can sympathize with everyone that feels losing their home. A water park next to one of the most beautiful lakes, just using the ears sounds quite silly. And the research you have done is focusing on the problem that you are facing for a long time, which is the traffic. So deny maybe most of the project, but solve the traffic problem with that. I'm not skiing in the wintertime. I'm driving to Auburn with my mountain bike. It's faster. And you haven't been on skis then yet when I'm back home after an hour ride in Auburn. So the summer serves as a relief from the high season in the winter, and I really appreciate that. I'm not talking to the thing between your ears because it hasn't been working. I'm assuming you assumed who would take care of the traffic too, and couldn't even done that well in your research. It's the CHP or the fire department in an emergency. So I haven't looked into the research, so I cannot speak too much to it. I only can speak now from my heart to your heart. it's not that the increase of visitation only creates more conflicts between visitors and locals. We only can imagine how frustrated it would get for more. So let me talk to your heart. And I'm going to go by that because I'm one of the last ones here. I believe we who live and work in the Sierra Nevada should serve as an example that show and teach how we can enjoy the greater Tahoe area with low impact to our nature, how to ski and climb with low impact to the mountains, how to hike and observe wildlife with low impact to the forest, and how to kayak or go fishing with low impact on the lakes and rivers, how to preserve the beauty, and let's not have John Muir rise up from the dead for such project. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Greg Horvath. Thank you for taking the time to hear all of us. I believe I'm the last speaker, so thank you. Oh, there are 10 more? Just kidding. They told me I was the last speaker. Alterra continues to erode its goodwill and trust with Tahoe and Truckee by repeatedly failing to address key community concerns in these types of development proposals. I will speak around transit and environmental impact. Employee housing has already been addressed multiple times. On transit, today's presentation addressed vehicle miles traveled and challenges around traffic. It glossed over critical details and provided simplistic, inadequate solutions to complex problems. Everyone in this room knows that at 9 a.m. on a Saturday in January, a lengthened left turn lane and improved stoplight timing is not going to solve the traffic challenge. Unspecified contributions to TART are also inadequate. If Alterra does not plan on meaningfully increasing vehicle miles traveled, why are they increasing guest capacity and expanding parking accommodations instead of building a transit or mobility hub? The plans and proposed solutions for traffic and transit are grossly inadequate. Environmental impact. Somehow, Alterra fails to understand that the economic value here in Tahoe is the natural resources. People come here for the lake, the streams, the snow, the forests, the trails. They do not come here for the bowling alleys, the water parks, and the convenient parking structures. And if you do not want people to call it a water park, then don't include a wave pool, water slides, waterfalls, and water skiing. This plan focuses on an expanded built environment. Its environmental impact is clear and concerning. Simply avoiding adversely impacting the environmental assets of the valley is not enough. Any proposal that Alterra might create should focus on the preservation and enhancement of local natural resources and helping people access and enjoy the natural beauty of this world-class destination. Alterra's failures in this project are numerous and have been detailed by most people speaking in this room. These failures reinforce the branding of decision makers of Alterra as out of touch and uncaring about the lands and communities which they are privileged to get to operate their businesses out of and adjacent to. Please reject this plan.
Okay, so now we are going to go to our online. I'm going to call your name online and allow you to start speaking. First up is Susan Lizagore. Susan, can you unmute your mic and begin speaking? Are we good?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Susan. Go ahead and start speaking.
Well, actually, I was going to pass, but I would like to say that I really appreciate that we heard from one of the the local owners of a business in the village. I think that is a voice that often goes unheard. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Heaven, please unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Hello, this is David Burke. I'm a resident of. Looks like you're done talking. I'm sorry. This is David Burke. I got unmute mic on my screen, so.
Sorry about that, David. I show you as Ingrid. Go ahead. I'm going to start you over.
Yeah, most people know me as Ingrid's husband. I've been a resident of the area since 1985. I'm currently living in Alpine Meadows. I'm an architect and studied urban design and sustainable design as a focus of my architectural education. And I would say that this project basically fails in both those areas. A tenet of urban design would be that a project like this would step down in scale as it meets the residential areas surrounding it. This project is proposing to step up in scale. The design guidelines and development standards which are proposed are completely unable to provide a quality project. If you look at one example, which is the building setback ratios of 0.8, which is meaning that as each foot that you go up, you have to step back 0.8 feet more, will create a place of poor outdoor areas, which is different from how the original village was designed. The design guidelines also don't provide for any sort of sustainable design aspect. There's nothing providing good passive solar or active solar or other items which would create a project which will address issues such as climate impacts. Sorry, I'm a little bit unable to finish on that as I became unprepared, but thank you for your time.
Jane? Jane Eagle? Go ahead and unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First, I would like to say that evacuation plans for this development in case of fire are non-existent. Shelter in place is also known as roast to death. I know people who sheltered in place during the Tubbs fire in Santa Rosa in 2017. Without exception, they all either have cancers or chronic respiratory illnesses. Well, the ones who survived. And the kind of smoke inhalation also causes strokes and heart attacks. And I know people who had strokes and heart attacks during those fires. So a good name for this development would be potential death trap. In terms of water, pumping groundwater out through wells for a water park will lower the water in the streams and sometimes dry them up. I live in an area right now where corporations pump the groundwater and our rivers are drying up. It's insane. So this is not really a good plan for a water park. Seems like almost every resident and local is opposed to this, so I don't know why this is even being considered by their supposed representatives. And Tahoe Basin needs a water park like a fish needs a bicycle. So if this development goes through, I think that the corporation should buy a bicycle for every fish in Tahoe and Olympic Valley. I'm done.
Thank you. Kevin, unmute your mic and begin speaking.
I did, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. I'm a seasonal part-time employee for the last 17 seasons, and I have no investment stake in Palisades Tahoe. I think Palisades Tahoe needs to be a year-round resort, much like Mont Tremblant, Whistler, Mammoth. In fact, I just got back from 4 days in Mammoth. It was absolutely wonderful. There's lots of places to stay, lots of restaurants, good transportation, and the perfect guest arrives at these places. They're families with kids, with 2 and 3 kids from Europe, Canada, and the United States. I've seen it in Whistler. I've seen it in Mont Tremblant. I do agree with the former comments of Bill Hudson and Mr. Calhoun of Alice's Market. We wouldn't tell Safeway and Truckee that it could only operate for 5 months a year. We would deny them their parking. We would deny them their ability to hire and retain employees. So Palisades Tahoe needs to operate year-round, 12 months. It's not just a 5-month ski and snowboard resort. The parking lot improvement really can't happen until the village happens, because we wouldn't go try to repave a portion of the parking lot and then tear it all up when we redo the village. So the other thing is employee housing, obviously needed, and that can't happen unless this plan goes through. So I'm in favor of it. I advise you to approve this project. And I think, yeah, that's about it. So thank you for letting me speak.
Michael, unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mike Carabetta. I'm a Friends of Olympic Valley and was one of the authors of the alternative plan that we submitted to the MAC. My background is I have several degrees in accounting and finance. One thing I'd like to point out to the MAC is that the parking garage that is included in the cost structure is called the day skier parking structure. It is not intended to be parking for the village. 2 points. One, it should have never been included in the cost calculation for the reduced density plan, as it has nothing to do with the village. It is actually a cost of the ski area, and the cost should be associated to the ski area. The second thing, in 2016, KSL argued that no revenue could be generated from parking, and therefore there's no revenue associated with the cost structure of the parking garage. We have obviously since seen that they are now charging for parking, and therefore that's another change that should be factored into the calculation of the reduced density plan. I would ask the MAC to deny the plan and ask that the county have a reduced density plan, alternative plan redone. Thank you.
Jennifer, unmute your mic and begin speaking. Jennifer Bloomfield.
Thank you. I will pass to the next speaker. I am a resident of Truckee. I love to ski. I live to ski. The plan should be denied, and the opportunity to approve an appropriate plan should be given. Thank you.
Jeffrey, please unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. My best to all present. I do not live in your area, but I have been visiting your area with my family and brothers for decades. We love to ride bikes in the Olympic Valley. One of the things I've noticed and I've been involved in is transportation. I spent 40 years with the state of California, cities and counties. What I am suggesting is a pay it forward. If anything like this is going to have an opportunity to proceed, and I'm not saying I'm in favor of it, then they're going to have to pay it forward on the train. I've heard all kinds of promises about, I've spoken to elected officials. The Amtrak train is only once a day, but the Capitol Corridor now is talking about putting a train all the way up into Nevada and back. Now, this is good. You could get up to 400 people on these trains. Subtract that by the number of cars. So rather than having this developer put in all kinds of parking, put the money in the train, put families on the train, use and expand the local transportation, the TART, and really put pressure on everybody to make this work. You know, when the military goes to war, and I've known a lot of generals and colonels in my life, they don't wait until they get personnel there. They put down the infrastructure, such as trains and transportation, before the project. So if I may emphasize, pay it forward. Have the developers and his stakeholders put money into transportation before the project proceeds. In my opinion, you can't land soldiers and guests when there's nowhere to go. Thank you.
Joshua?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, great. Hey, I'm Josh Taub, and I'm a full-time resident of Olympic Valley. Been here for about 4.5 years, living with my wife and 3 boys, and I've recently joined up with the Friends of Olympic Valley. In general, I'm supportive of development. I'm a big proponent of progress, and I'd love to eventually see our parking lots transformed to uses that better serve the community. That said, I firmly believe that the current proposal is simply too big. My biggest concerns are 1, evacuation in the event of wildfire, and 2, emergency vehicle access when traffic within the valley and into and out of the valley is increased. Palisades actually recently published a website to market their proposal to the public. And regarding wildfire, the website actually states that they're going to have mulch-proof shelter-in-place options from today. They'll provide within the village at Palisades Tahoe building with capacity for, and this is a quote, at a minimum, Valley at Palisades Tahoe property owners, guests, and employees. Well, what about the rest of Valley residents? These village residents will likely clog the roads, even if they have shelter-in-place options. And so, Palisades really should be required to establish evacuation shelter-in-place options for the rest of us, for the rest of the valley, because of the impact they're going to have on us. And regarding emergency access, this same website states the plan includes the activation of a new fire station west end of the valley to reduce the potential for traffic on Olympic Valley Road to influence emergency response times. To me, this reads as an admission that there is going to be and there are anticipated adverse impacts to emergency access. Well, what about the emergencies in the winter, in the summer, year-round, where people need to be transported out of the valley to Tahoe Forest or elsewhere? We really need an answer to this. So I urge the MAC to recommend denial of the current plan and urge the county to require Palisades to right-size their plan for our valley.
Maria Bautista, please unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Maria Batista, and I have owned a physical home in Olympic Valley for 15 years, but it will forever be my sole home. I just wanted to mention or point out in today's presentation materials, there was one slide that suggests that the development plan presented here is consistent, and it was the word consistent was used, with the Squaw Valley General Plan. And I'd like you just to note that the Squaw Valley General Plan dates to 1983. 1983 was 41 years ago. In the state of California, the state actually recommends that cities and counties update their general plans every 10 to maximum 20 years. And the state of California general plan guidelines define the general plan as more than, and this is in their introduction, more than the legal underpinnings for land use decisions. A general plan is a vision about how a community will grow, reflecting community priorities and values while shaping the future. I think we owe it to ourselves as residents, visitors, people who appreciate the valley to update the general plan before considering this or any development plan. A general plan, again, accurately reflects a community's priorities and values. And I think a 40-year-old plan is not something we should rely on. And we, again, I would urge you to consider updating the general plan before moving forward in considering any further development plans. Thank you.
Ross, unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Ross Werner. My wife and I have owned a home in Olympic Valley for nearly 30 years. That's before the existing village was announced. Our children learned to ski at Squaw. They still do. We spend time year round in Olympic Valley and the Tahoe area in general, hiking, enjoying the lake, Shirley Canyon, Truckee River, etc. I am not anti-development. I actually see some potential positives in additional development, such as increased workforce housing, though it needs to be more, and transit improvements. Our family saw the existing village developed, transforming acres of asphalt into an attractive place. We've also seen the restaurants and businesses in the village come and go. As Mr. Calhoun said, there needs to be a viable economy in the valley. But, and Unit was coming, I will keep my comments to the water park. In short, it's an abomination. The planning documents say the water park will require over 78 million gallons of water annually. So if you do the math, that's 240 acre feet of water, or nearly 2/3 of the projected annual increase in demand by the year 2040. That's more than additional housing, more than snowmaking, more than any other need. If you add to that the environmental impact of chlorinating and chemically treating that water and the CO2 emissions of heating it, it's an environmental disaster waiting to happen. Please, please vote no on the project as proposed. Thank you.
Catherine, unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, you're not Catherine.
I am not. I am Catherine's husband. My name is
Okay.
Andrew Hayes, and I am a resident of Olympic Valley. I think a quick trip around the basin today reveals nothing but broken promises. We can look at the Cal Neva, which still sits 15, 20 years later. We can look at how Tahoe City has been improved by an enormous vacant lot. All of these are the result of developers promising the world benefits for all, the community, jobs, the economy. I ask, how many times can Placer County have the wool pulled over their eyes? The valley is a jewel. It's an asset. And this project will define our future. It will define what our community looks like. And I look at this proposal and it's just plain tacky. It's like putting a McDonald's on Park Avenue. It just doesn't make sense. We've heard it this morning. We're going to hear it again and again. They will tell you it's just an ugly parking lot. But if you put something ugly on top of a parking lot, it's not guaranteed to be an improvement, but it is guaranteed to be what we are stuck with. I'm a full-time resident here, and every single time I come around the S-curve, I still can't believe I get the opportunity to live here. The majesty of the valley. This is our opportunity to make sure the projects we approve, the developments we approve, fit our values as a community. I ask the MAC committee to please deny this project. Thank you.
Catherine, I think it's you this time. Same. They had two online. Okay, Susan.
Suzanne Pecci. For the record, my name is Suzanne Pecci, and I'm a longtime property owner at Tahoe Vista, Lake Tahoe, since 1978. But I'm familiar with the lake since the early 60s when it was first being developed, Innisfree, and I sold lots in Glenshire. As a former teacher, I retired and came up to Squaw Valley area to ski. I was a cocktail waitress in the bar pen. In the bear pen, I was the teen center director in the early days in Tahoe City when Tahoe was small. I have been here long enough to remember when the TRPA was created. TRPA, which really all of us really respected, and an agency that's thought small and sustainable to retain the beauty of the lake of Lake Tahoe. This proposing a Dollywood at Tahoe, I have to agree, is a tacky suggestion. It seems to go against all of the principles that TRPA was created for, the environment, water clarity, purity, amount of water, just the sheer beauty of Lake Tahoe. And I guess just the sheer beauty of things just don't seem to be enough for people to come up to the lake and just bask in. I am a member of the State of California Drought Resiliency Task Force. I represent domestic well owners throughout the state of California, and I just think that it seems to be insane to think of pumping that many acre feet of groundwater for a water slide when so few of us have been working so hard to come up with a plan for drought resiliency for all of the areas in the state. I mean, for all users, for all beneficial users. And I can't believe that a water slide is a beneficial use for Lake Tahoe. I just, our home is a second home now. My fire insurance was recently canceled. I was lucky enough to get CAL FIRE, even though I have a fire hydrant right next to my home. And when I think of an evacuation plan right now, if we are up there, I know we won't be able to get out. I'm thinking of having to walk across the street and jump into the lake and stay there. And I'm just hoping that I can survive the temperatures, So this is something that just seems so out of scale, so out of character for such a pristine area. And I agree with all of the community members that have spoken about more community involvement. Your general plan is really out of date. The governor's office is updating guidelines this year, and they will include water supply. And I really like the suggestion. I think it's very appropriate that you update your general plan with public input before you
Suzanne?
even think about this. I thank you.
Thank you. Barry, go ahead and unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Goldsworthy. I moved here 5 years ago from Colorado to take care of my older brother, who's a longtime resident in Tahoe Donner. If anybody knows what's happening here in Tahoe Donner, this feels not unfamiliar as far as having a small group of people decide for a community what their amenities should be. I do believe that with a company like Alterra, we are not going to get off easily with this project going away. So I urge MAC to consider an alternative density plan as opposed to this huge project. I also agree that updating the general plan should be done before any development is considered. The fire evacuation plan is a joke, as has been repeated over and over and over. Just because you have a shelter in place, you cannot force people to shelter in place. And I've seen it happen in numerous fires in Colorado and now here. People want to get the heck out and you've got one road. Anyway, moving on. Collective impacts that haven't been considered. There's no sustainable design components. I want the MAC to note that these are all points that most speakers are concerned about. and you should be too. The idea of employee housing is a joke when you can't even staff. You expect 300 adults to live in dormitory style housing. That's insulting. The lack of infrastructure consideration beyond Olympic Valley Road. What about 89, 80, Donner Pass Road? These are already being proven by Alterra to not be handled well. The state of the parking lots shows that Alterra is holding this project hostage in order for things to be done in the future. And a 30-year plan, please. This valley will be ruined in 30 years if this project is forward. I urge MAC to consider an alternative density plan, to update their general plan, and to just say no to water parks. Thank you.
Tahoe Area ALS, you can unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Are you there, Trish?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Hi. My name is Trish. I run the Tahoe Area ALS MND Research Library. It's on Facebook, and I do research into cyanobacteria toxins and neurodegeneration, mainly ALS. And I tested the water and the scum in the Washishu Creek last fall. And in both instances, they were just simple grab samples. We did not run aerosols on those tests. And we did find antitoxin A, microcystin, and the deadly neurotoxin BMAA in that water. So if any of you are curious about our research, Tahoe Area ALS MND Research Library on Facebook. You know what? A lot of the people have already commented, and I'm not a fan of this plan, but my focus is really on water quality all over Tahoe. And so we found microcystin off the chart in our number 2 grab sample of 109.03. We found 2.14 of antitoxin A and 2.27 on BMAA. And then we found 2.15 of antitoxin and 8.18. And then off the charts on grab sample number 14 of 26.22 BMAA and 1.74 on antitoxin A. And then we also found 1.82 and 3.14. Some of those are high numbers and some of those are not, but they are of great concern, and nobody seems to be talking about Washishu Creek and what's in it and what those toxins can do to people. So, to be continued. Thank you very much.
David W., unmute your mic and begin speaking, please.
Hi, I'm a resident of Olympic Valley, and I have to say, I think that this project in its entirety, the developer is not operating in good faith here at all. Between wildfire hazards and this ridiculous idea of a water park, I mean, it's a complete joke. The residents here don't want this project. I would urge the MAC to reject it. I think that it's insulting to residents that this project has come back in basically its original form. Things have changed. You know, wildfires are cropping up all over the place. 89 is impacted on powder days, let alone, you know, wildfire days, the disaster that could ensue if you've got thousands of more people coming here. I just think that, you know, anyone who is doing their civil service, doing their due diligence on this project, it's just obvious. It's insulting to have this come back. Again, I think that it's also insulting that the folks sitting here representing Placer County have rubber stamped this, and they were sitting here having the same conversation over and over again. And so I would urge the MAC and the local residents to, you know, this is a call to arms for our community, and there's absolutely no way this project should move forward. 25 years of construction noise is another insult to people who live in this place. And it's great that the developers want to make a buck and they can go do that somewhere else. But there's no place for this project in Olympic Valley whatsoever. And anyone who's doing their job needs to reject this project out of hand. It doesn't belong here. It's unquestionable and unconscionable.
Catherine? Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. First, I'd like to thank the MAC and county staff for taking the time today. I am a board member of the Olympic Valley Public Service District. I'm a teacher at Sierra College, and I'm also a writer. But I'm here today as a member of the public, and I think most of the speakers today can agree with Bill Hudson that we deserve better than the parking lot, particularly considering its current condition. We deserve well-maintained trails, a wonderful pool, and world-class recreating. Surprisingly, we have all of that now. We have trails the ski area doesn't maintain. We have a pool at High Camp, one of the best pools in all of California, in my opinion, that they've chosen not to repair. And we have the best skiing in North America, and that, at least, they'll never be able to change. I am deeply and thoroughly in favor of responsible development, not just in our valley, but in Tahoe broadly. I think right-sized, community-minded development can enhance the natural beauty of our region, buoy our economy, and represent a win-win for all. However, the proposal applicant has shown an unwillingness to compromise in their vision at the expense of our region. And I think we all welcome change and development, but those initiatives must be made collaboratively with compromises from all sides. We welcome change and development, but not a mountain adventure center. We welcome more hotel beds, but not condos pressed up against the mouth of Shirley Canyon. We welcome diverse economic vibrancy, but not at the expense of our community character. Balancing both isn't impossible, but it won't happen with this project. And so I ask both the MAC and the county to decline this project and come back to the table with something we can be proud of, something we can really look forward to, and something this valley, our region, and our visitors deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you. For the record, that was Catherine Hoover Snoot for the secretary. John Morrison, please unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Hi, this is actually Jessica Lissagor, so just wanted to clarify that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I really appreciate hearing from all of the different sides and opinions on this. And I think one thing that concerns me is that we can get so focused on digging in our heels, which can be important, but just want to make sure that we also strive to focus on our collective desire to create a vibrant community here. And I think we need to ask for more, just like the developers do, and ask for what makes a resilient community. And to me, things like a performing arts center, the community park, the repairs to the community park that we have, the school, bike access to Truckee, Nordic Center, transit, all of those things really need to be pushed for in making a development proposal that can actually sustain itself beyond just tourism. Thanks.
Thank you. Jane Eagle, unmute your mic and begin speaking.
I already spoke, but thank you.
I thought so. Thank you for your honesty. Marina Weiner, please unmute your mic and begin speaking.
Hi, I'm a resident of Olympic Valley, and we love our mountains. It's just mind-blowing to me that this development proposal is on the table. If anybody is making a decision on this could understand the families and the residents and what they're feeling when they're looking at the water park instead of our pristine mountains. What my children will be feeling in 25 years when looking back at the pictures of skiing and enjoying our creek and hiking, and instead looking at the water park. This is an abuse on our history. This is an abuse on our feeling. And I implore you to do your jobs. Each of you sitting at this table, please, please do your jobs. This is not a question of whether the development belongs and where it belongs. It does not belong here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we have one more speaker, in-person speaker, Sydney Hammerin, and then we are complete.
Hello. Hi, my name is Sydney Hammerin. It's not starting. There we go. So many great comments have been made today. I don't really think that I could say any more that which has already been said. It's been really impressive to see how the community has mobilized online and in person. I saw 136 people online. There's also a conference room full of people over there and a sea of purple. So go us. And this is the people who could make it this Saturday. Think about the other people who work in hospitality, who are all working their jobs but could not be here today. There's so much opposition, and I don't want to say things that have already been said, but basically, this plan is too much, too fast, too soon. Please consider breaking it down, scaling it back. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
It's to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we're going to take a 15 or 20-minute break for the county to get their act together and respond to all the comments that were made. And those of you who are in Alpenglow room, we've had people leave the main room, so if you want to come to the main room, please do. So it is now 1:15. Yep. Yes, God, 1:15. So please be back in the room 25 minutes of 2. So here's what we're going to do next. So the county planning people got together and they're going to respond to the comments and questions that were asked by the public. And then when that's done, we will go to the NITRAC and members, and they will go one by one, ask their questions, and the county will respond. And then it will come to the OVMAC, and we will do whatever questions we might have, and then we'll enter into our deliberation as to how and why we might be voting. So that's the order of the afternoon, if you will. I suspect we've still got a ways to go.
Okay, if we're ready, we'll go ahead and get started. Just as a reminder, Chris Bahuli, Planning Director for Placer County. Wanted to thank everyone for the comments and the questions that were brought up during the public testimony. Nearly 50 people spoke, all passionate about the project and about the area, and we greatly appreciate the public input as part of this process. The way that staff will respond to the questions that were brought up, we do have some responses that we'd like to provide, as well as some clarifications as to some of the comments that were made, and just providing some general information that we think is relevant to the comments that were made earlier. I'll provide a couple of responses, and then I'm going to hand it over to members of our county team to address different topic areas. So I wanted to start with, there were a couple of comments related to the county's general plan and the date of the general plan that needed to be updated, referencing state guidance on general plans. Did want to mention that the community plan that we're talking about, the 1983 community plan, is just that. It's a community plan. The county's general plan, I believe the MAC members all know that the county is in the process of updating our general plan. We've just kicked off that process. It is going to be a very lengthy process, probably take upwards of 3 years to update the general plan for the county. Wanted to provide that information. There were also comments about just the accountability of a plan that's going to develop out over 20 to 30 years, and wanted to mention that there are a couple of mechanisms that are in place, or that would be in place to ensure accountability throughout the development of the project. And that would be the Mitigation and Monitoring and Reporting Program, which is part of the environmental impact report package that is up on the county's webpage, as well as the development agreement that was referenced during the staff presentation. The development agreement will have provisions that will ensure accountability with all of the requirements in the development agreement. I also wanted to mention there were a number of comments about the design of the project and criticisms and concerns about the design of the project. I did want to mention that the project, as it will be a phased project built out over the course of, again, 20 to 30 years, that there will be subsequent approvals required for the component parts of the project. There will be a design review that will be required for all of the projects. There will perhaps be subsequent entitlements, maps, and so forth that will work back through a process for review, input, and approval. So wanted to ensure that everyone understood those items. So with that, I am going to introduce Alex Fish, Principal Planner for the county. He's going to cover a number of responses to comments or questions that came up, including workforce housing, water supply assessment, water quality at Washishu Creek, construction noise, wildfire evacuation, which we know was a major topic and major number of questions that came up were related to wildfire evacuation. He'll also be joined in that part by Lieutenant Ty Connors. And then we will wrap up at least the staff's response to questions with comments from Katie Jackson from Department of Public Works as it relates to transportation. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Fish.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Alex Fish with the Planning Services Division, and as many of you know, I was the county's entitlement manager the last time this project went through the process, and continue on. Thank you, Fred. Continue on in that role along with a lot of partner colleagues, including Patrick, who provided the presentation earlier. As Chris mentioned, I did just want to go through and provide some clarifications from the presentation and also from the number of comments that we received in those topical areas. And then understanding that we will probably have some additional clarifications requested by the MAC as we proceed. And so I'll start off just to provide some more specific figures on workforce housing and how the county's general plan housing element works in terms of a project such as this. This project, when it went through previously, had been analyzed in terms of what are the total full-time equivalent employees that would be generated by it to staff it, and understanding that a lot of the employee workforce that would fulfill the employment needs of a project like this are part-time, so we take those things into account. And that had resulted a figure of 575 full-time equivalent employees. And the structure of the general plan housing element policies in place at that time deemed that 50% of those employees needed to have housing in terms of workforce housing, resulting in the project need to construct 287 housing units or provide housing for equivalent housing for 287 employees. The project also has approximately 99 beds of existing workforce housing that's within the plan area that would be displaced and would be needing to be replaced. Under the previous project proposal, there was an expectation that a majority of those units would be, or those beds rather, would be constructed at the east parcel, and then there would be options for additional provision of employee housing, workforce housing through dedication of land or conversion of other units. Moving forward with this project, the proposal is to provide all 386 beds of workforce housing through the first phase of project development if it was approved and carried out. Again, a majority of those would be located at the east parcel, but then there would need to be other units that would be converted, identified, and restricted in perpetuity for that purpose. So I want to make sure that that is clear. Going to the water supply assessment that was prepared, that was a coordinated effort between Placer County, who, because of the size of the PSD, they don't meet the state law requirements for the water supply entity in terms of legal requirements, but nonetheless, county did identify them as the preferred water service provider, as did the applicant. We worked together with the engineers to forecast the cumulative demand of the project and other contemporaneous development that would occur with the project over that 25-year time period. And so we did develop modeling for that. I do want to make sure that folks know there was conservation built into that modeling. It was based on the 2004 plumbing code, I believe, off the top of my head, when water demand factors were higher. But a couple of things just to clarify. I heard one statement about the Mountain Adventure Center, Mountain Adventure Camp, having a total annual demand of 240 acre feet. That's actually the total demand forecasted for the project at build out. 40 acre feet annually is the forecasted demand of that Mountain Adventure Camp facility, and 363 including other contemporaneous development concurrent with the project. Next, moving on to Washishu Creek, there were some comments pertaining to cyanobacteria and toxins, and we do know obviously that with the changing climate and warming conditions, water quality issues are and will continue to be an issue into the future. Part of one of the major centerpieces of the project is correcting those legacy impacts, not only of the, in this case of the creek, but other things that have happened, and with particular reference to the creek, that was previously going through this area, maybe even partly within this building we're in now. And so the plan for the restoration would ultimately, based on the hydrologic analysis, have an improved water quality condition. I can't speak to the effects of algal impacts to that, but there is an expectation that based on current conditions, the water quality conditions, if the creek were restored, would be in an improved condition. Construction noise was mentioned. That was one of the areas that the appellate court deemed that the county did not provide enough evidentiary information in the prior EIR analysis to really disclose the full scope of the project impacts. Just want to explain briefly the way that the county code is structured. There is a noise element that sets the various noise allowances for land uses, maximum allowable noise at a receiving property boundary, which is how it's measured, right? Because that's an impact to somebody that's off-site. And because of the long-term nature of this project, we did deem that construction noise occurring on and off over a relatively long period of time would be a potentially significant unavoidable impact to the project. There is nonetheless the structure of the county code, section 9.36, with respect to construction noise. There are measures in the county code that define how that construction is undertaken in a way that is noise sensitive and that reduces and mitigates noise to the maximum extent practicable during construction. And so there's relatively robust, I won't say relatively, that's the wrong word, excuse me. There is robust mitigation in the mitigation monitoring reporting plan, I believe. My eyes are not working so well anymore. It is mitigation measure 11.1A, we did go back and add additional information to improve upon our description of the process we undertake to analyze how we manage noise impacts from construction projects and how we work with our project proponents to reduce those by limiting construction hours, putting in place noise curtains, deeming where operational yards and storage yards are located, notification of residents that would be impacted and those things. So I do want to draw everyone's attention to that mitigation measure, as it is our requirement to demonstrate that we are going as much distance as we can to identify all feasible mitigation measures and incorporate them into the project. We also incorporated some additional noise buffering information that is informative to that analysis, so I want to draw everyone's attention to that. Number 5, or the 5th item I have, is population, and this was brought up in the context of the project's interactive or interaction rather with other growth and effects that would happen in the greater area or in the region, right? And so these are things that happen not only within Placer County's jurisdiction and specifically Olympic Valley, but other contemporaneous growth in Truckee or some of the other jurisdictions within the Lake Tahoe Basin. We did analyze cumulative impacts. That is a requirement of the EIR. And in forecasting that cumulative growth, we did look at the build-out scenario, known projects for Truckee, for example, other projects in Placer County, known projects in the Lake Tahoe Basin, and then forecasted additional development by in my case, I took a look back through 30 years of development proposals that were carried out for this community. Then we inflated those and forecasted those things forward. And then regionally, we have to rely on our metropolitan planning organization growth modeling figures. And so those things were forecasted in. So I do want to set the expectation that in terms of air quality impacts and traffic and things of that nature, to the extent that those things could be accounted for and forecasted, they are part of this analysis, including increased residential development and business development within the region. Next item is just to provide an understanding of how the development process works if a project such as this is approved. This project is programmatic. It's a specific plan. A specific plan sets goal and policy structure much in the same way that a countywide general plan or a community plan would, and then it has implementing measures. The implementing measures in this case are the mitigation measures. They also consist of the development agreement for a project like this that identifies what we call non-nexus above and beyond commitments of the project and the county to overcome things like transportation demand issues or other things that we want to secure in terms of funding. And then even beyond that, things like an infrastructure phasing plan, water master plans, sewer master plans, parking master plans, those are all elements of a project such as this. And so if a project like this is approved and it has all those elements, and those are common among specific plans for this county jurisdiction and all jurisdictions, there are subsequent processes that are undertaken to analyze and review each of those subsequent development proposals through the tentative map submittal, which goes through an environmental review to deem if it is conforming to and compliant with the prior environmental analysis. If there are differences or changes that would increase any of the impacts or change any of the impacts in a way that is significant or meaningful to the efficacy of the mitigation measures to reduce those impacts, those things all have to be analyzed and disclosed for the decision makers. And we would be back here going through this same process on each subsequent phase of the project because that is the county process to come before the MAC, before we go to the Planning Commission, and for those projects that require board approval before we go to the board. So I do want to set that expectation. Part of that will also involve things like conditional use permits Those are to set development parameters that are outside of a tentative map approval that are somewhat limited to issues that are specific to the map, could have other things pertain to actual development standards. And that's where the intersection is with things like the development standards and design guidelines document that was developed to define the architecture and the building heights and the architectural expression, the language used on the buildings, where open spaces are, what they consist of. I will mention while I'm thinking of it, because a person brought this up, for these mountain resort villages, snow's a big issue. Ice in the wintertime buildup in pedestrian areas is a big deal. We did undertake a shadow analysis, and that actually drove a lot of changes to building locations and changes to architectural expression to step back buildings so that more sunlight could enter the area and make sure that this was an inviting, vibrant, or would be an inviting, vibrant development. So want to set your expectation that process like this is multi-layered and does have subsequent enforcement mechanisms and verification mechanisms to ensure that anything that is previously defined through a specific plan approval is actually carried out and implemented in accordance with mitigations and other requirements. The last item I'm going to get to, and Lieutenant Ty Connors is going to help me out with this a bit. I am not a fire planning expert. I rely on our fire planning experts to evaluate a project like this. So we are going to address the many comments that were raised on the efficacy of shelter in place and what happens during an incident in terms of formation of unified command, how evacuation orders are carried out and administered, or alternatively shelter in place orders. But in terms of my role in this, my role is to bring together the experts, to have those expert inputs into our process. And so in reevaluating if we have done all of our work correctly, because we did have a challenge on the adequacy of the emergency preparedness planning effort for this project in terms of identification of the correct agencies that would be managing traffic control during an evacuation scenario. We undertook a whole new look at the emergency preparedness planning aspect, and that included our director or a deputy director of the Office of Emergency Services, as well as our CAL FIRE partners and our sheriff's partners. And as Patrick mentioned, we did also utilize the services of a private consultant who assisted us with that effort to reevaluate those things. In terms of evacuation requirements and minimum access requirements in accordance with Public Resources Code, and I believe it was Nicole Miller on the NITRAC that brought this up when she first commented. I believe she was referring to Public Resources Code 4290 and 91 that define maximum dead-end cul-de-sac lengths for roadways. And so that is a requirement of planning. We do evaluate those things. Those things would be evaluated under the specific plan if it was approved and carried out for each of the tentative maps. In terms of a process like this, it is access to the nearest public road in this case being Olympic Valley. And there, despite the fact that this is a one-way in, one-way out of the valley scenario in terms of the county roadway infrastructure, there are multiple points of access to the county-maintained road and then ultimately out to the state highway system. I just want to make sure everybody is clear on that. What I also want to touch on a little bit is in terms of our engagement with our CAL FIRE partners and the Office of Emergency Services. I think we all recognize and understand that shelter in place is a last resort. It's a last option. The goal is always, if people are in harm's way and it is safe to do so, to evacuate those persons out to a safer location. There could be instances where, for example, an incident may occur on Highway 89 near the entrance to Olympic Valley, and the emergency responders may deem it actually better to keep people in the valley for various reasons. Maybe you can't get out, and that's actually, but shelter in place is a temporary refuge situation, and it is a dynamic situation in terms of incident command and management. So I don't want to get too deep into that, because I think I've exhausted my level of kind of technical knowledge, and I will now invite up Lieutenant Connors to help me out so that I don't confuse anybody.
Thanks, Alex. Again, my name is Lieutenant Ty Connors with the Pulaski County Sheriff's Office. My current role, and thanks to the Board of Supervisors, I'm currently full-time in the Office of Emergency Management. The county took a proactive role when it comes to dealing with incident management within the county. And so we have not only our county partners, but we have full-time fire, and then also myself, full-time law. And so it really helps with that communication, which I think is vital and key to handling this. But quick icebreaker moment. So how many of you guys went to Truckee High School? Anybody? Truckee High School, guys? One there? One there? Do you know the Surprise Stadium? Do you know why it's called Surprise Stadium? That's my grandfather. Yeah, so I got a lot of history in Tahoe, so I do appreciate where you guys are coming from. Yeah, very good. Anyways, as far as like what Alex explained, shelter in place obviously is a last resort we want to go to. But really when it comes down to any of it is fire and law getting together, getting into unified command. Unified command was one of the most vital pieces when it comes to handling a fire situation. And Brad back there, the chief, we've really developed a good working relationship with them and all the other fire districts and along with CAL FIRE. So then we just recently, with our office and what we did, we want to take, again, another proactive role of creating those relationships. We had our unified command training out here in the parking lot, Palisades, so thanks, Dee. It was an area that we felt it was important to kind of get all the different mutual aid coming into one location, and the scenarios that we chose, real life type scenarios. It's a truck to truck out in the field dealing with situations. And we actually picked the scenario that actually was here in Palisades of how all the districts would kind of work through a situation. And we picked other various locations within the Tahoe Basin. But again, the only thing, when it really comes down to it, evacuations does fall on the jurisdictional authority of law enforcement. It's not the fire. So when it comes to who's going to be telling you what to do, it's going to be rest on the jurisdiction of that law enforcement agency, which it is Placer County Sheriff's Office. One thing I wanted to mention, someone mentioned about Nixle. Nixle is not used by the Sheriff's Office when it comes to emergency notification. I know Chief Chisholm uses it to kind of, for the Olympic Valley, to kind of communicate with the community, but when it really comes down to any type of alerting or telling you what to do on an evacuation, it's through Placer Alert. That is used by the Sheriff's Office. And if you need to register, go to placeralert.org. That's how you're going to get information about what to do in regards to an incident. So again, one thing also listening and been to numerous town hall meetings, people are concerned obviously about the transient population and how we communicate with everyone and telling them what to do, especially the vacationers. And that's where we created that TahoeAlert.org. Tahoe Alert, I think, was a good innovative way of trying to communicate with people within the Tahoe Basin. You go into TahoeAlert.org, you might not know who you need to sign up for emergency notifications. You enter in your location, and it'll direct you to that appropriate location all throughout the entire Tahoe Basin. So I think it was a really good thing that we kind of developed that, got it going. But the things that you're going to hear is evacuation order, warning, or shelter in place. And like Alex talked about, shelter in place is something that we don't want to go as first resort, but it might be the only resort that we have to do it. I look around here when it comes to the large parking lots and everything else that's going on. A temporary safe refuge is just for you to be familiar about, hey, a big open area that if you have a leading fire coming through, that might be the one area to go to until the leading fire edge goes past, and then at that point try and get out. And I have a perfect example of that when I went to Paradise, when we went to Concow to go do the evacuations. A one way in, one way out community got cut off because someone got in a vehicle accident and people couldn't get out. And so the deputy there knew about a large meadow, and so he took 40 people into the meadow, and they sat there, and they said it was like living through hell, but they survived. So that's where these temporary safe refuge areas are something that for you to be aware of living in these areas. And then also the last thing I want to pitch is personal responsibility. It does rest also on everyone to have a plan, to be prepared, and to work with your community on the best way of getting out of here. Obviously, you know there's one way in, one way out. One thing too, though, to limit traffic and reduce the amount of people on there is if you have a household of 5 people and you have 3 cars, how many cars should you take? One car. And that's where carpooling lanes are so successful, because people are all in one car and you have a bunch of cars with single people in it. So again, that's one thing you got to start thinking about, that is reducing the amount of traffic getting on there. Also helps us, we do it all through traffic control points, working with our CHP partners and other mutual aid. So, okay, is that enough?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And next, wanted to hand it over to our engineering manager with Department of Public Works, Katie Jackson, and talk a little bit about transportation systems and traffic.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Jackson. I'm an engineering manager with the Placer County Department of Public Works. I did want to start by addressing several of the specific questions or comments that were received throughout the public comment about analysis of some of the transportation aspects of the project. First, there were some comments about analyzing cumulative effects of the traffic of the project. Those can be found in Chapter 18 of the draft EIR. There was a question about transportation impacts to State Route 89, to Interstate 80, and to Donner Pass Road. Again, those were addressed in the draft EIR in Chapters 9 and 18. Happy to go into more specific details if there's any questions about that. But I do want to emphasize that most of the analysis that you find in the environmental document was done prior to the parking reservation system that was put in place in this last winter season here at Palisades Tahoe. There was also a question about timing of improvements relative to traffic. I want to talk through the typical process, which is for this project, there will be further analysis down the road. So as the phases are proposed of the specific project, there will be further traffic analysis to determine if this next phase of the project would trigger any need for future transportation impacts. And if the answer is yes, then the project would have to construct those impacts prior to issuance of the building permit or prior to issuance of occupancy for that particular phase that's triggering those impacts. And then finally, I did want to just address the general concern over increases in traffic. There were obviously a lot of comments from the public concerned with increases in VMT and increases in traffic. So I do want to go over the VMT reduction strategies that are included in the project. And there are basically 6 categories of strategies. And the ones that I want to go over today are included either in the project description, in the mitigation measures, the requirements of county code, or they're in the development agreement. So the first category is land use. Land use can be effective in reducing vehicle miles traveled or general traffic characteristics. And so this project would bring a better mix of land use to the valley and also provide a higher density development. Both of those things are known to reduce VMT overall. Second is improvements to the bicycle network. The project includes 2 new Class 1 shared use path segments in the valley. It also includes bike lanes internal to the plan area and bike parking at major activity centers and trailheads, as well as provision to provide bicycles, access to bicycles for visitors. The third category is improvements to the pedestrian network. The project description includes new sidewalks and paths in and around the village area, as well as those 2 new shared use paths that I mentioned earlier. The 4th category is improving transit facilities and operations. The project description includes a new transit center in the village that would provide service to both public and private transit services. The project would include continuation of the on-demand shuttle service here in the valley, known as Mountaineer, between Olympic Valley and Alpine Meadows areas, as well as ongoing transit funding through establishment of what's called a Community Facilities District, CFD, or a Zone of Benefit, a ZOB. Additionally, there is ongoing and one-time contributions, financial contributions to the transit services. And the 5th category here is discouraging single occupancy vehicles. So there's a couple of strategies that they're employing to do that, including a transportation coordinator position, which is intended to guide employees towards carpool, transit, and shuttle options. There will be an employee shuttle to and from the east parcel. There will be the parking reservation system that's already in place, but this would ensure that it would occur on all peak days going forward. There would include preferential parking for carpoolers, as well as the comprehensive transportation management plan to better facilitate traffic on the main roadways during those peak days. And finally, the 6th category is funding for regional projects. So this project would bring payment to our countywide traffic fee program. That fee program is used to fund VMT reducing projects in eastern Placer County. Currently on our CIP list, we have things like improvements to traffic operations, bike and pedestrian facilities, transit, parking management strategies, and safety projects all throughout eastern Placer County. In addition to that fee program, the project would voluntarily pay into the TRPA mobility mitigation fee, also aimed at VMT reducing projects specific to the basin. And these funds would also be reserved for the Placer County portion of the basin and projects that could reduce VMT there. I mentioned the transit zone of benefit, or CFD, that would be established to fund ongoing transit operations throughout eastern Placer. And finally, there is a lodging fee proposed that would fund, again, more funding for VMT reducing projects in eastern Placer County. And that is expected to bring up to $1 million annually at build out of the project. So those are the strategies that the project is using to reduce their VMT. And with that, I'll hand it back to Chris.
Just really quickly, that concludes county staff's response to the comments received during the public comment period. At this point, our county staff is available to answer MAC questions and to provide additional clarification that the MAC members may request. So again, thank you.
Thank you. So Maggie, if you would coordinate with the NITRAC, since I don't know everybody's name,
Sure.
go down the line.
Hi, everybody. My name is Maggie Stakely, representing Kings Beach. And I wanted to just share a couple thanks and a couple observations before we ask a few of our questions. First, just want to thank all the members of the public that are here. There was kind of a question of who was presenting to us earlier and who they worked for, and the answer is they work for us. They are our county representatives. They are our public servants, and they're here with us on a Saturday. They've been working hard on this, and so I just really want to acknowledge all of the time that went into that. And I want to acknowledge Cindy and the amount of time that she has put into working with our community, trying to hear from us, trying to make sure that we have an opportunity to weigh in all along the way. And just acknowledging that nobody goes into public service to try to benefit private equity. That's not typically why people go into public service. And so I just want to underscore why we're hearing from who we're hearing from and just all of the hard work that they're doing along the way. And then also just really want to acknowledge all the people, my colleagues that have taken a Saturday away, you all who have spent time here. Maybe you also joined on Thursday. Maybe you were here in 2016. I was when we were doing this before. We heard a lot of the same things. It's been a long and arduous process, and one of the things I've heard today is that it will continue to be a long process, that there will continue to be public comments along the way, that there will be phased development, that we'll have an opportunity to continue to make sure our voices are heard, and I would encourage you to continue to do that, and we really appreciate hearing from you. The next thing that I'll say, and I'll just remind my fellow NITRAC members, is that what you will not hear from us today is how we would vote, because we are not voting. And if we were to declare how we would vote today, then if we do have an opportunity to vote in the future, we would have to recuse ourselves. So you will not hear our direct opinion on whether our colleagues on this side of the aisle should vote yes or no. So you won't hear that from us. You'll maybe hear some observations and some of what we're going to reflect back that we heard from you, but you won't hear us take a position, and that's the reason why. So we're not shirking our responsibility. In fact, we're trying to protect our responsibility so that if we do have an opportunity to vote on our community's behalf in the future, that we are able to do that. So just a couple things that I'd like to underscore before I ask a few questions, and then we'll go down the line here. We'll ask our questions, we'll give County a chance to respond, and then our colleagues from the Olympic Valley MAC will actually ask their questions and do their voting. I was just a little bit surprised today. We do this a lot. We hear about development a lot. We're asked to weigh in on development a lot, and often there's more support. There's more kind of both sides. And I was really struck today. We heard, by my count, 45 public comment, 40 were in opposition, 2 were maybe positive, and 3 were at best neutral. So I was surprised that we didn't see more people here in support. And it just kind of raises a question to me. Sometimes developers will bring in people to show their support to make it seem like there's opinions on both sides. And I guess I was just a little surprised that that didn't happen today. And so that's just an observation that I wanted to share. A couple other observations. The themes that we heard were that this is too big, concerns about fire, concerns about the water park, concerns that this project just continues what is arguably extractive development from our community. But most consistently, 22 of the 45 comments were either, please work with us, this isn't what we want, or consider a revised alternative that we're trying to provide to you. And those were a lot of the comments that we heard at the other times that we've heard about this. So I guess I just want to underscore that we just continue to hear it's too big, too much, too long, and that's what our community is saying. A question, two kind of questions that I have. One is around the development agreement. I'm wondering, what are the terms of that agreement once it is negotiated? Does it get updated over time? Are there accelerated fees depending on benchmarks as population changes? Do whatever the agreement pertains, do we have some acceleration? One of the things we heard a lot is about the changing context of whether it was in 1983, and I wasn't around then, or whether it was in 2016, we've had a dramatically changing world. And what are the protections through the development agreement to continue to address an evolving context? So that's my first question. Tell us more about the development agreement. How does that get changed or modified over time? And how does that agreement protect us from evolving contexts? The second question that I had was about the parking structure costs. I believe there was a public comment made suggesting that the parking structure being for day visitors should not be part of this development plan, and I'd like to know a little bit more about that. And then my final kind of comment, I heard Sheriff Connors talk about kind of personal responsibility to know our escape, and I guess I would just kind of respectfully suggest that we've elected people to keep us safe. It's not our personal individual responsibility. It's the responsibility of our electeds. And so I would just underscore that and remind folks of the population that they're making decisions on behalf of. So those are my two questions, and I think we could maybe just go down the line and share our comments and questions and then give you a chance to respond to all of them.
Thanks, Maggie. I have just a couple of questions about the employee housing on the east portion. And there were some figures kind of thrown around about how many full-time employees were going to be considered for the housing requirements. And then there was another number on how many units or how many employees would be able to be housed there. I'm not clear on how many units are being built there and how many bedrooms are going to be there. And then also the amount of parking spaces going to excuse me, going to be available for that portion. The other question I have is about the WSA. I believe it was mentioned that an outfit called Far West was employed to do that study. I'm just curious where the funding for that came from. Does that come from the developer, or does that come from the county? Third question I have is the effects on the meadow when all these new wells are drilled and they begin doing pumping in earnest, especially during the latter part of the summer when it's at its driest. Those are the questions I have. Thank you.
Catherine Hill, I have a couple comments and questions. One was related to housing, as was mentioned before. I know the housing component in there is to go with the development that is to come. My question is, there was mentioned other development, other places. I'd like to know more about that. How do we deal with the housing problem we have now with the employees that are already working there, either part-time of the year or full-time of the year, but are full-time residents? You know, it'd be nice to see more housing given. It looks like the east parcel has a giant surface lot. How do we increase more density in employee housing and affordable housing and multi-use, not just the dorm style, but for full-time residents? Mix of condos, you know, the whole community needs to figure out ways to do this. And as one of the largest employers in the entire region, I would like to see more of that in this project. Whether this whole development goes forward or not, it needs to be addressed. I had concerns in some of the transportation issues where it suggests in the project or the modifications against some of the mitigations to widen the lanes might have impacts on Olympic Valley Park, but it doesn't mention specifically what those impacts may be. We already have a museum that's gotten an EIR based on the current conditions. How will that affect those operations if the park is changed because we have to widen lanes? How will that impact the current use of the park outside of the museum? We have courts and fields and parking. How will that be reduced or impacted? I think that needs to be addressed as part if this project is going to directly impact the future of that park. I think you've mentioned several of my questions. I do have concerns about the general plan being 1983. We've all mentioned at NITRAC, the Alpine plan is from 1960 something. We've asked multiple times for that one to be updated as well. And then I know the shipping and receiving facility is moving to the east parcel, proposed to be moved to the east parcel to mitigate the traffic going into the valley. I want to make sure whatever happens with that we are cognitive of the impact on the residents, that there's restrictions in place for operations, noise, time of day, and if there's any other way to mitigate it, because that was an issue brought up several times.
Megan Chalimi, Kings Beach. One of the things I'm most interested in on the EIR and also on this presentation, the aquifer, quote, sufficiently recharges every year. 53% of the aquifers in the United States are failing. 1 in 8 will run dry. The largest aquifer in Texas is projected to decrease by 70% in 50 years. The aquifers in Arizona are drying up. It's a big problem there, especially in the southern part of the state. My question is, if the aquifer doesn't sufficiently recharge, will you be reaching out to get more water from the Truckee or Lake Tahoe? Water is going to be a bigger issue every decade here throughout the entire state. The state of California is the largest user of groundwater. Most of it is agricultural. I did speak to one of the former members of the Squaw Valley PUD here, and I asked him point blank what was his biggest concern about this development. He said, Megan, they're going to run out of water, period.
Rebecca McFadden, most of my questions have already been asked. I had two others. One, and maybe I'm just not clear, this development is in addition to what is currently existing in the village, and will any buildings be removed to make space for this development? And the other question is, with the workforce housing, where in the project timeline will it be built? Because most of the projects that we have seen over the years, the plan is for workforce housing, but it does not go in ahead of time. Will this be with the first phase of development, or at what point? Thank you.
And if I could just make a quick request, Ms. McFadden, could you please repeat your first question so I can write it down? I was sorry.
The new village expansion proposal, is that in addition to what's currently on the ground here in the village? And will any buildings be removed?
Okay, well, thank you, NITRAC members, for a very organized set of questions. I'll just cover the first question that was asked related to the development agreement, and then I'm going to ask Alex Fish to run through most of the questions that were asked, and perhaps Katie Jackson on the transportation questions. As it relates to the development agreement, as was mentioned during the presentation, the development agreement is still in the process of being negotiated. It will be brought before the Planning Commission, and it will outline all of the terms for the project. In 2016, with the approval package in 2016, there was a development agreement. This, the one that you will see for the Planning Commission meeting, will largely follow that same framework with updated terms and conditions. So again, using that 2016 development agreement as a framework. As far as the questions about how it's amended, how will it change over time, there are provisions in the development agreement that would allow for modifications or amendments to the development agreement. Those would be necessary to occur during a public hearing process in front of the Board of Supervisors. The board will be approving or will be considering for approval the development agreement. Any modifications to that agreement would also need to be brought back before the Board of Supervisors for consideration. With that, I'll hand it over to Alex Fish to go through a number of the questions that were asked.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Shall I just run through these kind of in the order? I know there were some overlaps and some repeated items, and I did do my best to take everything down, and if I missed something, please let me know. But starting with you, Ms. Stakely, and did I say, I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name. Stakely, thank you. I think your one question was the parking structure costs. Why are they included as part of this project? And I think that's a really good question because it came up in various forms throughout the comments we received. As Patrick mentioned in his presentation, the main village area takes in about 85 acres in total. A lot of that area, I don't recall the exact number off the top of my head, but is developed with surface parking. And those already disturbed areas are primarily the areas where new buildings and other project infrastructure would be constructed. Right now, there's approximately 3,600 engineered parking spaces. Those are paved, striped parking spaces throughout the village area that are part of the total parking for the resort base area. And because those parking spaces would, in many instances, be displaced, they would have to be made up. And so because of the reduced surface area for that parking, it would have to be partly incorporated into structured parking, one level over surface parking, and that's why those costs were incorporated into the financial impact analysis or the feasibility analysis of the project alternative. So I do want to make sure I address that. One thing I will clarify, because this has been kind of an issue that has come up periodically, the lodging parking is separate from the surface parking and the day skier parking. The project would, in addition to those replacement parking spaces for day skier parking, would also construct parking beneath buildings at a one-level podium beneath the buildings for the lodging and commercial uses. Mr. Hanson, you had asked for a little bit more clarity on the employee housing proposal, and I appreciate that. As you noted, the east parcel is a mix of land uses. It is a shipping and receiving intercept facility. There's also a small neighborhood market. There's the employee housing. Part of the employee housing is a recreation and fitness center, knowing that those employees have to go somewhere to get space and do things, and maybe sleeping at different hours and things of that nature, so that the actual units could be kept quiet. You had some question around the units, right? In terms of how we measure workforce housing demand in Lake Tahoe, it's based on employee basis, and that is measured in beds specifically. So there are, again, I'll just repeat, sorry, there are approximately 99 beds of existing workforce housing within the village area. Those would be displaced by the project, not necessarily all at once, maybe not even all at the first phase. But what the project proponent is now proposing as we go through the process is that instead of building out the workforce housing as the project is implemented in phases and based on the demand created by each of those phases, that their very first development project would require construction of all 386 beds of employee housing. So that would be 287 new beds of workforce housing plus 99 replacement. The majority of those are, at least in terms of the programming that is described through the specific plan, intended in a combination of dormitory housing, right? Also studio units and one-bedroom units, but to a lesser degree. Those are primarily targeted at what I know a lot of the folks here know are kind of what are referred to as the J1 employees, who are often younger people who are traveling and maybe on temporary work assignment. And I do recognize that there is a need for other forms of workforce housing. The county recognizes that need. So there is an expectation that not all of the housing would be able to be provided at the east parcel because there just isn't the capacity there. The expectation is a minimum of 250 units that or beds there. And then the remainder of that would be made up for in other locations. So that would be by purchase of an existing, say, a project, and be converted and developed and restricted for that use, or developed at another location, and probably consisting of something somewhat different than what would be at the east parcel. You also had a question about the arrangement between the county, the Public Services District, and the engineering team that prepared the water supply assessment, and specifically you asked how that was funded. That was funded in the same manner that the EIR process is funded for the county. There was a three-party contract where the project proponent is required to pay for the cost of all the engineering service and the district time and the county staff time to make that process happen, but all of the engineering team is under the direct control in that instance of the district. They managed that process on behalf of the county. We were a partner. We agreed to that process. So it was fully funded by the applicant, but directly under the Public Services District General Manager, Mike Geary at the time, his control and direction. You also had a question about effects of pumping of the aquifer in the late season. And Patrick did cover this, but I'll just kind of go back again. There's a large watershed here, obviously, in terms of its size relative to the capacity of the basin to fill up and take all of that runoff as recharge. And so the pumping on the aquifer and its dynamism, if you will, a dynamic effect, is very temporal in nature. It depends on the timing of the pumping relative to the availability of runoff. There is many more times the amount of runoff that is available to charge the aquifer, so a lot of it flows out the valley through Washishu Creek as rejected recharge, particularly in the early winter through late spring period. But then you enter the period of time each year where the runoff stops, and now you're relying on the storage, and the aquifer is being pumped down. And so those were the factors that were evaluated through the water supply assessment in terms of determination of adequacy of supply. Was that, would it ever drop below 65% in any of the wells? More than, Patrick, help me out if you would. Well, Patrick's looking for that, but the testing factors ultimately were, it's on an annual basis. Would that occur at any point throughout the 25-year history of the project? So that's how that was evaluated, and ultimately the water supply assessment deemed that it did not drop below that level. Basically, the way the aquifer works is right now, the water that is being pumped out of the ground and placed into pipes and provided as service to homes and uses in the valley today is based on storage. And as the rains come in the late fall, particularly the more significant rains, then turning to snow, that's when the aquifer recharges and refills. And I know, Ms. Chillemi, you also had some similar comments about that. And it is a somewhat different scenario than a lot of the aquifers throughout California, in that it is not identified Department of Water Resources as being in an overdraft condition. Trap back and make sure I've. Pardon?
I think your two that are left are lane widening impacts.
Yeah, we'll have.
Whether any buildings are being closed.
Okay, thank you. I'll let Katie address the Olympic Valley Road lane widening issue. The project would remove the snowmaking facility over here, the mountain maintenance center that's comprised of, I think, maybe 3 buildings or so. It would also remove the Nevada Spectator Center out here in the parking lot. And I don't believe there are any other buildings that are removed as part of the project. Brian? Okay, Okay, so I have to correct myself. The snowmaking building would remain, but the mountain maintenance facilities, those would be removed. They would be relocated to the western portion of the plan area. And to that would, so the is that the Olympic Village Lodge? Is that or Olympic Village Event Center, I believe? Okay, and so the Olympic Village Event Center also removed. And I'll, if we're satisfied, okay, I'll let.
Alex, it's my specific question is, if the aquifer doesn't recharge, is there a plan B? I mean, would you reach out and draw water from the Truckee River or Tahoe?
That is based on the mitigation structure of this project, findings of the availability of the water supply. The answer is No, because the expectation is that the project there is sufficient water for the project and other development, but there is nonetheless mitigation requirements in place. It's called a Senate Bill 220 water supply verification, where the identified water supplier must agree to serve the project based on an identification of an available water source. And so through the implementation of each phase of the project, that would have to be validated. If there was some point, say the project was approved and 20 years out and it's the final phase of the project, and there was not, the serving entity did not identify an available source of water, that would be a changed condition. It would no longer conform to the EIR analysis or the structure of the mitigation measures, and that would then have to be evaluated to determine if there is an available alternative supply of water.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, so I think you were, thank you, Mr. Stepner. I believe you're referring to, there are some small buildings on the opposite side of the stream over here that were constructed for the 1960 Olympics, and you are correct, those also were removed. Yeah, I believe, correct, the school will go away. Yeah. Yeah.
Removed, does that include what I call the old theater from the Olympics?
So out here, the five-sided building, yeah, that's what's referred to in our analysis as the Nevada Spectator Center, and that building, we did identify or looked into the feasibility of relocating it, and based on architectural and engineering analysis, it's not feasible because of the way that building is constructed.
Thank you.
Katie Jackson, engineering manager again. There was a question about the improvements to Highway 89, State Route 89, and there is a mitigation measure specified at that intersection of Highway 89 and Olympic Valley Road. The mitigation measure includes signal timing modifications as well as lengthening of the northbound left turn pocket. The existing northbound left turn pocket is about 450 feet in length. And so for the length of the existing turn pocket, there wouldn't be any widening of the roadway because the turn pocket already exists where it is today. So the majority of the park uses are immediately adjacent to that existing turn pocket, and so they would not be affected by the mitigation measure. So the mitigation measure would take the existing turn pocket and lengthen it farther south. I will note that that widening could impact the existing bike trail on the opposite side of Highway 89, and so in that case, it would need to be relocated if the turn pocket were lengthened as a mitigation measure of this project.
I have a follow-up question. If that was to happen, who has to pay for that?
That would all be included in the mitigation measure and would be funded by the project applicant.
Well, thank you for the thorough responses to our questions. I hope that as a NITRAC, we may have a chance to vote on this again in the future, but since we don't today, we'll hand it over to our colleagues at the Olympic Valley MAC. Thank you all.
Thank you. So we're going to do it slightly differently. We'll go from left to right, and as the questions are asked, we'd appreciate the responses then. Okay?
Thank you. I'll make a statement later thanking everybody. I do appreciate really everybody being here. I wanted to first ask questions about the phases. I'm very glad to hear that there are phases, but can we understand, and you said that there would be check-in points after each phase and verification measures, and the Planning Commission and public would be able to weigh in at that time. I know in the documents we define what's in the phases. For example, employee housing is in the first phase, the 300 beds. But can you tell me, I guess, a couple questions. First off, today we're voting on the whole thing. We're not voting on the phases. So the MAC wouldn't get back involved in that. And can you help me understand what do you mean by these verification mechanisms? What are some of the kinds of things that, might be changed after each phase?
Sure. So let me start off again at the highest level. So today you're correct in that the action before the Municipal Advisory Council is the specific plan. It's not any of the individual phases to be carried out if the specific plan was approved. If it was approved, each of those phased projects would come back through this exact same process, and it would be before the MAC, before it's ever taken to the Planning Commission or Board of Supervisors for a decision. So I do want to make sure I set that expectation. You did ask an important question in terms of what is the anticipated number of phases? How large would the project be at each of the phases? Part of the mitigation structure of the project is based on air quality emissions. There is a limitation that no more than 20% of the project in terms of an emissions factor could be carried out at any one time. And so, the expectation is that it will be at least 5 phases. It could be more or less because of the existing resort base area development and the way that it is set up. The phasing was done in terms of, bear with me a little bit, but virtual phasing, where we identified each of the major components within the resort and all the identified infrastructure and improvements that would have to go with each of those particular lots in a very, a very detailed matrix. And so those things would be defined throughout the review of each subsequent phase when it undergoes the environmental review to determine conformity with the certified EIR, and especially to determine that it would not exceed any of the thresholds that were previously identified in terms of that air quality impact analysis and its mitigation structure.
So is it primarily air quality analysis? What about like effective construction on water quality, for example?
Everything. Any and all mitigation measures that are triggered would be applied. And in a project like this, you wouldn't necessarily have a specific road improvement unless a specific trigger was met. But things for like protection of water quality and compliance with air quality mitigation requirements, things of that nature are most often always triggered and going to apply because they are part of programmatic permit structure that comes down primarily from the state and then is implemented at the local level through our processes.
I appreciate that they will be going through phases and come back to the process. I think that's good. You mentioned that cumulative impacts were studied. I just kind of want to ask a few questions about that. First of all, can you summarize what kind of cumulative, I see some stuff in the documents that I can reference. Maybe I'll just kind of say, for example, in the document it says, not all cumulative analysis relies on the cumulative projects list. For example, traffic-related impacts are analyzed using growth projections. So the traffic doesn't take into account the cumulative analysis. And then it also says that changes don't require updating the EIR. I looked at the project list to confirm it doesn't include the Granite Chief condos. Is that correct?
You're talking about the condominium project over here.
Over by OVI.
It is included. I'll have to double check. I don't have the EIR in front of me, but I was part of that, and I'm.
Okay, it's not in the document that I saw.
Okay,
section.
I will double check that, Patrick. If you
3-1.107. Oh, it is? Oh, I don't have the updated one. I see. Okay, thank you. What can you summarize then? What are the other cumulative effects that we look at? Do we look at water quality? This idea of neurotoxins is concerning. I know the lake has been studied and had some there too, and the idea that it's in the creek is a concern. So is that also a cumulative effect that was studied?
I'll ask Katie, you did ask a question previously about, traffic and growth projections and how that's dealt with, so I'll need to defer to my colleague for that. But in terms of water quality impacts, it is dealing in suspended constituent contaminants, right? And those are things that are picked up when a drop of rain falls from the sky or snow melts and picks up these particles, right? And they consist of dust and, road grease and things of this nature, and are carried off into streams. And so those things have to be intercepted, treated, and infiltrated before they are discharged from the project site. So that is analyzed. That's part of what's called the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System programmatic permit that the county has from the state that we implement at the local level through our development processes. It does not specifically deal in things like neurotoxins or the effect of pharmaceuticals that are in water supply. That's a different process that's dealt with through in the case of what I mentioned, that's wastewater treatment, and so a little bit of a different issue there. But in terms of neurotoxins or cyanobacteria in lakes and streams, we do not specifically deal in that. I believe those are really the prerogatives of the resource agencies that manage those resources to undertake programs for restoration that will improve water conditions in a way that limits algal growth and promotes flow and oxygenation and things that we know counteract those effects. But those are not specifically analyzed for a project like this.
Fair enough. I understand you're not responsible for that. I am concerned about that, and I do, just in terms of all the projects. On the traffic, before we go into the traffic, I also want to note, I believe the post office parcel is sale pending. I don't know what the development is there, so obviously you haven't had an opportunity to evaluate the cumulative impact of whatever's going to go there. But that will, I just wanted to note, that will also affect everything that's going on here. Yeah, I don't know if I have a question specifically about the traffic there, so we can go on to my next question. Let's talk about, actually, let me give you an opportunity to clarify on the water feature. We've heard it's a very poignant issue for people. It's, I understand just from talking to Brian a little bit that you're not planning what you call a water park, but in the plans, there is definition of a lot of water usage. And my understanding is that you don't quite have a definition of what it is. You're trying to get kind of approval so that you can have some freedom to do some stuff. Can you clarify if I'm not correct there, and maybe help the community understand a little bit better what's going on there?
Sure, thank you. And so the first clarification will just be, it's not a county proposal, right? It's a part of the private project proposal, so just want to make sure there's a distinction.
Good point.
And we analyze that project proposal for its environmental effects and impacts and disclose those things. So in terms of the way the Mountain Adventure Camp is identified and described in the specific plan, it does include a number of different programmed elements in terms of things that could be in there. Those things include food concessions, obviously you would have that in there, and dry things like, I heard somebody mention earlier something that I think I typed in the chat the other night, a movie theater, a bowling alley, other types of uses like that. But it does also describe many, what we would call, in terms of our analysis, wet amenities, right? Swimming pools, lazy river, action waves, stuff like that. And so that is part of the county's analysis in terms of the overall water demand of the project, is to account for all the water that would be utilized for that.
Thank you. I would just say to, I want to respect Bill Hudson's point earlier. I'll just say to everybody that that does sound like a water park. I want to have the respect to say it's not, but so workforce housing, can we talk a little about that? So you said the project needs 287 housing for the 50% of the project workers here during the project build. There are 300 new beds in phase 1. 99 beds existing would be displaced and need to be replaced. So does that mean we're going from 99 to 117 in the short run? I'm just trying to figure out the summary numbers.
No, what the applicant is actually proposing, if the project were approved and carried out, that with the first project phase, they would replace all 99 beds of existing plus construct all 287 beds of the full project demand with the first phase. And, you know, I can speak to it in the ways that I know about, but ultimately, you know, I don't want to speak on behalf of them, other than to say what I think I can share, which is it's, you know, there is an understanding of a need to have those employees housed proximate to the work, housed within the valley. There's a lot of benefits to that, and the county recognizes that, and I think that the applicants you know, they know it because they have to manage all of that.
Fair enough. A couple, I think just a few more here. Is there any, one of the speakers talked about a report from 2022, and I didn't catch exactly which fire department or associated agency, CAL FIRE, had recommended a secondary access route. Was that considered? Is there just, I know there's probably a lot of complications with the golf course and whatnot to get that done, or?
It's a very fair question. We did in the prior undertaking of the project review, there was a very significant effort for years. It went on to evaluate the efficacy and feasibility of connecting a loop road from this portion of the resort base area over to Everline and connecting up to what I believe is probably now called Everline Resort Road. And ultimately, both the project proponents and I think even the county had attempted to contact you know, invite those property owners or the owner to negotiate, and it just did not occur.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more topics here. Noise. I'm not sure I have a question here. I just want to kind of make some comments after looking at the documents here. So there's obviously going to be nighttime construction. You'll use temporary noise curtains to help reduce that. But, you know, all of us in the valley hear somebody talking on a mic at a wedding at the resort, so I'm not sure that'll help too much. But, and then the mitigation measures suggest construction in 10-day segments, but the documentation also calls that arbitrary. So can you summarize, you know, so what are the most key non-arbitrary mitigation measures that are taking place for noise?
I apologize, I'm not familiar with the reference to arbitrary, but so in terms of mitigation measures for noise, the primary one is observation of, you know, compliance with the county's noise ordinance, chapter 9.36, that limits construction hours to daytime hours. If there was a need to do something like a large continuous concrete pour that, you know, involved hundreds and hundreds of yards potentially of concrete, and you don't want cold joints because that is a weak point in a building's foundation, there would be a process that they could undertake. It's actually in the county code to get an exception to demonstrate that all feasible mitigation is employed, but it would occur in this case, as you mentioned, outside the normal construction hours. So what do? We send mailed notices to everybody, and we do try to limit it to the least practicable impact effect by, you know, limiting the duration or the frequency or even the necessity. And you did mention noise curtains. Those are effective for uses that are immediately adjoining in a setting such as this. There nonetheless, there would be noise because of elevation differences with the way the valley is shaped. So a scenario like that, you would expect if you had a construction event happening outside of the normal construction hours, that there could be an impact to folks around there. I do want to clarify the impact is based on the level of noise at the receiving property boundary or to the receiver, the person hearing it. It's not just that you can hear it, it's that you hear it and it's above a certain level, and there are differences between daytime noise levels and nighttime noise and levels when people are expected to be sleeping.
Thank you, and thank you for answering these. I only have two more, and I don't know if you'll want to take the last one because it's about transportation, but it was mentioned, I'm not familiar with what was called or I've heard it talked about, an alternative density plan that Bob brought up.
Yeah.
Was that anything that was considered along the way?
So a CEQA analysis for a project that is subject to an environmental impact report has to evaluate alternatives that would reasonably obtain most of the project's basic objectives, but would reduce one or more of the project's significant effects. And so we did undertake about a half a dozen different alternative analyses, one of which was this much referred to reduced density alternative that was brought up throughout the process. And so that is in the 2016 final EIR. It was also, excuse me, it was part of the draft EIR. And so you can find that information there if you go to the county's website, and I'm happy to direct you, but
I've got it up here. Thank you. And so the conclusion that it was inadequate, or can you summarize the conclusion?
No, as again, a number of the commenters referred to, there was a feasibility is not only a matter of can it be legally done, can it be physically done, there's also financial aspects to it, can it be financially accomplished? And so there was an analysis of that was undertaken with the support of consultants to look at, again, what somebody referred to as the internal rate of return, that amount of money that's necessary to overcome investment pool risk tolerance, I guess. And so that reduced density alternative resulted in an internal rate of return a little bit north of 7%, and some of the resiliency analysis of that, indicated it could be a little bit higher, it could be a little bit lower.
Okay, thank you. My last question is really a comment that I want either confirmed or denied. My sense about transportation concerns and fire concerns, our biggest factor is Highway 89. Is that not correct? I mean, that I appreciate the, improving the lane and, the trying to get us out of here before we have to shelter in place and all that. I appreciate that. That's good. But, and it's outside of your ability to change it, but we can't change that. So that's like probably the biggest problem with all this. Is that not right?
So what I'd like to do is call my colleague Katie Jackson up.
All right.
Being
Thank you.
Traffic
Thank
expert,
you.
and she can address that matter.
Appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Apologize. We're huddling over here, and we feel as if the question is best directed to Lieutenant Ty Connors, who unfortunately had to leave the meeting. So apologize about that.
Lieutenant said he can get on Zoom and answer any questions if you.
Okay, so maybe we can table that and get him on.
He has cell service. So Stephanie Holloway, Deputy CEO. I just want to give a little context, I think, to your question of just concern over evacuation and traffic and how 89 plays into that. And talk a little bit about, our strategy for that roadway in particular of, trying to implement some infrastructure that provides for an alternative to some of the traffic concern that we hear. Part of that strategy would be the use of that roadway in an evacuation in a more adaptive way. So providing us with some counterflow options. So those are regional strategies that the county's working on a bigger scale. So I just wanted to give you some of that context.
Thank you. It still is it seems to be like it's a big issue. I appreciate everybody reminding my questions. I have no more questions, David. Thank you.
Lieutenant Connors is available to answer.
Great.
Where'd you go, Ty? There you are.
There you are.
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you need the question?
Regarding the 89, obviously, one thing that we want to talk about when it comes to using the use of contraflow and other aspects of training, and egress in there. And obviously, the mouse hole of the tunnel, so we've identified those. Obviously, it's going to be a large part of trying to be that accounting. content conversation. We've talked about numerous times, and, people out of the Olympic Valley into Truckee and Kingston. So it's going to take a lot of, those traffic control stuff to other traffic flow coming in there other than trying to just get the valley out. We do identify that this 89, it's definitely something we have to be concerned with. And that's where, again, getting fire behavior and understanding what's out there in the fire to get appropriate information out. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Turn your mic off.
Oh. Okay. My first question is, I know that all of the different studies, whether it be the water supply assessment or traffic or just basically anything, you have to have a number to start with. And for the 1,643 beds, rooms that would be added, which is the development itself plus the employee housing that's proposed to be built, I'd like to know and understand how many people are being counted per bedroom, as well as how many cars are being counted per bedroom.
Sure, that's a great question. I don't have the figures for you, Ms. Adriani, off the top of my head, but what I can tell you about is the process that we undertook for the prior analysis. So in terms of the number of bedrooms for the existing Olympic Valley, we use census data. In terms of the ridership of visitation to the resort base area, there were a lot of surveys that were done at that time, both in terms of people in the village taking...
Can I interrupt you, because I think you're missing my
Okay,
question. So if there's 1,643 units.
Yeah.
I'm talking about how many people those units are generating. So let's say, for example, if each unit was being counted
Sure.
as having 2 people in it, that would be 3,286.
Yep.
If they had 3, it would be 4,929. If
Yep.
they had 4, it would be 6,572.
I
So
get it.
my question.
I was getting there. Sorry, I would give.
Oh, you are getting
I was
there?
giving you a roundabout answer. Let me get more direct.
Okay. Thank you.
We utilized a number of sources, including the existing lodging facilities and the data that they were able to provide on their occupancy and their visitation patterns, and also worked with the Public Services District. And so we did that in a number of ways so that we had multiple points of validation through the process to determine the reasonableness of that, and then compared it to other competitor product and known information that could be generated from that in terms of data that's available on visitation to the area. And then those things were evaluated through engineering studies to the extent that they can be coordinated for things like water demand and energy supply and things of that nature. Visitation in terms of, does that make sense?
It makes, I mean, I just want to know,
Yeah.
like 2, 3, 4, 5, like, can you give me a number, or does there?
If I can, yeah, we'll have to look it up. Give me a little bit.
Fair enough.
I don't want to give you a false number, so.
And then, somewhat related to that, I'll just move on and we can circle back to that if that's okay. Just hopefully this is maybe a short answer, but the construction, I know that there is a construction traffic management plan, but is the construction traffic counted in the trip numbers on the road and then the VMT with the trips, I know that it's now VMT instead of the trips counted, so I'm just wondering, I know if it's counted in there outside of the management plan.
Katie, can you address that?
I wanted to provide a partial answer to your last question. One piece that you asked about was how many trips would be generated from the lodging, right? That was your first question that you asked, and then I'll address the construction
I actually didn't ask that.
okay.
I asked, my first question was, how many, in all the studies, water, traffic, just anything, you have a number of bedrooms, so you have to have some sort of number that correlates with those in order to run through the models.
Yes.
But we're going to circle back to that, I thought. But my
Okay.
current question was, were the construction traffic counted in the vehicle trips or the VMT or whatever method that you're using to quantify it?
It was not. And the reason is it's uncertain at this point how many construction trips there would be at any given phase or any given point in the project. That hasn't been determined. We don't know exactly what each phase is going to contain, and so we don't know exactly how many construction trips or of labor or materials would be needed at any given point. So the VMT estimates and the traffic studies that have been done to date do not account for the construction traffic.
My other question is housing, and so I don't know who wants to answer it. And I have two questions regarding housing. And one is, does the workforce housing have to be completed prior to unit occupancy?
Real quick before we get to that. So I want to go back to your prior question, and I do have data, and this is from the water supply assessment. It was 1.6 persons per bedroom for the hotel product, and 2 persons per bedroom for unmanaged. Those would be like timeshare units. And so moving on then to your question about workforce housing, can you please repeat that in terms of the...
Does the workforce housing have to be completed prior to unit occupancy?
Prior to the occupancy of project units?
Right, like you could sell it in advance of it even being built, all of that stuff, but before someone actually gets to go in and use it, or like a business gets to open, like where something is...
Yes. It would
Based have to be finished.
Yes, based on how it's proposed, it would have to be completed.
Okay. And then at one point I thought you said the east parcel is 250 beds.
Mm-hmm.
But my math's getting a little fuzzy here. So 289 was the required less the, so 387 was the number, right?
386 total between project generated and replacement, 287 project generated, 99 replacement, so that's 386.
Is there any, do we know where the other 136 would be, and do they have to build them, or could they choose to build or to pay an in lieu fee?
We would not be taking in lieu fees. These have to be units that are either built or are existing and acquired and deed restricted.
And is there any requirement to build housing that would be more suitable for an employee with a family? Because I think the bed count is assuming that every single person is single, which is kind of sad, but it's really lonely.
So the expectation is that on the east parcel, it would be primarily dormitory and studio and 1 bedroom, and that other housing would be acquired that would be a mix that would potentially fulfill other workforce housing needs.
Okay. And if the project was approved in November or whenever by the Board of Supervisors, and as the phases were being built, if there was a drastic change in circumstances in the valley, and I understand with water that for each phase that they have to apply for the will serve letter, and the water has to be available at that time, and additional studies could prove it's not, and then they wouldn't get the will serve letter. But not in regards to water, but just in regards to other conditions in the area, whatever it be, traffic, fires, population, whatever. If it was deemed that it was not, safe or appropriate anymore, could the county say you can't build the next phase?
And so I think the question is, if the specific plan was approved and a subsequent phase was analyzed and there was substantial evidence added into the county's project record to indicate that there had been a change of circumstances that indicated impacts would be more severe beyond that was previously analyzed, then we do have an obligation under the California Environmental Quality Act to go back and analyze those changed circumstances.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's- I think, the traffic management plan that I think, well, it's difficult that we don't know what the, and my terms are getting messed up, but the agreement that will be completed before the development agreement before the planning commission meeting. But in the traffic management plan or any like traffic mitigation, is there a reliance on a third lane on 89 to be able to alleviate traffic, or is everything being done with the supposed condition of no third lane?
Okay, you want to address?
I think what you were asking was, is there a requirement for the third lane on Olympic Valley Road?
Not just a requirement, but like an assumption. No, I'm talking about 89.
You're talking about Highway 89?
Yeah, and is there an assumption in in the development agreement or their traffic management plans or anything else that that is going to assume or rely on three-laning 89?
No. The study did not assume that Highway 89 would be widened at all, other than the turn lane, the northbound left turn lane that we talked about earlier.
And I wasn't referring to widening the road, but there's, if it was three-laned, similar to the road, right, the Olympic Valley Road in the winter.
The temporary three-laning operations that occur on Olympic Valley Road.
Yeah.
There was no assumption that that would occur on Highway 89 in the analysis.
And it's not in the development agreement or
No.
Anywhere?
No. The three-laning on Olympic Valley Road is in the development agreement, and it is part of the traffic management plan, but there is no plan nor no assumption for three-laning on Highway 89.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, except that I didn't, I did get these numbers here. I didn't get the cars answered, though. What? There was two parts to my first question. One was people, the other was vehicles per bedroom.
I'm sorry, so you were asking about how many persons per vehicle?
No, the first question I had was two parts. Like, you have the total number of beds.
Yeah.
And you told me that the water supply assessment, and I don't know about the traffic or anything else, but that particular study had 1.6 persons per bedroom. But for other studies, like say traffic, how many cars are counted, or traffic, or like evacuation hours or anything else, how many cars are used for the modeling per bedroom?
Katie, do you want to address that?
So there is a detailed explanation of the project's trip generation characteristics, which is what the number I think you're asking about here. And it does cover a lot of the different uses. So there's obviously the lodging uses, the restaurant and retail uses, the mountain adventure camp, and that includes both guest vehicles as well as employees to serve those various uses. And so the trip generation was estimated for both the peak winter season as well as the peak summer season. And I'll give you the peak winter trip generation. Total external trips, when you add all those uses together, was 2,821 external vehicle trips. That was for the peak winter condition. And then the peak summer condition over the course of a typical peak busy day, about 3,300 daily trips on a peak summer day.
So, I'm sorry, but that wasn't, the question that I asked, so you had to be able to come up with the answer you gave me, you had to have numbers that you're using to do some math to come up with that. And we have a number of bedrooms, so at some point in time, I would assume that you had to have some sort of thought process on how many cars per bedroom. Otherwise, how could you get to the final number that you're getting at?
So the trip generation was developed based on a variety of different things, like detailed travel surveys from guests, visitors, and employees, as well as what we call the Institute for Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. These are standard rates that are used all across the nation based on data collected at existing facilities. And so it doesn't get down to a number per bedroom or a number per bed, but we do have the totals based on the different types of uses. And so if you add up all the lodging uses, excluding the restaurants, the retail, and the mountain adventure camp, if we just add up the condo hotels, the fractional cabin, and the condo hotels, with the employees associated with all of those, you get 2,285 daily trips.
Okay. I'll accept that there's not a true answer to what I was really looking for, but thank you.
It's just done a little bit differently than what you're looking for.
You.
Sorry.
Alex.
Hello, Mr. Lange.
You indicated that there was potential for a review of circumstances if the situation changed dramatically in different areas. Could be traffic, could be water, could be whatever. Is that something that is reviewed in connection with the next, as each phase goes forward? And nothing brings it back to the MAC, it's all in the hands of the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors?
No, so if the specific plan was approved, and each phase as it is carried out of any phased project has to undergo a subsequent, it's called a subsequent conformity review analysis to determine just exactly what you're asking is, have any of the environmental effects of the project changed in terms of unit demand or emissions modeling requirements, or that there is some change to the project description that would drive a change. If through that conformity review it is deemed that there are changes either to the project in terms of how it would be carried out or to the level of impact of the project that would be more severe or would have more severe effects than were accounted for in the mitigation structure, that would have to be looked at through a subsequent CEQA analysis and review. And again, I want to emphasize each phase of the project, if the specific plan is approved, it sets the goal and policy and program structure for carrying out development. It does not specifically grant permission for any specific phase. Each phase would have to undergo its own independent analysis, and we would come back through this process anew, go back through, for Planning Commission, what we would call entitlement approvals to carry out a tentative map approval. A map is typically at the, that's a Subdivision Map Act reference of how property rights are established, typically coincident with a conditional use permit approval for a project such as this.
No,
yes,
and
MAC.
no, MAC.
Yes, we will be back in front of the MAC. I want to make that absolutely clear. Every phase.
That's not true. Is there, where would I find a copy of the existing development agreement? Not the one you're drafting, but the one that it's being copied from?
If you were to visit the project webpage, you will find a number of links that we have posted up there. Those links will take you to the January 18th, 2022 draft EIR staff report to the Planning Commission. Intentionally, we did put links in that staff report for everything, so I'm just giving you this is the shortest path, and that will take you directly to that. But you could also go to the Board of Supervisors. This actually may be a better option. Go to the Board of Supervisors agenda listing for November 15th, 2016. It's the only item on the agenda for the day. The development agreement is part of that report packet and is there. That's the best location for
I
it.
could also get it to you.
Thank you.
Bridget said she'll give it to us. Oh, okay. And then they're talking about the multi-stage, or a second-story parking in the east, in the Olympic Village world. Now, here, there's water. You can't go down.
Agree.
That's not a problem up in the Olympic Village area?
You're talking in this area here? Yeah, so we know we're literally standing right over the productive portion of the aquifer right now, and it is shallow. When the aquifer is full, it's, probably...
No, I'm not worried about water supply. I'm worried about construction.
Displacing or interfering with available storage, right? So I'm headed there. The water table fills very high here. Part of this project is all surface elevation and above. It's not going down into the aquifer, so very intentionally, so that it does not displace any storage. So there's no. That's why the proposed village expansion is on a podium. Podium is basically structured parking beneath buildings, but not subterranean. It would be at the current level.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
And that's so that it does not displace any of that available aquifer storage.
I think my other questions were asked and answered. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I first want to congratulate everybody who's still here. Having lived this for 12 years, I only have three questions. Where right now is the thought where the West Valley Fire Station would be? It's not in the specific plan.
It is still described in the specific plan in the same way.
Doesn't have a location.
Was previously lots 6 and 7 are over here. Those were one of the identified locations, as are the parking structure, as an option as well. And there has always been, and it's incorporated into the prior approval, an understanding that because the PSD continues to own 1800 Olympic Valley Road, that historic fire station parcel, that could potentially be rehabilitated if the PSD were so inclined to agree with that, to become the fire station. So it is potentially any of those options. It is definitely a requirement of the specific plan and a burden of the project to carry out, whether it be directly within the specific plan area or immediately adjacent on that PSD-owned parcel.
Is there a critical population that causes that to be required, or is that required even from day one?
So we built into the development agreement structure a requirement that because the PSD has their own process, they have their own agency authority, that we can't really dictate the full terms of those financial and business arrangements to them or for them. And so there is a requirement in our prior approval that would continue if this was approved again, that the applicant must negotiate with the PSD to reach development agreement approval with them.
But let's say the project was 25% of the size it is now. Let's say the approval was 25% of it, what it is now. Would the fire station still be required?
If there was an alternative project proposal, we would have to analyze that. I don't have an answer for you on that. I don't know.
In the slide that was presented that talked about the development agreement, there was a thing called the Regional Initiative Fund. What is that?
This is a financial contribution off the top of my head. Somebody can help me with this, but I believe it's total of $800,000 that would be earmarked for environmental enhancement projects benefiting the Olympic Valley community and nearby region.
Managed by?
Managed by, in terms of the determinations of how those monies are spent, that would be managed by Placer County.
By Placer County?
Yes.
Not local people, not Altera, but by Placer County? But it would be restricted to Olympic Valley?
I believe somebody can. Regional initiatives. Yeah. So. Crystal is telling me yes, it's limited to Olympic Valley. Yeah, it's mostly in things that would enhance and restore the environment.
So it would be restricted to Olympic Valley?
I believe that is yes.
Okay. And the third thing is...
and by the way, David, that is, Mr. Stepner, excuse me, that is in the prior development agreement.
Okay. Well, I saw it there, but I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
And finally, the 37,000th question about employee housing. So there are some number of bedrooms that will not be on site. I think the number is 86. Is there a restriction as to where those have to be built?
They have to be in the Truckee North Lake Tahoe region in Placer County.
Okay, they can't be Reno or somewhere
No.
else.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have to be in Placer County in this eastern part of the county, proximate to this
Okay.
area.
So that's the end of my questions. Just before we wrap up on questions, are there any that, besides the number of people that are in a car?
The 2285 daily trips, that's of the new buildings only, and you said the cumulative, and I didn't write it down. Do you have that number? Sorry.
Let me flip back to it. Yes, the 22, I
Is-
think I
is-
said 2285, that would be,
Generated just from the project.
yes, that's from the lodging component of the project. And then the total external daily trip generation for a peak winter weekday would be 2,821 daily trips.
And that includes?
That includes the lodging, the restaurants, the retail, the Mountain Adventure Camp, and other miscellaneous things like deliveries and shuttle trips and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you have a number that was of everybody, or no? Maybe you didn't say that.
Everybody.
Like the houses, the existing village?
Oh, you mean everything that exists today plus the project?
Yeah.
No, I don't have that number.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the end of our question period. Now we're going to go into MAC deliberation. And what I'm asking for from the different MAC members, besides power. Pull something out. His computer is dying. Nope, I take that back, it has died.
Somebody just pass this up. It's a fast ask. You could do that.
Alex? Alex has another question. In what phase is the Mountain Adventure Center built?
There is no defined phase. It would be based on developer determination of when the market demand existed to construct that facility. Does that make sense?
So there's,
So there is a phasing plan. The phasing plan is what we would call an infrastructure phasing plan. What are the necessary backbone infrastructure improvements necessary to serve any building or combination of buildings, water, sewer, power, wells, specifically also because the well field would be affected in terms of the location of current wells, so. Yeah. But it would be based on what specific elements of the project are proposed to go at any time.
You want to go first? Huh? So what I'd like is not to make a motion, all right? But I'd like to understand what your views are, how you're inclined, but don't make a motion, because then we have to act on it, all right?
We didn't get a lot of time to review these documents, except, the years since 2007 or 16, but of the new information and new responses. However, my concerns are with just numbers that are being used for studies and that it could skew the end result. And I know that the numbers are, everything's like padded, like Alex said, but if you start off with a number that's like abnormally low and you pad it, it still might not be a reflection of like a worst case scenario. When I go on to the Palisades website to book a room, I can book a studio with 4 people. I could put 11 people in a 3-bedroom. The number counts don't add up to 1.6 person per bedroom. And I think the 2,285 daily trips, I know that's quantified differently. And that once you show up here, I agree that people wouldn't leave, like who would want to sit in traffic, or maybe you escape in the middle of the day to look at the lake. But my concern is that if our water supply assessment is 1.6 persons per bedroom, and our daily trips, if it is potentially using something similar, which it might be with the number of units and the number of daily trips, that maybe these numbers are just too low. Likewise, with the evacuation, there's a comment that if there's a concert, which I really think it's awesome that they're bringing concerts here, except for the one in December, I didn't like that, that they're assuming for evacuation purposes that 3 people will leave in a car, and that every house is just going to take 1 car and leave like the Audi or the Porsche in the garage. And I think that that's maybe a little overly optimistic, and I'd prefer to see, especially for evacuation, more conservative numbers and assume people are bringing more cars, assume that, if we don't know how many cars are going to be in the 1,643 bedrooms, I'm not quite sure how we were able to calculate the evacuation times, because for some reason I think I'd need that number. I did talk to, the other component to these numbers is like our population, and I know that that's being used for studies for water, for traffic, for everything. And I went ahead and reached out to a pretty big handful of people that I know that have moved here recently, that came from other areas, and they're great additions to our community, and I'm very glad to have them here. And I consider them people that live here, like full-time residents, they attend school or sports teams with my children. And I asked them if they were registered to vote or counted in the census here. And most of the people I asked were not registered to vote here or counted in the census, because they still own homes in other areas that they occasionally return to for work, or if it gets smoky here. So I am concerned about some of those numbers maybe not being correct in us basing studies on those. I know the third laning isn't counted, but I do realize that our traffic right now is fairly challenging. And I believe Patrick mentioned Thursday night that the day skier numbers are considered being the same. However, like Sacramento, Reno, Truckee, everywhere is growing. And on the weekend, there might be a max of day skiers that could park here, but they could still come on public transportation. But during the middle of the week, people could come. And so even though the weekends might be kind of leveled out with how many people could drive here, and that might just be the traffic just reaches, a peak, we could then just see traffic roll into midweek, where pretty soon we have traffic all the time. Because as it is right now, midweek powder days, there's a significant amount of traffic coming in and out of the valley, right when you need to maybe drive someone to school or pick them up. So my concern is that pretty soon it's going to be like 5 days a week of regular traffic, even when it's not a powder day, because if you want to ski and you live in an outlying community and you're just a day driving in for the day, the only time you're going to be able to get a parking reservation and go skiing is midweek. So suddenly we're going to have a lot more people coming here and having more like 7 days a week of traffic instead of, 2, 3, 4. I did talk to CHP about the third laning, and it sounds like I don't need to talk to you guys about that because someone said it wasn't being considered, but just briefly, it does have limitations as far as not being able to police it. They don't have enough CHP to do that. People need to be able to pull over, to put chains on. They need to be able to get pulled over if they're not following the third, 3-lane rules. So I hope we never have to rely on that. It also puts cars over bicycles, and during a drought, people could still ride their bicycles here. But I won't get into depth on the third laning. Right now, the traffic is spread out farther, as the graph that Patrick showed says, and I mean, there's some benefits to that maybe at the peak it's moving somewhat faster, but the negative to that is that you have more hours of the day where you have a difficult or a very extended drive time to either leave or return to the valley. Although the drive time could be faster, it's still quite excessive. I feel fortunate that on Saturday mornings, every Saturday I leave the valley and drive up to Auburn Ski Club because my children are cross-country skiers, or to Tahoe City on Sundays. And I get to witness firsthand all the cars coming in the morning. The traffic, the parking reservation system definitely did help this year. It made cars move a bit faster, but there was still, stopped vehicles and excessive traffic. It's hard to make a left on Olympic Valley Road, but I've learned to manage that and I accept that. The roundabouts in Truckee, it's really hard to get onto 80 West because the roundabout fills from Donner Pass Road and the cars in the roundabout have the right-of-way, so sometimes you get stuck there and you can't get out of the roundabout. One of my concerns I voiced at previous MAC meetings is when we have the traffic, there's no bathroom stops on 89, and as I drive by, I'm always seeing people pulled over and going to the bathroom on the side of the road. I know someone that had someone go to the bathroom on the side of their house here in the valley, so there are some problems with the traffic and bathrooms, and I do think that regardless of the mitigation measures put in place, that this project is going to increase our traffic, and it's going to spread it out over more days of the week, so that the problems that we're experiencing just on the weekend are going to be, more days, so more problems. With water, I know that when there are new wells added, that it will bring more water into the community, but during the drought, there were water restrictions put into place, and with the new wells and pumping management, they should be able to serve everybody, but I don't like the idea of having water restrictions put into place and potentially having my landscaping have to die while people are taking showers at the water park, or, I know that the water is recirculated and chlorinated, but there is a level of evaporation, and I don't know, cold kids getting out of pools run like really long showers. So I hope that something could be considered where potentially we don't have such a large single water sucking entity, maybe just a simple swimming pool. And I think I'm going to pass the mic over to Andrew.
May I ask a question? With all that, are you inclined one way or another eventually to how you would vote? I don't want to know, but are you?
I'm inclined to see something smaller because I don't trust all the numbers in worst case scenarios.
Okay, I wanted to know where you were headed.
Because all of my numbers here, all of the numbers that I'm seeing seem lower than what I'm experiencing in real life, like when I try to book a room or when I'm driving down the road.
I understand. Mark?
Thank you. I'll try. No, that was, that was not for me. That was for, so I'll try to keep a bit brief, but I can be kind of wordy. So first of all, I just want to thank the community for caring. I love that. That is amazing. This is a really special community. I also want to thank Palisades leadership. I want to thank Dee Byrne, everyone I've met and know at Palisades. And thank you to the county and the Planning Commission, all of our speakers today. I really appreciate that. I joined the council with an intention of fairness and balance and to try to do my best to represent the community. And representing the community is a key here, how I'm going to lean. I know there are strong opinions, so I've sought to be as informed as I can. I want to make a couple points. One is we all love these mountains. I know and have met a lot of people who work and lead Palisades. They all love this place. And they all look to run the resort in a way that honors and respects that. I'm not sure that the community always gives them credit and respect for that. So I just wanted to make that point. But it is, of course, a business. Businesses do need to grow. They need to sustain themselves. I am not anti-business. I am pro-business. So part of my background, Dave, here is that I've been trying to find a way to say yes to something. I can see benefits of up-leveling the village. I understand that change itself can get a strong negative reaction. I'll point out that there was also strong negative reaction to the base-to-base lift, and I think most of us would agree that that's been a great upgrade. Not really? I heard one, not really? Doesn't always work, but, you know, other than that, okay. And then I'll also say, and I think it was said before, that other than being our place to kind of stand in the smoke in case of a fire, no one should really care about the big asphalt parking lot. So with that in context, the thing, however, though, is the plan we're discussing is more impactful than these little things. My understanding is that it'll take 25 years of construction to complete. That's a lot of like 10-day sections of noise. I may be dead by its completion, but I'll be here for the summer construction traffic. So one of the things I'm kind of concerned about is how much, somebody said earlier the word collaborative, is how collaborative the community has felt in this whole process. I know the Court of Appeals has forced changes, and there have been changes, and that's good, so thank you for those. But I have been listening. Does the community feel they've been heard? Do they feel they've been able to affect change? Has the plan changed significantly enough? So I listened to that, and I just kind of want to list out a few things that I heard people say that resonated with me. First of all, I have a ton of respect for Bill Hudson. I told him outside as he was leaving about this that I would say this, but I think he'd be a great CEO once Dee steps down. I heard what he had to say about the water park, but then I kind of already talked about that there. I hear Mark Calhoun, and that's one of the things I'd like to see also is more vibrant business opportunities for small businesses. I know we'd love to start a small business in the area too. So I'd like to see some kind of something happen here. I know there's support for the plan, but I was also surprised that there weren't that many people that spoke up, and the overwhelming number of people spoke up against the plan. So that resonates with me. What I heard in that set of folks is a lot of concern about employee housing, and we've talked a lot about that employee housing and whether what we are doing is effective. And I want to applaud the person who stood up who works here and talked about that. So that was gutsy. I have concerns about the cumulative impacts, especially now that the post office parcel there is pending sale. There was brought up how this might affect our healthcare system. That was poignant. I hear people say that the process is rushed and they don't feel like it's collaborative. Sitting on the MAC, I know that, some information, but it's sort of challenging to hear that people said that. Heard a request from you, Fred, about redoing the CEQA analysis. And really the main thing I heard a lot of is, even though all these people have said no, is that almost everybody has a request for some smaller plan. People want something to happen. That's poignant. I want something to happen. So that's a big thing for me right there. A couple of the things, you mentioned this about the data. We saw a lot of the data that the plan wouldn't significantly impact stuff, but I liked how you put that it's kind of hard to know, to feel that that's accurate, because we see these, we're all been for example, it's hard to predict snowfall. The swings are getting wilder and the trend is downward. How's that going to affect our sport, ski racing? I know it's going to lead to more fires, and that's one of my biggest concerns is fire. Now, I also have to ask myself, all right, so a big project versus a little project, I'm already concerned about fire with no new project. So my concerns about fire, I have to wonder if that project actually, how much worse does that make it? Like, I'm already limited by Highway 89 and likely to stand and smoke in the parking lot. So, but it does concern me to add a bunch more people in relative to that. So I also want to just, Mark, you mentioned this. I don't know where I got this expression, but I always think of this. When I come into the valley and I look over at that rock and I look at the valley, the angels sing. Almost every time I go by, I say that phrase to myself, that the angels are singing, because it is so beautiful and so special and so amazing, and it's touched so many people. And while I'm pro-business, I just have to wonder, like, how much of that can we squeeze before those angels are damaged? Like, I'm concerned about that. So, kind of going down, I do want to say I have tremendous respect for Supervisor Cindy Gustafson. She's done a lot for the community. So I wonder, like, how can we vote in a way that affects this? Can the Placer supervisors, can they work with together with Alterra to come up with some kind of an alternative? I know that's not the reality of the situation. We're really here today to vote yes or no on the full thing. I like that there's phases. That's really good. I appreciate Placer County for that. So that complicates where I might be going with the vote, because I have to vote yes or no for the whole thing today. I also, 2 minutes, I'm almost done. So I actually skipped a lot. I think I've said a lot. Have I kind of like hinted enough where I might go, David?
I have no idea.
Let me start over. No, I'm just kidding. One question I have for you, David, is I heard that we're going to be able, it's going to come to the MAC during each of these phases, but you say that's not true.
Sounds like we do.
My understanding of what Alex said, and it may be very wrong, is it only come back to the MAC if it's a violation of something in EIR. No.
Every phase would be brought to the MAC.
Okay.
Every single phase.
Okay.
So, David, in summary, I really want something to happen. I really want to say yes to something. With this current plan and listening to the community the way they are, I don't feel right about it right now.
What was that last thing?
I'm afraid, can I ask? The plan today, yeah.
Use your, yeah. Use your mic.
So, Alex, I think the confusion is about when and under what circumstances things come back. Sorry.
For instance, like the number of units or the height of a building, when you say a phase is coming back, let's say that was a 600-bedroom phase, it would come back in the degree of we could say, oh, well, we think this one should only be 300, or is it just coming back for like the design of the project?
If the specific plan was approved and carried out, it is extremely prescriptive in terms of what the allowable uses are, where they are, what the building designs are, how many bedrooms per each of those buildings, because that is all already defined in the plan. It's a range, of course, but there would not be any specific phase that would come before the county that would be at the size you describe of 600 bedrooms, because it would exceed the mitigation structure that is incorporated into the project. It would have to be less than that. If it was proposed that way, that would mean that it was out of compliance with the EIR findings. We would have to evaluate that. But let me just take it in a simpler approach of what I expect would happen if the project was approved and carried out. It would come in smaller increments of specific portions of the project. In the past, the expectation has been that this portion of the project area near Far East, because of its proximity to the existing village, would likely be a first phase. And so it would probably consist maybe of those 1A and 1B buildings, maybe something else. It's really up to, if it's approved, the project developer to determine what the mix and which portions of the buildings are, understanding that the programmatic approval would nonetheless define what the allowances and the limitations of those allowances are, and all of it would have to conform to the prior EIR analysis. It would come back before the MAC. It would come before the Design Review Committee, the Olympic Valley Design Review Committee, for recommendations. The recommendations are ultimately up to those bodies to determine what they want to recommend. The understanding or the context of that would be that under an approved specific plan, those are the parameters with which they are brought forward, and so it would ostensibly need to conform to those parameters. So to the extent that there were identified inconsistencies, those things could be called out and expressed. But generally speaking, if the plan was approved, it would need to, it does need to conform to the development standards that are expressed therein. All of it would come back through this process.
So we would be making sure that the phase is in compliance with the entitlements that are issued with this process. We wouldn't be going back and saying, for your let's say 200 instead, my number was too big, and whatever height, that we want it to be smaller in a smaller height. That wouldn't be on the table. We're not changing it. We would just make sure that it's following the rules of what's in
That is correct.
this, okay.
Well, in addition to most of the comments that you've heard from our other MAC members,
Could you get closer to the mic, Andrew?
absolutely. Mike, I think my greatest concern is with the size of the Mountain Activity Center and the nature of the programs going on inside of it. And I think people have expressed their opinions on it numerous times in terms of it being inappropriate to a open-air sport area without going inside buildings. And I don't know how to get around that. So I'll leave it off to you, Dave. Again, everyone has to keep in mind my age. So, having read the documents that the county produced, it seems to me that there's plenty for the legal people to argue about as to whether any of the master responses are inappropriate, whether res judicata can be applied to all raised issues, or whether the references to the 2000 EIR are too broad. But this is above my pay grade and probably grist for the future lawsuits. I, like my fellow Valley residents, have long advocated for an expanded village, but smaller than the proposed project. I would love to see more activity throughout the year to support a strong retail base. The applicant claims that they've already reduced the room count from 3,187 rooms to today's 1,493. That was back in like 2012. But that, to my mind, was a ruse. It really didn't count as making the project smaller. In 2016, appeals to the Board of Supervisors with general comments about size or gestalt went nowhere. And I myself made many of those visits. However, as Cindy pointed out very early on, 4 of the 5 current supervisors were not there in 2016. So perhaps these new ones will have a more open mind. The same is true, actually, of many of the people who are on the Planning Commission. They were not there in 2016. On the other hand, 4 of the 5 supervisors do not live in Tahoe, and financial issues likely will hold sway. So arguments to them made by the public who visit them have to be substantiated. I hope many of you are planning to visit the planners and supervisors before their meetings. So given the fact that I'd like to see some sort of village, but on the other hand, I know sort of where this thing may be headed, I am torn. On one hand, if this village is going to be approved anyway, I would truly like to see the community get something out of the years and disruption and increased impact that we're going to see. And it was interesting that one of the slides, I think was on the one that had impacts, there was only one that had a beneficial impact. All the other impacts, they may not have been substantial, they may have been moderate, but there was only one impact on that slide that said beneficial. And I would like to see, I would like to see something more beneficial for the community. After all, that's who we represent. Having talked to many people, the things that they mentioned that they would like to see were, number one, a hardened garage structure that would truly be a fire refuge for the community. Something that was closed, something that was air-conditioned or filtered, and someplace where people could actually survive as opposed to standing out in the parking lot and watching embers fall on your head. So that was always number one, a hardened fire refuge. Number two was to house at least more than 50%, or at least the required 50% of the full-time equivalent employees on site, not necessarily allowing it to be in the greater Tahoe area. But the original plan was 50% of the full-time equivalent employees, and it wasn't until we called out the fact that the 99 beds were being pulled away back in 2016 that got altered. Number three was have a permanent independent expert body reviewing the water supply and the well plans, not the PSD. I think the PSD is conflicted with regard to their ability to view that plan. Next one was publish an early decision on what is in the MAC so we can stop the water park nonsense if it is in fact nonsense. Next one was an early restoration of Washoe Creek. In other words, make it early in the plan. Another one was have recreational access for Valley residents so they could actually use the facilities of the MAC, whatever the heck is going to be in there. The next one was taking ownership of Olympic Valley Park. The Olympic Valley Park is an orphan. The county doesn't want to take any role in it. Everything in it is degrading. Someone needs to take ownership of it. Let Palisades take ownership of the Olympic Valley Park as part of their park fees. And finally, with regard to employee housing, don't allow in lieu fees for housing at all. And Alex, the master response does allow for in lieu money. It does not require that it be actually housing.
And just to clarify, you'll see additional details in the analysis when we publish it that'll address that.
Okay. All right. But, so all that, I hope, there was one sentence, perhaps we can collaborate on that list and have those things included in the development agreement with the county. That might change some people's view of the project. So I'm sort of relying on Cindy to make sure those things happen. But I am inclined to tilt at the same windmill I did 8 years ago, one that has been brought up by some of the presenters. So in the very early part of the presentation, there was a phrase made about when the lead agency is required to recirculate a draft DIR. One of the ones that was not mentioned, and I quote, "A feasible project alternative or mitigation measure considerably different from others previously analyzed would clearly lessen the environmental impacts of the project, but the project's proponents declined to adopt it," unquote. I hope everybody understood that, all right? So if there is a feasible project that would have some lesser impacts, but it was previously rejected, it might force a recirculation of the draft DIR. Okay. If you then go through the master response, it says, quote, "No feasible alternatives have been recommended that would avoid a significant impact wherein the applicant has refused to adopt such an alternative," unquote, meaning that nothing feasible was raised. By the way, those two paragraphs are obviously written by lawyers. A reduced density alternative was included in the 2016 EIR, as Alex has said, but it was designed to fail. It was saddled with almost all the costs of the full infrastructure build-out and multi-story parking structure. The reason for that is the design of it just took out every other building, but left the span of the project the same. But it had fewer units. So it was no surprise when it was deemed, quote, "not feasible by the applicant and not considered by the Board of Supervisors." It was a smaller project, but in my mind, it was really a red herring. And yes, a smaller village would generate less income, have less amenities, have less benefits, but it will also have less impacts. And that is exactly the point of a smaller village. And I apologize, the phrase, the Squaw Valley General Plan says the development should not adversely impact the aesthetic and, I can't read my handwriting, aesthetic and environmental assets of Squaw Valley. So there is something in the general plan that says you should not build something that upsets the aesthetic and environmental assets of Squaw Valley. As noted by some of the members of the public, a feasible project alternative, named the reduced size alternative by the people who presented it, was presented to the 2016 Board of Supervisors. It did meet the financial requirements, the 12 to 15% internal rate of return, that was calculated based on data actually supplied by the applicant just a few weeks before the supervisor meeting. It used just the village core commercial and east parcel, eliminating the costly infrastructure and garage elements, and achieved the internal rate of return in the 12 to 15% targeted range. Excuse me. It was summarily rejected by the applicant, and there was no time allotted at the supervisor meeting, because it came up at the very, very end. There was no time allotted at the supervisor meeting to rebut those comments. So why bring that up again? It has been 8 years since a financial analysis of the project has been done. Costs have dramatically escalated since then. So the question on my mind is this project still financially viable? The last thing we want is another white elephant. We already have had one. Interwest only did half a village. The applicant dismisses this by saying, and again I quote, "No information has been provided to support that a change in property values excuse me, change in property values that makes any previously considered but rejected alternatives now feasible. But I don't think we should rely on this assertion. So my inclination is, should I state what I would like? I would like to see something like approval of the revised EIR should be denied until a full financial analysis of a community group specified, and I underline that, community group specified, not something that the county does, but something that the county does in consultation with a community group. Excuse me, a full financial analysis of a community group specified reduced size alternative project is done with all costs and assumptions published with regard to it, as well as the financial analysis of the full project. Let's give a legitimate smaller project a chance. So that, if I were to make a motion, that would be my motion.
Can I make a comment to that?
Judy is very good at typing.
Just a comment, a quick comment, and then a question. One thing, though, is any reduced plan, is the community going to be able to get involved, go on board with that?
What? Say that again.
I think from Altera's perspective, it's like if they go to reduced plan, it would be very costly for them to go through all this and fail. So I just want to put it out there that the community should, if what we want is a reduced plan, then we should be ready to go forward with that. And now my question to you is the finances the only aspect that would be involved in the?
A reduced plan has to be able to meet, in my mind, a reduced plan has to be able to meet the 12 to 15% internal rate of return specified by the project. So that's sort of the bar that has to be set. If there were such a project that met that, then there would have to be a full EIR analysis as to what the impacts of that project would be. I think by its very nature, the impacts across the board in terms of traffic and water use and noise and everything else, including the 25 years, would be lessened. By how much, I have no idea.
I think I could get on board with that, Mark. Alyssa and Andrew, how about yourselves?
I'm sorry, what? I have no idea what he said.
Before we make a motion, I want to hear comments from
okay.
Alyssa and Andrew.
I'm concerned with the attaching a financial return element of it, and the way that sounded was that if it doesn't create the financial return that you are hoping it would, that you would be okay with the project as it's proposed. Where my concerns were that I question some of the numbers don't jive with what I see, so I question the end result being something that we could live with as far as population, traffic, everything else. I agree that we need to finish out the village. I agree that there should be a pool and like a little water slide would be great. And a recreation center, it doesn't need to be the tallest slide in the world. It doesn't need to be massive. But a reduced size project that fits into the valley, I think is an important, regardless, without like a hinging point of like, only if it's economically feasible. I think that it's what our community needs for it to be livable with regards to traffic, population, housing, and everything else. Going back to what Nicole mentioned with it, just even the housing element, the bigger village, you need more employee housing, but it's not just the the people working here. It's the firefighters, it's the nurses, we don't have enough CHP, we don't have enough sheriffs, like everything, where a bigger project is gonna need more of all of these elements. So a smaller project is more sustainable for our community, but I don't wanna put a price tag on it.
And the problem with that I see is that they are a business and they are not going to invest in any size village unless there is an appropriate return for them. They have defined that return. They never necessarily said it has to be this, well, they have, but the return investment has to be of a certain range to justify the use of capital. So that's why I think a requirement is that it meet their financial goals. It may not meet the rest of their goals, but I think it needs, at least to be able to proceed, it needs to meet their financial goals. Otherwise, it's sort of like, we're going to build a village to help you guys, and whether we make money on it or not doesn't matter. That's not the real world.
They may not go forward at all. It's yes or no. They're not going to spend millions and millions of dollars to redo this whole thing. That's the bottom line.
That's the unfortunate position it puts us in, though.
Yeah.
We're trying to find a way towards yes. I realize that's the case, so we're probably going to be going no, but we're trying to respect the company and find a way forward.
If you can figure out a different way of phrasing the acceptability of a reduced size alternative, by all means, have at it. I'd like to hear it. But it seemed like there was at least in my mind, there was a baseline, which was it had to meet the financial requirements. It may not then meet the other objectives of their project that they said, world-class resort and all the other things that were in there. It may not meet that, but at least it met the financial requirements of income versus cost.
I think that having a simpler motion of denying the project this size, which is what you said, and recommending a smaller size project is really as complicated as we could get, like to put in rate of returns on smaller projects.
No, actually, it wasn't part of my proposed motion. My proposed motion was that the analysis be done, that is, all costs and assumptions related to it be published, just like they were published for the full one. But I didn't say that I did not include in the motion that it had to be in this range. I just said, once it's done, you have to analyze how much it costs and how much revenue it generated. They did that with the full-size one. They did that with what they called the reduced density analysis, reduced densities project, or whatever it was called. Alternative, thank you. They did that, so it has to be done for this one, too.
It's in table 2.1, if anybody want to look.
Aren't you, in essence, saying that you're recommending denial of the project as proposed and that a smaller project be pursued? The details of how that's pursued, I think, is beyond like the level of where we're going with this recommendation. I mean, we can't tell them what to do next and how to run their business and tell the county how they want to collaborate with people.
I'm not doing that. All I'm saying is that and the key part is a community group specified reduced size alternative be analyzed just like the other alternatives that were in the IR were analyzed. They all had financial data.
Here's the thing, is if we have really a binary vote, so we either are yes or no. And my sense here is that we are leaning no.
I don't know if that's true.
Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
I mean, you're chairman. It's not yes or no necessarily.
Yes, it is yes or no necessarily. There could be no with a recommendation. We're saying, what I'm saying is no with a recommendation.
Let me continue, though. So if, in effect, we're doing a no or yes, we're trying to still have an effect and still trying to have some kind of an influence on the project. Because if we simply say no, and then even if Cindy votes no and the Placer County goes yes, or goes to court or whatever happens, we had no effect and we had no influence. And
Yes.
so we're trying to be savvy here and figure out a way to have some kind of a village go forward, but address the community's concerns.
Do you have an idea?
Well, another way would be to say yes with conditions of some kind, but then we'd be saying yes.
If you say yes, you are saying yes to the full project.
That's my problem with that. It's something I thought about was this idea of yes with conditions in order to try to be influence, to try to influence the project in some way.
So saying yes, but it has to be smaller is not a yes.
My problem with the yes with conditions is it's effectively a yes, which
Exactly.
is why it's a complicated thing. It's why I lean against that.
Agreed.
I think there's an agreement here that we all think the project should be smaller. I don't think we could force onto an applicant to work with a board of community members. It would be a great idea, but I don't think that's what is being proposed to us to vote on now. I think proposing yes or no on the project, making a recommendation of a smaller size, you could say 50, 75, or just say smaller, but starting to say creating community boards to work with the developer, I think we're getting beyond what the purpose of this motion is.
I disagree because a smaller size project was included in the EIR. There was one already. The problem with it is it was structured incorrectly. So someone has to work with, if you will, the county to lead them, if you will, to something that makes more sense than the reduced density alternative that was in the EIR. It was badly structured.
David, I think these are listed in Table 2.1 of the executive summary. Is that correct?
I can.
I believe these are listed in a summary table.
Yeah. and
Table
the-
2.1 of
Yes,
the executive
yes.
summary.
And the one we're talking about is called the reduced density alternative. And the reduced density alternative was designed to eliminate, basically, every other building, but it still stretched over the entire geography of the developed area. And hence, it required the parking structures, which cost roughly $100 million, and it required basically all the infrastructure because you had to put sewer, water, everything else, all the way out to the end of the village core neighborhood parking lot. So it was saddled with all that infrastructure as well.
Perhaps it's a question for the county. My understanding is that we can only vote yes or no. We can try to influence and advise you with some suggestions, but the reality is if we say yes, that's a recommendation of yes. Is that correct?
Correct. And I guess what I would say, and I've said this to all the MAC members in my whole, all 8 of them, so not just you. What's most important to the Board of Supervisors is not your vote, it's your input. So you've listed a lot of concerns. I have probably, 20 pages of notes from the community and from you today. I think the project applicant has heard your concerns and your suggestions to really go back and look at that reduced project. So we'll take that under advisement, but if you want to make a motion and say yes or no, and then provide your written comments to us, David, I've already put a star on, ask David for his written comments, and anyone else's written comments that are in the room. That's, what we're going to weigh our decisions as we move forward. And I can say that for all my colleagues. We really value public input.
My question is, if we have in mind how this smaller project should be laid out so that it could achieve, in theory, the objectives of the applicant and the concerns of the community, how do we get that to you? We just send you a document?
Yes, you can write your notes up and give those to
Okay.
us with your suggestions, because, all of us, this is what our job is to represent you, right? And to get that input and try to balance these issues to the best of our ability. We're no better or worse at it than probably you are. So, you know, we're struggling with the same issues.
Okay.
Ultimately, the corporation is going to make a design, and they're going to decide, you know, we can ask them to be collaborative. We are in a symbiotic relationship, and it would be a win-win approach for the corporation to try to work with the community and the county as opposed to any kind of adversarial approach. That would be very beneficial. People would see that. The thing I heard today was the two top things I heard today. Number one, please vote no. That was the number one thing I heard. The second one I heard was please have some kind of a village.
Have
some kind of an increase in the village, some
And
kind
I
of
thought,
upgrade.
but I think there was a third one, which is have community input. Now,
Yeah.
maybe this meeting has provided that. And I, for one, will definitely write up what my thoughts were from 2016, and I'll update them to give to Cindy for analysis. So therefore, the motion could be something as simple as the approval of the revised EIR should be denied, and we encourage the applicant to look at a smaller size alternative.
Can we somehow indicate the three things you just said? Because I think you hit the nail on the head. Number one, the community is opposed. Number two, community wants some kind of a village upgrade. Number three, the community wants input, along with a vote of no from on the current plan.
Can you structure those into a motion?
And that they investigate a different, smaller village than the one in the
Right, a
previous
di-
plan
diff-
that's
right, not-
economically feasible.
They should not-
Would reduce density.
They should not come back with the one they already did. Yeah, let's do it again.
All right, I got a motion coming up here. I move that we vote no with the message to the county and the applicant that the community, yeah. Give me a second to write it and then. Oh, okay. I move that we vote no with the message to the county and the applicant that, number one, the community is overwhelmingly against this plan. Number two, the community overwhelmingly wants some upgrade to the village, some kind of a plan. And number three, the community wants some kind of a collaborative input to what we end up doing.
And I would say number four, we encourage the county to evaluate a different reduced size plan. That was number two?
Yeah.
Well, no, number two was we want some kind of plan. We want a reduced size plan evaluated. Maybe that's the same.
Should we restate it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to restate it? Let's start over at the top, guys. Any public comments? Yes, please. Yes.
Item number 4, I'm not sure.
Yes, scratch item number 4.
Message to the county and applicant that the community is overwhelmingly against this plan. Number 2, the community wants upgrades to the village, and number 3, the community wants collaborative input. And then number 4, you were just arguing.
Can we scratch number 4, David?
No, number
No,
4 is
I-
important to him.
No, I want, number
Tommy,
two,
Could you say that into a mic so the audience can hear? I don't think it'll reach.
Judy, scratch number 2 and leave number 4.
What was number 2? The community wants, oh, okay, sure, yes, that's fine.
Scratch number 2 and leave number 4.
Yeah, let's hear that.
I don't have 4.
Number 4 is stated again?
Number 4 is we encourage the county to evaluate a different reduced size plan for the village.
That's the new number 2. Right?
That should be number 2.
How about because the community wants a village in place, like something to express that the majority of the people that spoke in the community supported a village of a smaller size. But
Go for it, Judy.
Melissa, can I just read you what I have?
I can't
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
you. Speak into the mic, please.
I'm actually not speaking yet. To vote no with a message to the community and the applicant that the community is overwhelmingly against this plan. Secondly, that the county is encouraged to evaluate a different reduced-sized plan. And thirdly, that the community wants collaborative input.
almost perfect. The only thing I want to say is on 2 is we add that the applicant, because, can I read you?
No, I will add applicant.
Okay, thank you.
So why don't you read it again?
Should we order pizza?
Huh?
I've got county, well, I've got that, yeah.
Feeling.
To vote no with a message to the county and the applicant that number 1, the community is overwhelmingly against this plan. Number 4, that the county and applicant are encouraged to evaluate, that the county is encouraged to evaluate a different reduced size plan.
That's where I think the applicant should be added.
I had applicant, you told me to take it
No,
out.
no, that the county and applicant
Okay, let me read it
evaluate
all,
a reduced
and then
size plan.
You can change it, how's that?
We're close.
I'm gonna start over then, okay? Let me get through the whole thing. To vote no with a message to the county and the applicant that the community is overwhelmingly against this plan, that the county and applicant are encouraged to evaluate a different reduced size plan, and that the community wants collaborative input.
Excellent.
And that motion was made by?
Me.
All 4 of us?
All 4 of
No,
us.
sorry, and seconded by?
All 4 of us. Who
Who
made it?
seconded it?
Who seconded
I'll
it?
second it.
I think I made it. She
I've got a
seconded it.
question. I've got a question.
No.
You made it.
What's your question?
I'm concerned that almost everybody that spoke wanted to say that they thought the Mountain Activity Center was a bad idea. And I think we're not giving expression to that sentiment that I heard in the room today. So I'd like to make it as part of a number 4.
Do you want to just say to the first one that the current, overwhelmingly against the current plan, especially the activity center?
What do you want to say about it?
I feel like if there was a reduced size development,
It would have
I
to
don't
be
think the
smaller.
developer is going to spend a bunch of money to build a recreation center without having the offset unit cost. It's going to end up needing to be somewhat proportionate, so if you have less units and lower height buildings, you would then have a somewhat smaller
It depends on
recreation
whether that's
center.
That would depend on whether that's a profit center. And if the Mountain Activity Center's, half of it is still profitable, they're still gonna, I mean, a big one is more profitable than a smaller.
Andrew, I'm okay with that, but I also want to note that there are people who are not here that actually would like that activity center.
What's that?
Because I've heard from locals that people be like, oh, I'd love to go to that gym. Then give me 20% off.
Well, that's
You
not
know?
what we heard today. That's not what we heard today.
So
It's not what we
would
heard
you
today.
would you guys be okay with the item number 2?
Yeah, it's the water park.
Saying we encourage the applicant and the county to evaluate a different reduced size plan with a reduced mountain activity center.
That does not have a water park.
I don't care about the
Okay,
water
okay,
park.
okay, sure, yes.
Reduced
All right.
size, yeah. It's the
So,
building height that was really.
so Judy, add that. So item number 2 was we encourage the applicant and the county to evaluate a different reduced size plan with a reduced size mountain activity center. Or whatever it's called. Okay? All right, so that's the motion. I made it. Who seconds it?
I'll second.
Andrew
second it.
seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.